good morning and welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway for round 9 of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club 2020 Championship. Slightly interrupted along the way, but now we are getting to the business end, and today is a huge one. It's the NKRA finals as well as the meeting for the Rotax O-plates, and some fantastic prizes up for grabs today as well. As I'm sure you're all aware, the winners of the final not only take that O-plate for a whole year, which is a very distinguished and remarkable award in itself to have on the plate of your kart, but also get yourself a nice new Rotax engine if you can come out on top in the Rotax Classes in the final. There's a lot of them aiming to do just that, and the Senior Max are out there at the moment for their first heat of 6. I don't think, I've been here for now nearly 10 years commentating, and I don't think I've ever seen a class have 6 heats. Truly remarkable. Huge amount of interest in the Senior Max Rotax class these days, which is great to see, but a whole host of prizes up for grabs, all the way down to 5th place. You get yourself at least a tidy little check to throw at your kart for the next meeting. November will be the finale of the 2020 Championship as well, though a lot of the drivers may not be involved in the Championship this time. One of the front runners here, Brandon Haig, in 3rd position. He is seeking a Championship win from the club perspective, but a lot of the drivers out here today, regardless of Senior Max or classes otherwise, will be out there for the prizes, for the O-plate, and indeed for potentially experience for what will be the British Kart Champs, which visit Dorset next weekend. They will be making their trip down to the southwest, and several of the drivers here will be more than aware of that as well as they get their teeth into this circuit. At the moment, leading the way is William Ellswood in this Senior Max first heat. Each of the drivers, as always, will be competing in 3 of the heats, which means at 3 they will have to sit out. All about qualification for the A final as well. There will be B finals for both the senior and junior Rotax later on in the afternoon of this event. William Ellswood leading the way ahead of James Lothar, who's sporting the number 9 plate, with Brandon Haig in 3rd position. It's gone pretty swimmingly for William Ellswood so far, I think it's fair to say. Overtook Brandon Haig fairly early doors and hasn't looked back since. In 4th place, Bradley Barrett. Tom Adams sitting comfortably in 5th with a fair amount of distance either side. Alexander Baker and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort 6th and 7th. Not entirely decided, those positions. In 8th, 9th and 10th, Ben Casely, Morgan Porter and Kai Hunter rounding out the top 10. And then there's a pretty big gap back to 11th place as well. Huge amounts of racing on display for you today. 32 races, despite only having 6 classes here. Well, 7 including the Masters alongside the 177s. But Formula Blue making an appearance once again at Clay. They've been here for the past few months. NKRA finals for them as well today. The big event for that series. And we hope for another brilliant day's racing, as of course we have had over the past few months. There have been some truly terrific racing along the way as everyone looks to get back into the sport after it was halted for 3 months as a result of the COVID pandemic. No time left on the clock here as we have our reduced heats in time. Only 7 minutes the heat because we've got so many to cram in. Timer has hit 0, which means that Ellswood only has one more lap now to claim victory in the first heat of the day. Whether it will be a front runner in the final later on looks that way at the moment. Pace certainly showing just that, as we've got a lot of quick lap times as well. Ben Casely dropping all the way to the back. He must have been off somewhere along the way because he was in 6th place with the fastest lap of the race as well, a 33.36. Incredibly quick lap time that, but seems to have dropped out of the order, which is a shame to see. William Ellswood here cruising to the checkered flag and will claim victory in the first race of the day. The Senior Max Heat 1 win goes to William Ellswood, with James Lothar and Brandon Haig 2nd and 3rd. Fastest lap in the end did belong to Ben Casely, who well, finishes his race in 19th position. So evidently had an incident going off from 5th position, rejoining in 19th. So a disappointing end, but at least satisfying that he's got that race pace, and will hope to continue that into his remaining 2 heats, even though they may be in a few hours' time, depending on how the grids have been allocated. We've also got 5 heats for the junior Rotax and 4 for the Blues, so there will certainly be no tiring of racing today. Huge amount up for grabs for you to enjoy. Next race will be junior Rotax. Next up then, it is the Junior Max and their first heat. Once again, significantly more heats than we're used to. The standard 3 has been upped to 5 for this class, so huge amount of Junior Max who will also be hoping to get their hands on some of those amazing prizes up for grabs later on. 27 will start this race, and of course we've still got 2 heats worth of drivers who won't be involved. So, running now with our second heat of the day. All of the heats will be 7 minutes long, as there's a bit of contact and a spinner there at the S's. Finds himself facing the wrong way, but rejoining the race is the number 20. That is Rito Kamata, who rejoins. Bit of a disappointing start, but we're hoping to get going once again. Still a lot of time left in this one, of course. Across the line, and it was Toby Wells and Harrison Collins who started at the front. It is Collins who now takes the lead. It was a very poor start for Toby Wells, so much so that actually right at the back of the field now, so evidently contact within the front runners there has really cost Wells, unfortunately for him. But Harrison Collins leading the way then, with Harley Horton in second place. Unfortunately at the moment I can't quite identify who that is in third. Transponder not picking up whose name that is at the moment. I'll be able to tell you hopefully in a few laps time. It is Callum Boysen actually, number 35. Junior Max there, always towards the front, Callum Boysen, especially over the past few seasons, making a real name for himself here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Very good young but experienced driver, I should say. Very experienced around the raceway, but young, lots of potential within the number 35 Kart. Collins leading the way though at the moment, fairly comfortable lead ahead of Harley Horton in second position, who has also pulled away. Well, it's kind of Voisin actually in second, with Harley Horton battling Archie Kitching in fourth. Decent battles in the midfield though, as the drivers will sort themselves more towards what their pace deserves. A couple of karts pulled into the pits though. Nicole Sutherland and Kieran Kay find their races ending prematurely. Is going to really heat up, I imagine, with these heats, with reduced time in them as well. It's going to become more and more frantic. Only 3 heats to prove themselves. The grid positions in the finals will be absolutely crucial, especially because they may not even get to race against some of their rivals they may come up against in the final. Got to make the most and get as high as possible in these heats. A lot of emphasis on them, more than usual, especially with the prizes up for grabs. Going to be a huge meeting today. Tantalising prospect. Let's hope we don't have too many Luca Corberis, I think his name was, wasn't it? Yeah, Luca Corberis. Let's hope we don't have too many of those at the circuit, if that experience at the Karting World Championships was anything to go by. It's a pretty huge lead for Harrison Collins. 1.73 is his margin back to Callum Voisin. Archie Kitching has pulled away slightly from Ethan Leader though. Harley Horton dropping a little bit further back. Seems fairly tame at the moment with the top 3 or so, all racing at brilliant pace but not closing in on one another. Harrison Collins at the front doesn't seem to be under too much pressure at this moment in time. Now to the top bend he emerges, and that race down to cross the timing line. Over we go as well in that battle for fourth. Ethan Leader and Harley Horton. That one may yet to be resolved. That battle may well go towards the end of this race. We have just under 2.5 minutes remaining of the 7 that we will have for the Formula Blues as well as the Rotax Classes, but really a day all about the Rotax today. Of course, not dismissing those NKRA finals that the Blues are competing in today. Big series for them as well, as is evident by the fact that they have 4 heats as opposed to the normal 3. Of course, step 1 for these drivers will be getting to the A final. If they can only qualify for the B, then getting into the top few positions to qualify on the back of the A, then absolutely critical. Fastest lap currently doesn't belong to any of the top 3. In fact, it belongs to Jez Williams in 7th place. The driver also very familiar with the circuit. A 34.11 is the quickest lap of this race. Slightly quicker than Harley Horton's 34.18, which I think is the next quickest lap time. Both of which are a tenth or so quicker than the best effort mustered by our current race leader, Harrison Collins, a 34.27 for him. Maybe good signs ahead for Williams and Horton. Horton has lost a couple of positions over the course of this race, has regained one since, but may just be finding his stride and just learning the circuit a little bit more. Jez Williams won't need to do too much of that, and with a very decent lap time. Hoping to carry that on into the heats where he's got higher grid positions. Of course, when you are starting further back on the grid as well, fighting through the order, you may be able to clear several karts per lap, but if the quicker drivers are at the front and they are pulling away, it gets more and more difficult as you get through the field to catch them up. They've already established a gap by that point. Harrison Collins, though, is certainly not a driver to be messed with at the front, and with such a significant gap early doors, it was always going to be difficult for anyone else to catch, but Callum Boysen is catching him. Took 0.15 of a second out on that previous lap. Down the gap now down to just over a second. 1.09 was the margin on the last lap, but timer has now hit 0, so next lap will be the final one. I think that's going to work pretty well for Collins, really, before he comes under too much pressure from Callum Boysen in second place, but Boysen at the moment comfortably the quicker kart. Seems pretty comfortable for Harrison Collins for the majority of this race, though. Didn't have too many issues, and we can still call this a fairly comfortable victory in the end, but Boysen certainly beginning to up the pressure, and these two drivers of course may not be competing in all the heats together, but you'd imagine we'll be fairly close together and the grids come the final. But of course, this is the last lap, which means the checkered flag will go for Harrison Collins to win. In the end, 3/4 of a second separating himself from Boysen. That gap smaller than it was a few laps ago, that's for sure. Boysen closing that gap down to 0.75, of course, but 0.16 of a second taken out of Collins by Boysen on that final lap. Kitching third, fourth Harley Horton, with Ethan Leader fifth, sixth Caitlin May, and then James Perrelly ahead of Jez Williams, who actually slipped to 8th in the end despite sporting the quickest lap of the race. Daniel Armstrong and Matty Hingley as your top 10 for Heat 1 of the Junior Max. As I mentioned, though, I believe it's 5 heats for these Junior Rotax as well, so one fewer than the Senior Max, but still a whole host of racing for us to get through as far as the Junior Max are concerned, and once again some brilliant prizes up for grabs, so the quickest drivers absolutely desperate for a positive result, and maybe it will push them to not take so many risks in the heats because they just want to take home that qualifying position, take home the points so that they can make it with a decent position come the grids for the final. Turning our attention for the first time to the Senior Blues then. Who, as I mentioned, at least as far as the race order is concerned, I believe have 4 heats today. Looks like we've got about 15, 16 competitors. At the front looks to be Dave Watts and David Waldron, with Anthony Cleal and Stuart Gray. That's a very quick front couple of rows. And the NKRA finals for the Senior Blue get underway with the first heat of the day as they make their way into the S's and onto the Sturmey Straight for the first time. A little bit of a timid start from a couple of the front runners, especially evident from the fact that Anthony Cleal has been able to promote himself up into second place. one of the front row sitters, I think it was David Waldron, nowhere to be seen as we look at our current top three. Dave Watts and Anthony Cleal, your top two as we approach halfway through our second lap. Dave Watts leading Anthony Cleal, then with Stuart Gray in third. David Waldron losing a couple of positions on that first lap, down to fourth. David Good in fifth. Sixth, Robin Stoddart Stones, with Chris Underhill, Sarita Schoen, Michael Bell and Paul Alexander as your current top 10. No Formula Blue race gets much bigger than this one at Clay Pigeon Raceway. We've got the lucky experience to host these Formula Blues once again. Made several appearances this season as a result of every season across motorsport, really, having a reduced line of fixtures. Cleal behind Dave Watson. Who will it be out of these top two? As I think that's an overtake there, the number 14 down the inside of the number 27 is Ron Schoen, and Kieran Quirk having a decent scrap heading into the horseshoe. Dave Watts and Anthony Cleal as your leading duo back onto the Sturmey straight, the back straight, carrying you all the way to the hairpin. It's fairly lonely ground for Stuart Gray at the moment, already over 2 seconds adrift of Anthony Cleal, but also with 2 seconds back to David Waldron, so has not got too much company at the moment. That third place looking pretty nailed on for Stuart Gray unless dramatic circumstances occur. Wouldn't imagine too much more is going to happen with him position changing, but there's a decent squabble going on further down the order. Number 4 and 12, David Good and Sarita Schoen having a good scrap. I think Schoen has got the better of Good there. Have to see as we head into the horseshoe once again. Decent scrap now between the 6 and the 9, so Stoddart Stones and Russell O'Neill also not quite a coming together, but certainly looking like really close contact between the two. Indeed it is. Robin Stoddart Stones dropping a couple of positions as Sarita Schoen climbs up into the top 5 on that previous lap, so several switches in position in the middle of the park as under 3.5 minutes remain of this race, so just about over the halfway point in terms of the time. I personally quite a fan of the reduced heat times, means the quick fire races, not too much breaking away from those who are very quick, means there's more drama as well, with the drivers wanting to get as high up the field as possible, clear as many karts as they can in reduced time span, always going to make for some interesting manoeuvres along the way. O-Plate and the number 1, 0 and 1, Watts and Cleal, currently your top 2. It's been that order as well for pretty much the entirety of the race. Dave Watts on the front row, Anthony Cleal on the second. Cleal getting straight into second position pretty much immediately. Dave Watts fending off ever since, but hasn't looked uncomfortable doing so. Haven't been too many attempts really from Anthony Cleal. Dave Watts maintaining the pace and was quicker on the previous lap, but they go across the line setting identical lap times this time by, so on very similar pace these two. Next up will be the Honda Cadets, race number 4. Also got them in races 11 and 17. 3 heats for the Honda Cadets, so always a big grid for the Cadets, but not quite enough to warrant 4 or 5 indeed heats, as we have got in some of the other classes today. Still produces some of the most entertaining racing of the day, you have to say. The Honda Cadets, though, looking forward to them next up. Dave Watts leading Anthony Cleal around. Stuart Gray is miles behind, it seems. 5.43 seconds separating Cleal back to number 15 of Stuart Gray. We've got Sarita Schoen in 4th with David Waldron and Michael Bell. Perhaps not a completely settled dispute between the two of them there for 5th place. But otherwise, I think the result for this first heat may be fairly certain. A couple of the front runners already towards the front of the grid. They were always pretty likely to disappear up the road, I suppose. Under 30 seconds to go now. Approaching a back marker, actually. Anthony Cleal has dropped off quite a bit from Dave Watts in the past couple of laps. Lost 0.3 of a second on that lap, and on the previous lap must have lost at least that again for the gap to be now what it is, 0.94 of a second. Looked to be, it was probably about 0.2 of a second, wasn't it? Maybe 3 or 4 laps ago. Not much of a gap whatsoever. Dave Watts a quicker driver now, though, with his best lap of 36.21, 36.27 by Anthony Cleal, his best effort, so just over half a tenth slower by Formula Blues number 1. Across the lap we go, though, is the last lap of the race now, and it is going to be victory for Dave Watts. Further down the order, can we expect too many changes? I don't think so. As the day goes on for these NKRA finals, I'm sure the Senior Blues will be more and more desperate to try and get those top few positions, try and challenge themselves, pushing themselves to the very top, as Dave Watts does win in the end fairly comfortably, 1.39 seconds ahead of Anthony Cleal. I don't know whether Cleal started having some sort of issues towards the end, because it did seem like his pace dropped off fairly significantly towards the end there. Stuart Gray in 3rd, 4th Sarita Schoen. Good work by Sarita Schoen, actually picking her way through the order. Michael Bell in 5th, 6th David Waldron with Robin Stoddart-Stones in 7th, 8th David Good, Paul Alexander in 9th, Chris Underhill number 82 rounding out the top 10. Kieran Quirk in 11th, 12th Ron Schoen with Kevin O'Neill 13th, 14th Phil Shears, and Russell O'Neill, your only non-finisher, retiring on lap 6 for the number 6. Dave Watts, your winner of the first Senior Blue heat of the day. 4 of them we've got, so still a decent amount of racing left for the Formula Blues, but next up are the Honda Cadets. So, Honda Cadets up next, 27 on the grid. So I think if we had maybe 2 more entrants. We probably would have had to stretch to 4 heats, but all being crammed on the track together, bound to produce some very close, very entertaining racing. The Honda Cadets. On pole is Lucas Howell with Sam Green Gomez alongside. Let's see how we get on as they head down towards Billy's blind for the first time. No yellow flags out, I think they were being displayed for a little bit there. There was a bit of a tangle between several karts and it split the field fairly effectively. I don't know whether some of the quicker drivers may have been wrapped up in that incident, and therefore they'll be picking off some of the drivers with less pace as the race goes on. Now they're having to rejoin the fray, but you can see how the last maybe 10 drivers or so have a bit of a gap there where they have all been tangled up in an instant, whether they were directly involved or just trying to slow down to avoid it. At the front though, it's Dalton Hayward with Lucas Howell and Freddie Worlock in second and third. Fourth place as well, leading a huge group of karts. Archie Dyson, kart off at the horseshoe there, so yellow flags waving. Sorry, the hairpin at the top of the circuit. There we go with the back markers as well as they head their way round. Down the front though, Dalton Hayward, Lucas Howell and Freddie Worlock as your top 3. Looks very good for Hayward at the front. In 4th and 5th, Archie Dyson and Hugh Moulton are pretty close together at the moment. Looking like Dyson reading in Freddie Worlock as well for a potential go at 3rd position. 5th and 6th, Hugh Moulton, Sam Green Gomez as things stand. Looking fairly close though, the top few drivers, and with the cadets of course often so difficult to pull away, but Dalton Hayward doing just that at the moment. He's got a fairly decent little lead, 1.49 seconds back to Lucas Howell. So hard to get those dominant margins in Honda Cadets, but Hayward able to achieve that in early doors of this race. Great pace from the young driver in the number 68. Howell and Moulton second and third, with Worlock 4th, 5th Archie Dyson and 6th Jack Price. Directly behind Price as well, Jonathan Piggott, 0.17 of a second behind on that previous lap. I suspect that gap may well be reduced. Looks like they're going to go across the line pretty much side by side actually, and he does get the overtake completed. Piggott, the reverse number of Jack Price's number 71, is up into 5th place. 4 minutes to go then of this Honda Cadet first heat. Looking very good for Hayward out in the lead. Moulton and Howell in second and third as well. Doesn't look like there's too much drama to be had with those 2 positions also, but Worlock and Price, perhaps something there. 4th as well, Hugh Moulton overtaking Lucas Howell on that previous lap of course, so Moulton up into the top 2 for the first time as a result of that overtake a couple of laps ago. Harrison Whittingham and Charles Green both getting the better of Archie Dyson on that previous lap, so Dyson dropping to 9th, Whittingham and Green climbing to 7th and 8th place. Worlock and Price battling it out for 4th at the moment. Worlock trying to hold that position, and similar story a bit further down the road as Piggott and Whittingham also battling it out for 6th. Once again though, here it's a sunny, relatively warm day. It's fairly windy, but definitely could be worse, especially when we consider this is the October meeting, penultimate championship round of the year. Not often quite so lucky with the weather here, sat atop a hill as we are with this particular track. Jack Price overtaking Freddie Worlock on that previous lap. Already the gap between the two fairly significant, and well, looks like third place may be up for grabs as well for Jack Price, as the number 71 having a go on the outside, going into Billy's blind. He will have the attacking line on Lucas Howell. Let's see if he can squeeze past. Not sure whether he has. I don't think he has actually. He just does remain behind for now, but now switches to the inside, heading down towards the hairpin, and does manage to squeeze through now up the inside and get himself into third place. So Jack Price making some really impressive gains in position over the course of this race, climbing up through the order, and now sitting in third. Probably will run out of time, I'd imagine, before he can catch up Hugh Moulton, but unsurprisingly it is Price who does have that fastest lap time. Although, say that, Harrison Whittingham goes across the line with a 40.72 and sets it himself, so Price is 40.74 beaten, and Harrison Whittingham, well, 40.72, that is very quick indeed from a cadet perspective. I'm not sure I've seen at any point Cadet get below the 40-second mark, but Whittingham coming within 7/10 of doing just that. In 6th place at the moment, Whittingham. Across the line goes Hayward now with a brilliant lead, 1.87 seconds, just itching away further and further from Hugh Moulton. And Moulton's gap back to Jack Price reduced now to 0.84 of a second, so certainly not panic stations yet, but definitely has to be aware of the number 71, does Hugh Moulton. They come around the horseshoe with Price, an abundance of pace as things stand. Lucas Howell in 4th place with Jonathan Piggott and Harrison Whittingham 5th and 6th. Across the line we go with the front runners. Number 47 back marker, that is Ethan Francis in the novice, being lapped there by the front runners, and we've just ticked over 7 minutes now, which means next lap, final lap, and it will be a victory parade as far as Dalton Hayward is concerned. It's been a thoroughly dominant display from the number 68. No one else has really come close over the course of this heat. Moulton has been consistently the closest competitor, but hasn't really ventured too close to the ominous lead set by Hayward very early on as well. With just the 3 heats as well, each of these drivers will be competing against only each other over the course of the day. Not going to have too many different drivers and tactics to come up against. Become aware of their opponents early on here, but last lap and Dalton Hayward heading towards a brilliant triumph. Looks to be a fairly interesting battle going on for 4th as well. Lucas Howell, Harrison Whittingham involved. I think Piggott's also in the fray there, but Dalton Hayward will come across the line to take a brilliant victory, and Jack Price was right on Hugh Moulton at the end there. It's going to be side by side going across the line for 4th. Harrison Whittingham does eventually get it. Lucas Howell disappointed because he drops from 4th to 6th on the final lap there, just pushed behind Whittingham and Piggott. What a finale that was for 4th place, with Charles Green in 7th, 8th Freddie Worlock, 9th Archie Dyson, and Cameron Nelson in 10th place, then number 40. Rounding out your top 10, 11th Noah Pike, Zach Harrison in 12th, 13th Sam Green Gomez with Jack Pullen in 14th, 15th Freddie Baker, Amelie Ackett 16th, 17th the highest placed novice Luke Ford, brilliant from him, as Ethan Griffiths, Oliver Gussman and Harry Cotterill round out your top 20 of the 27 who started, and 26 of those finished as well. It's only Jensen Hookey who on lap 7 unfortunately out of the race. But a great finale, especially for 4th place. Harrison Whittingham will be very pleased to get 4th at the end of that, especially with such a quick lap time, 40.72. Jack Price in the end set a 46.6 by the way, so takes quickest lap of that particular race. Hayward and Moulton in 1st and 2nd, with Jack Price your 3rd placed Honda Cadet driver after the first heat. And next up already is going to be the Senior Rotax once again, race number 5. Of course, we've got 6 of these heats to cram in the 24 heats that we have for you over the course of the morning and the early afternoon action. And next up will be heat 2 for the Senior Rotax, and well, it will be the start of the day for several drivers who weren't able to compete in heat number 1, weren't assigned to be a part of the grid for that particular one, so they will be making an appearance in this race. Louis Barker alongside Oliver Meadows with Teddy Clinton and Riley Stevenson looks to be your top couple of rows. Let's see who will get the best run down to Billy's. And we'll have seen the results earlier on, know that Ellswood, Lothar and Haig were the top 3 in Heat 1. Not sure if any of those 3, well, William Ellswood is in the race. I'm not seeing the other 2. Don't think Lothar or Haig are a part of this one, but it is Ellswood's 2 from 2. Let's see if he can claim 2 from 2. He's starting much further down the order this time. We get underway with the Senior Max once again. 26 drivers take to the track. Heat number 2. A lot of these drivers will be looking to get their day off to a positive start as they head towards a hairpin for the first time. As I mentioned, it was Barker on the front row, on pole I should say. Number 97 is currently up to second place, Riley Stevenson that is. Top 4 already looking to pull away from the rest of the pack. I think Oliver Meadows is still involved within the top 4. We'll be able to see as they go across the line. So it is Oliver Meadows still at the front, Riley Stevenson, Teddy Clinton and James Moorcroft as your current top 4. Around the horseshoe we go then. Number 82 of Louis Barker looks to have gotten himself involved in an incident of some sort. Is quite far off on the back of the pack, maybe a spin along the way somewhere. The yellow flags waving for something that's happened down at Billy's, just out of my cone of vision unfortunately, but no overtaking down in that first sector. Top 5 though. Now it's turned from a 4 into a 5, and looks like, well, 6th place Archie Brown is also keen to latch onto that back of the front running carts, but Riley Stevenson is now your race leader with Oliver Meadows leading for just a lap. Stevenson getting the better of him. Teddy Clinton now up into second place with James Moorcroft third, 4th Benjamin Burgess, and now Oliver Meadows all the way down in 5th place. In fact, might have just dropped to 6th because I think that's the number 72 also finding a way through, Archie Brown. So Meadows struggling at the moment to maintain the pace that the top few drivers have. Riley Stevenson and Teddy Clinton in the number 45 in second place, and actually they've now managed to pull away from 3rd placed James Moorcroft. Into Billy's we go once more. No sign of any mistakes anytime soon from the top couple of drivers. Riley Stevenson leading the way in the first race for Stevenson today. We'll see later on exactly which heat Stevenson is involved in. Clinton in second place though, out of the top end we go. And across the timing line once again, bumper to bumper. Teddy Clinton surely will be making the move soon. Does look up the inside at Billy's and has made the move into the race lead. Teddy Clinton, and onto the Sturmey straight for the first time. It is number 45 leading the way in this one. Our 3rd different race leader so far in the 5 laps that have passed. In 3rd place is Benjamin Burgess now, with James Moorcroft having also fallen behind Archie Brown as well as Burgess, so down to 5th now for the number 21. across the line we go once again. Already a fairly decent margin pulled out by Denny Clinton. 0.4 of a second back to Riley Stevenson at the end of the first lap, in which Clinton has led the way, and Burgess in third as well, closing in on Stevenson, actually 0.6 of a second quicker than the number 97 on that previous lap. So maybe another competitor to deal with for Riley Stevenson. Benjamin Burgess looking very quick at this moment in time. Archie Brown 4th, 5th is James Moorcroft with Machi Hamera in 6th position. 7th place Oliver Meadows, Reese Hurd 8th, 9th Jensen Watts with William Ellswood rounding out to the top 10. Actually, I think it's Nelson King has just crept into the top 10 there, pushing Ellswood out of it, and Tin and Raw is up there as well, just sitting outside the top 10 at the moment, which goes to show you just how quick the field really is. Some drivers, as I mentioned, will be wanting to gain the experience around the circuits. British Kart Championships will be at Clay Pigeon next weekend. He's hoping for some brilliant action here then as well. Sure, we will get it with some of the quicker drivers in the country, though we have a lot of them here today, especially in the Rotax classes. Clay Pigeon has really become a brilliant place to start with Rotax racing over the past few seasons. Clinton continuing to lead the way then in our final couple of minutes of racing in Heat 2. Stevenson, Burgess, Brown, Hamera and Moorcroft as your current top 6. Moorcroft has Hurd and Watts close in tow though. These two don't look like they're keen to go away anytime soon. And not too far away either, Oliver Meadows and Nelson King, who wrap up your top 10 of the current standings. Who is the quickest driver on the circuit? Best lap belongs to is Nelson King, the 9th place driver, who has been picking his way up through the field, not unnoticed. And surely as the days go on and Nelson King is a slightly further up grid position, he really will be amalgamating the points then. Already we'll get a decent haul from when he wasn't starting in too pretty a position on the grid. Stevenson and Burgess now, that's looking like a real tussle is soon to ensue. Burgess has been catching and closing on Stevenson over the past few laps, and surely looks a bit of a matter of time now. Into the final 30 seconds though, Stevenson may opt for the defensive approach as the race begins to enter the last couple of laps. Archie Brown in 4th place will watch on with eager intent as well. Archie and Mara not too far behind, and it's some brilliant racing actually with Moorcroft, Hurd and Watts as well, with King and Meadows also involved. A 3-way battle particularly for that position, as Burgess has a look up the inside now at the hairpin, and Benjamin Burgess up into 2nd place does make that look fairly easy in the end. Riley Stevenson at the hairpin had no response to the speed from the number 31, was able to keep that speed, good exit from the S's, keep the speed down the Sternies. And on the last lap it is Benjamin Burgess who starts this lap at least in 2nd position, and can't imagine that Stevenson's going to have too much of a reply. Brown and Hamera in 4th and 5th, and then 6th, 7th and 8th looks like a fairly decent tussle as well. Hurd, King and Watts. Nelson King making a late charge here to see if we can get into the top 6 or so. Number 36, I think that is, of Jensen Watts. I think just overtaking Nelson King there, but going across the line is Teddy Clinton who wins. But Benjamin Burgess 2nd, Riley Stevenson 3rd, 4th Archie Brown, Machi Amara 5th, 6th does go to Nelson King. Brilliant result from him. As Jensen Watts 7th, 8th Reese Hurd, 9th James Moorcroft with William Ellswood, the Heat 1 winner of course, finishing in 10th here. Probably won't be too disappointed with that result, I think it's fair to say, starting so far down the order. Oliver Meadows in 11th, 12th Reese Hunter, Tin and Rook in 13th, 14th Ryan Luscombe with Thomas Storer 15th, 16th Ben Page with Alex Bentley in 17th, 18th Joseph Taylor, Josh Bullen in 19th and 20th place Jack Maidment. And Nelson King, fastest lap of the race, first race of the day for him, and manages to climb all the way up to 6th place. Perhaps an early favourite, have to wait and see. But Teddy Clinton with, in the end, made it look easy. Fairly comfortable victory for Clinton, won by 2.38 seconds back to Benjamin Burgess, who had another impressive race. Well, we've now had 2 races of the senior Rotax, but none yet of the Minimax, but it is their grid, as they will be underway very shortly with their first race of the day. First heat for the Minimax, who once again, as being a part of the Rotax series, is a big incident though at the start, and lots of carts off onto the grass, just contact between a few of the drivers, and mayhem at the start of this Minimax first heat, as the I think it was the pole sitter actually was spun around right at the start, and lots of carts had to also go off to avoid the chaos, but not a good start for those who were at the front. And well, actually looks like we are going to get going once again. Bit of a chaotic start, and as a result looks like we are going to go around probably for another formation lap as well. I can't see that well, are they going to be allowed to get going with the grid as it is? Looks like we are now, this time attempt number 2 starting for the Minimax. So yeah, once again going now, but a couple of carts have come together once again here, just off the exit of Billy's. Coming together between the number 77 and 69. And well, big impact there, as well as a cart on the back of another one at the horseshoe. Latched right over the top of him, but luckily that could have had a much bigger impact, and well, right on the head of the driver who was in front there. Looks like he might be in some discomfort actually. This could be a red flag before long. At the front it's Chloe Chong leading the way, with Jay Lawrence and Ben Crossley as your top 3. Yellow flag still waving for the moment, but that driver looks in some discomfort. Did have a cart lodged pretty much on the back of his neck as they went into the horseshoe. Driving behind with a bit too much speed, just went right over the top of that driver who was ahead. Still yellow flags waving at the moment, so we race on into the horseshoe, and the number 56 of Ben Crossley with a fairly decent little lead there at the moment. Chloe Chong and Andrew Douglas, but there we go, red flags unsurprisingly are now out. Our first halt of the day told us slow down the drivers, and the Minimax first heat with a red flag here. So back underway with the Minimax heats then. After the red flag incident are back up and running again, and Ben Crossley resumes the race in the lead. 16 finding a way past the 26, Andrew Douglas getting past Jay Lawrence in a change for second place. Very much no let up at all, but there's a big gap, a big incident there, crash at the hairpin. One car being hurled backwards onto the grass, but is looking to rejoin the track. Actually, well, yeah, I think pulling off onto the grass there, so a retirement for that particular driver about halfway through this race, and it will surely be a retirement for the number 71 as well. That side pod is not looking like his position quite where it should be, and it's very close between the number 26 and whichever driver that was as well, that was bouncing nearly across the grass there, being pushed out very wide at the entrance to the Sturmey Straight, but very close there with the Minimax. And nearly another incident that could have gone fairly badly wrong, but luckily was given enough space in the end. Rejoins the circuit safely enough. Yellow flag still at the hairpin for a driver who's been off, but this has certainly been the most action-packed race so far. Ben Crossley leading the way. Andrew Douglas with a big gap to make up, but was slightly quicker on that previous lap actually than our current race leader. And Chloe Chong in third place ahead of Braden Hill by the looks of things, third and fourth for those two, and then a little margin back to the GP of Harry Linden with Jay Lawrence then, who's dropped a few positions over the past few laps actually. Now finds himself in 8th behind Brian Collins and Finn Smith. Oliver Kerr in 9th, and 10th place Benjamin Bartlett. There's 5 carts bumper to bumper, and trying to have a look at the inside here in a change for third. I think that's Braden Hill up the inside of Chong. Linden also there in a 3-way battle for third, and is looking very tight, but they all just about make it round buttons, and once again we'll head into the top end. Let's see the order as they go across the line. This is enabled as well, those 3 squabbling, the drivers behind to catch up. Linden and Hill have both got ahead of Chong, so Linden big gainer and the GP plated cart, and Chloe Chong dropping to 5th. 6th is now Finn Smith, Brian Collins in 7th, and Jay Lawrence has picked up a contact warning along the way. Andrew Douglas still looking to try and reel in Ben Crossley. He is doing that on times at the moment, but I think may just about run out of time before he can really apply a lot of pressure to the race leader. Is looking fairly close though. It's now down to 0.86 of a second. Across the line we go with Linden, Smith, Hill and Chong as your now current order. So Finn Smith now the big winner in that one, overtaking both Hill and Chong on that previous lap. So really good progress from the 19 of Finn Smith. Into the horseshoe goes this fight as well. Harry Linden in third place since getting into that position, hasn't had too many problems, and Finn Smith is next up behind him, climbing far up the order, both of those two drivers. And across the line we go, Braden Hill, Chong, Collins, Lawrence and Kerr, almost nothing to separate them. Benjamin Bartlett also there, very close at the front of that particular battle. It's looking like there's going to be a bit of contact there, as it is a bit of a side swipe on one of the drivers. I think that could definitely incur the nose penalty for whoever that was. Might have been the number 12 of Brian Collins. That looked a fairly heavy impact. It remains to be seen, I suppose, until after the race whether that is the case. But last lap now for these drivers. Ben Crossley surely on his way to a victory, unless some dramatic last lap circumstances happen with Andrew Douglas not too far behind. Then Harry Linden and Finn Smith in 3rd and 4th. 5th and 6th are Braden Hill and Brian Collins. Into the hairpin they go, and there is contact between the pair. Manages to find a way through, and that is the number 12 of Brian Collins overtaking Braden Hill. Hairpin on the final lap, and across the line we go then. Ben Crossley will claim the victory. Andrew Douglas in 2nd. 3rd place Harry Linden. 4th Finn Smith. And across the line we go with the remainder of the top 10. Braden Hill, Chloe Chong, Oliver Kerr, Jay Lawrence and Benjamin Bartlett as the rest of your top 10. Very close together, those from, I think, 6th downwards it was. Braden Hill, 0.27 seconds. And then, 0.13 seconds ahead of Chloe Chong, who was then a further 0.3 ahead of Oliver Kerr. Only then 0.15 separating Kerr from Lawrence, so very close together in that middle of the top 10 swabble. Into the pits we go. Conclusion of the first Minimax race of the day. Next up will be the 177s, who have also yet to take to the track. Before them we will see the junior Rotax on the track once more for their second heat of 5. So next up then, 177 and 177 Masters, but I think a few team members might have a little bit of cleaning up to do as they pick up various karts which are positioned at various stages around the circuit. Bit of a chaotic race, that one by the Minimax. Ben Crossley eventually coming out on top with Andrew Douglas in second. Time now then for the 177 and 177 Masters, their first race of the day. Not the Masters, but the 177s will also have a brilliant host of prizes up for grabs, as with the rest of the Rotax Classes, as I mentioned, with the O-plate meeting firmly underway. Taking their places on the grid, it looks like it's Sam Winter on pole. As we head down towards the star line and get underway with our first race of the day for the 177 and the 177 Masters. Derek Hunt was supposed to be starting alongside Sam Winter on the front row, but I think has actually pulled into the pits early on, had a spin in the formation lap, and I don't think has actually made it to the start of this race. Maybe towards the back of the field there. We'll have to wait and see as we go across the line, but we are underway anyway with the 7-minute heat, the 3 heats that we will have for the 177s, so each of the drivers, as is the case with the cadets, will meet each other once again in the other heats and won't be met with any fresh faces along the way. But the race leader Sam Winter, often when he is in the lead, it is the case that he will be pretty good at leading and controlling a race if he starts towards the front, and has dropped behind Oliver Appleby, but still can expect him to be within the top few positions or so as the race goes on for the number 10. Oliver Appleby then, not a name I recognise to be completely honest. He's leading the way here in the number 32. He's of the 177 variety. The Masters, when they get over a certain age, is it 35? They then become a Master. Only based on age, no differences within the karts themselves. There's a black and white flag out, so that's a contact warning, which Philip Hayworth picks up. Another name who isn't a regular at Clay, but makes appearances, especially in the bigger meetings, and is here once again in what will be one of our biggest meetings this season, if not the biggest of the season. Hayworth turns up, often brings a big team behind him as well. Nice to see him back out on the track. Oliver Appleby continuing to lead the way though at the moment, fairly comfortably. Sam Winter over a second adrift of the number 32. And then a gaggle of 4 karts behind Winter, with Rich, Edwards, Branfield and Rabjohns all involved in that fray. Cole Edwards as well, driver as always we can expect to see towards the front in the E plate here, looking to replace the E with an O if things go well enough over the course of the day. Oliver Appleby still continuing to lead the way, and Sam Winter without too much company in second position. Cole Edwards up to third now, with Ian Branfield in fourth position. Liam Rabjohns and Darren Rich is the big loser there, dropping down to sixth place as a result of those other drivers gaining the positions. Across the line we go. 1.11 is the difference between Appleby and Winter, but Cole Edwards has closed in on Winter as well, down to just under 0.7 of a second now. Very close still between Edwards, Branfield and Rabjohns. That is a battle which is determined to not evaporate. Into the top end goes that battle as well, from third down to fifth. Cole Edwards still in charge of it at the moment and looking to reel in Sam Winter in a change for second place. Could turn a four-way battle fairly soon, but Darren Rich has firmly dropped off of the trail there. He's now over a second adrift of fifth place Liam Rabjohns. Into the horseshoe we go then. Race leader Oliver Appleby still continuing to lead the way without too much fuss. Cole Edwards now right behind Sam Winter. I thought he was going to have a little look at the top end, but no way through there. He opts to not make a move at Billy's either, so we'll stay behind for at least a couple more corners. Exit so important of the S's, of course, to try and gain maximum speed down the Sternley Straight and into the hairpin. Still want to carry some of that momentum towards the left-hander of the horseshoe, one of the few left corners on the circuit. Gaggle of 4 karts now. It really is a four-way battle for second place as Cole Edwards has a look up the inside and at the hairpin does go up the inside. Also trying to follow through is Ian Branfield on Sam Winter. He's going to be able to do that, you know, and Sam Winter does drop to fourth. Also now got Liam Rabjohns for company as well, who was just a little bit too far back to make advantage of the fact that those two drivers just ahead of him were also finding a way through. So may have to wait a little while before he makes his particular move, but Sam Winter dropping a couple of positions, and Liam Rabjohns will be looking for a top 4 place as well. Now he dies at the inside, and at the hairpin Liam Rabjohns also getting through. So at the hairpin over 2 laps losing 3 positions, Sam Winter. Philip Hayworth is up to 6th, with Darren Rich in 7th place now. Dan Milner, Ian Brown and Aaron Yeo as your top 10. Across the line we go then, with not very much to separate from, is it 7th place downwards really. Darren Rich has got 0.16 of a second behind him, and then it's only just under half a second back to the next opponent after that as well. So yeah, we can see as the number 44 of Darren Rich makes his way round, it's dropped behind Hayworth now, and it has got lots of carts chewing up, also looking at Rich and thinking, I could potentially get myself into the top 7 here. All the way down to 13th placed Ayrton Anderson. Really, there's not very much of a gap from 7th to 13th. Little to separate those drivers, and I'm sure there will be several positional changes for the end of this race too. Oliver Appleby with no troubles though, leading the way, nearly 2 seconds is advantage now. I don't think we've had a win of over 2 seconds so far today, but maybe this one could be the race. Last lap now for the 177's first heat. Appleby leading. Cole Edwards second, third Ian Brownfield, fourth Liam Rabjohns, and fifth Sam Winter. Can't see too much changing there. Potentially Winter being overtaken by Philip Hayworth, who, as he so often does, able to show that pace. Dan Milner in 7th position. And then a big gap back to Henry Ayers in 8th place. Checkered flag has gone though. Oliver Appleby, your race winner. Cole Edwards, Ian Brownfield, Liam Rabjohns, Sam Winter, Philip Hayworth, Dan Milner, Henry Ayers, Aaron Yeo and Darren Rich, your top 10, with Ian Brown, Ayrton Anderson very close to it. And then Joe Fifner in 13th, 14th, William Abram, with Ben Johnson in 15th. The only non-finishers, Derek Hunt and Charlie Worley, who retired on lap 2, did Charlie Worley there. We'll be hoping for more in the upcoming 2 heats for the 177s later on in the day. Next up will be Junior Rotax for their second heat. So second heat for the Junior Max then. Once again, huge amount of carts, and they've all got to try and find their way into that one corner, hopefully unscathed. Lincoln Bailey Arneson alongside Noah Hadley at the front. Winner of heat number 1 was Harrison Collins, with Voisin in second position. Either of those two involved in this one. Callum Voisin started all the way down in 13th position. And it is the GP of Harrison Collins also in this race. So both of the top 2 in heat number 2 won't be involved, of course, in a couple of the heats. Whether they will share the heats they're not involved with, we'll have to wait and see. At the front at the moment, who are our early front runners? It is Hadley and Bailey Arneson, who have got away well. with then Nelson and Ball as the other two who look to have pulled away slightly from the rest of the pack, of which there is so little to separate most of them, but it's been relatively controlled so far from a Junior Max perspective, not too much chaos. Well, big incident there actually, and just as I say that, out of the horseshoe, a few cars coming together there, shunting each other, and one I think going over the wheel of another, but fortunately nothing too disastrous for any of the drivers involved. Don't know whether some might have to incur a nose cone penalty or indeed retire the kart if it is too badly damaged, but just looked like one of the drivers had to go slow for whatever reason, maybe trying to avoid a kart ahead who failed us at overtake, and as a result the cars just behind just looped up over the top of it, but only just making contact with the side of the tyre, so comes back down without too much of an impact. Now what a lead already for Noah Hadley, by the way, over a second back to Lincoln Bailey Arneson. Amelia Nelson, there's yellow flags at the Billy's blind. Amelia Nelson is in third place and also relatively close to the action, but pulled away fairly well from the rest of the pack, as now has Harrison Collins, who's had a brilliant first few laps all the way up to fourth. Callum Green and Kieran Kay in fifth and sixth, and well, Callum Boysen hasn't quite been so lucky, in 11th place still, so has made progress but not anywhere near as much as we have seen from Harrison Collins. Boysen would definitely want to finish ahead of Collins here in order to stay in control of his own destiny going into the final few heats. But looks a retirement for one of the drivers here. Pulled that kart off to the side just before the entrance to the S's. Noah Hadley, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Amelia Nelson as your top three. Nelson still giving Bailey Arneson plenty of a headache, but Collins is not too far away now. We know from heat number one how quick Collins can be. And gee, if the GP plate doesn't tell you all you need to know, very quick driver is Harrison Collins, and already in the space of pretty much me saying that sentence, he's been able to catch up to Bailey Arneson and Nelson. Right on the back of the pair of them now, and trying to go up the inside at Billy's. Think he'll probably get that move done there. And on to Sturmey Straight we go. It is indeed Collins up into third place now. Lincoln Bailey Arneson the next opponents, and then it's only Noah Hadley separating him from yet another race win. Seeing 2 wins from 2 races when there's so many on the field, and well, even more than there are on the track. The 28 that started this race, even more than that as entrants who signed on to win 2 of the races of the heats. Truly phenomenal stuff from Harrison Collins if he is able to do that, but still, it's all order. Because Noah Hadley now has such a gap as well at the front, 1.93 seconds ahead of Lincoln Bailey Arneson in second, but not for long, because now Collins up into second place. And has Amelia Nelson made the most of that as well, following through on the exit to the horseshoe? We shall see as they come across the line. Collins in second, of course, but it is Nelson, yet Amelia Nelson up into third, so Lincoln Bailey Arneson just switched off for a second there. Probably didn't realise that Amelia Nelson was also on the hunt trying to gain a position. As a result, concedes 2. Jez Williams in 5th, 0.69 of a second adrift of Lincoln Bailey Arneson's 25 kart. Out of the top end then, Noah Hadley. What pace does he have in comparison to Harrison Collins? Was 2.2 seconds, the gap now down to 2.01, so nearly 2/10 quicker Harrison Collins on that previous lap. What can we expect to see from Noah Hadley? Will he be able to pull out the pace required to beat Harrison Collins to a second victory in a row? 6th and 7th. Nicole Sutherland and Archie Walker. It looks like the two of them trying to catch up to Lincoln Bailey Arneson, but fairly comfortably adrift of Ethan Leader, Callum Boyce and Archie Kitching, who are in a very interesting trio. Actually also a part of that, Callum Green, only 0.3 of a second behind, and Lucas Hayden not far beyond that as well. Lots of individual battles around the circuit, and not very many drivers, you can say, are definitely going to finish in the position in which they currently occupy. Hadley leads, but the gap now 1.54 seconds. Doesn't have too many laps left to hold out, but Collins certainly the quicker of the two. And out of the hairpin now, and Hadley really making the most of that high grid position, as you've got to, of course, racing at this level. Callum Boyce in now, very much at the front of his pack, still ahead of Ethan Leader, Callum Green and Archie Kitching, making decent progress. Callum Boyce in 8th. I don't know whether he will be disappointed that perhaps a slightly slow start from his point of view has maybe cost him a couple more positions over the course of the race. Would have helped him stay in touch with Harrison Collins perhaps, but I don't think Collins is going to be able to claim the victory here. Noah Hadley has been brilliant at controlling this race and will be the winner of it. Out of the top end, it is the number 74 of Noah Hadley with a brilliant win. Beats Harrison Collins to the line. Eventually 1.44 seconds is the gap, with Jez Williams in 3rd, 4th Amelia Nelson, with Lincoln Bailey Arneson in 5th, 6th Archie Walker, with Nicole Sutherland 7th, Callum Boyce in, Ethan Leader and Callum Green as your top 10. So top 2 from the heats 1 finish in 2nd and 8th. Few more drivers stating their interest in the top few positions for the grid, but still 3 heats of junior Rotax to come today. Next up will be the Formula Blue for their second heat of 4. And the race won there by Noah Hadley, preventing Harrison Collins from claiming 2 wins from 2. Hadley gaining max points. Let's see what he can make in heats 3 and 4. Next up then, the Senior Blues, their second heat of the day. Such a big day for these drivers as well, the NKRA finals, which to my memory are often here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. The Blues like it here, as do so many Rotax drivers these days, and no less of a big event today for the Blues than it is for the Rotax Classes as we get this one underway. Russell O'Neill and Stuart Gray are together on the front row. Anthony Cleal a little bit further down the order. One to watch out for, along with Dave Watts, of course, who was the winner in Heat 1. So keep an eye on those two. Dave Watts would be dead last if it weren't for the two novices that make up the absolute rear of the grid, Kieran Quirk and Phil Shears, making their presence known on the Formula Blue stage. But despite the 4 heats, we will not have a B final for the Formula Blues. Their race will be race number 26, their final. Finals on schedule at the moment to be 12 minutes and a lap, so quite a bit longer than the length of the heats. We'll be testing the drivers, not only their driving acumen, but also fitness as the day wears on. Especially in a race that long, as the number 82 loses control of the kart and spins it onto the grass. Is that game over in this heat, or will he be able to get that one going again? Looks fairly terminal. I don't think he's going to get that one going again. Just a bit too much speed coming out of the horseshoe. Couldn't control it. Tyres on the kart, on the grass, and that was the end of that. Chris Underhill, that is, who unfortunately, the race has come to an end after just one lap completed. Stuart Gray and Russell O'Neill are battling it out at the front. Anthony Cleal has made brilliant progress to find himself in third after just a couple of laps, and Dave Watts also climbing the order into 6th now. See how they both are as we go across the line. Cleal in 3rd, Bell in 4th. 5th is Dave Watts now, so has climbed to 5th ahead of Paul Alexander and Ron Schoen, who are a little further back now. It looks like from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, they're all fairly equally distanced. Sure, that's likely to change as the quicker drivers will be looking to pull in the opponents just ahead of them up the road. But, well, rejoining the race now is Underhill. Stuart Gray leading this race still, with Russell O'Neill close behind, but Anthony Cleal is looking to close that gap and try to make sure that he can also be involved in the conversation. Around the horseshoe go the front few karts, top 5 consisting of Gray, O'Neill, Cleal, Bell and Watts. Dave Watts now looking for a 4th place as he tries to get past Michael Bell. I think he's already been able to do it really on the straight, and does manage to stay ahead, but maybe thinking about regaining that position. Just carried a little bit more speed there. Watts going into the S's. Michael Bell couldn't quite get later on the brakes. As a result, does have to concede the position. Dave Watts remains in 4th, and Bell can't reclaim that place. A little bit of a drift there from Stuart Gray, shedding off a little bit of the speed, which has enabled Russell O'Neill to properly close in, able to mount a bit of a challenge on the number 15 as they head across the line once more. Maybe thinking about that race lead now certainly seems more possible from a Russell O'Neill perspective. Anthony Cleal's right there, suddenly a 3-way battle for the lead, looks very much on as has a look up the inside of Stuart Gray. Does Russell O'Neill, and he's not quite got that done. I think just backed out of it in the end, as remains fairly defensive Stuart Gray for this one. At the hairpin, just decided against it in the end. Out of the top end, these top 3 once more. In 4th place, Dave Watts as well, who will be very much determined to catch up into Billy's once again. Stuart Gray has yet to concede the lead in this race. Has been very close to doing so, but 2.5 minutes remain, and that's a long time to hold on, especially with two quicker drivers behind. Anthony Cleal as well will, of course, he'll be looking to overtake Russell O'Neill first, really, who is in now a bit more of a compromising position. Maybe if he was going to pass Stuart Gray, should have been able to do so without the pressure of Anthony Cleal's number one behind. Heading into Billy's once again. No movement within that top three. Dave Watts is really closing in on them as well. Stuart Gray, because he is a little slower than the two drivers behind, it means that they're effectively on the same pace as Stuart Gray, and takes a fairly narrow line once again. The back losing it ever so slightly, which enables Russell O'Neill to get really close to the back of Stuart Gray. Dave Watts now not far behind this top three battle either. Ticking down towards the final 60 seconds or so, and is this the moment for Russell O'Neill? Not quite. Didn't think he looked quite close enough as they were approaching the first corner of the circuit. Onto Sturmey's once again. Anthony Cleal watching on with interest, but now Russell O'Neill does commit up to the inside and does get the move done at the hairpin. Is now our new race leader, and Anthony Cleal can't quite fashion a way through himself. Stuart Gray down to second, Russell O'Neill leading the way, and Anthony Cleal's pushed out wide. Dave Watts has an opportunity to get into third place, which he takes with both hands. Thank you very much. And he is now promoted into third place. Anthony Cleal down to fourth. He'll be disappointed to see the zero-plated Kart ahead of him now, but he gets it ever so slightly wrong at Billy's there. Enabled an opportunity for Anthony Cleal, who couldn't quite capitalise. I'm not quite sure what really happened at Buttons there, but Cleal had to take a wide line. I think maybe he was going to crash into the back of one of the other karts, so had to go out wide, and that just enabled Dave Watts to say thank you very much, I'll go up the inside and take your position. Up into third he goes, but the top four still very much not a finished article. 10 seconds to go as they cross the line. Russell O'Neill now looks more comfortable in that lead, but Dave Watts right behind Stuart Gray, who's been a thorn in the side for these front-running drivers over the course of this race. And around the hairpin they go then for what will be one of the last times in this race. All of this time remaining behind Stuart Gray gives Russell O'Neill a brilliant opportunity to go on and win this one. Having to make their way past the back marker at the moment, but the number 6 of Russell O'Neill across the line. Unsurprisingly, is Dave Watts, who out of these four drivers does have the quickest lap time at the moment, a 36.54, which is actually 4/10 quicker than the best effort managed by the man he's battling with at the moment and trying to get past Stuart Gray in the number 15. This is the last lap of the race, so last chance saloon for Dave Watts to try and get past, but I think Stuart Gray's going to be able to hold on to it. You know, he's been able to hold on this long. Just one more corner to go. The top end beckons as out of it they come. Russell O'Neill will surely take the victory. The second place is going to go to Stuart Gray. I think Dave Watts couldn't quite get alongside, and as a result, Stuart Gray with a well-earned second place there. Russell O'Neill, though, brilliant drive. He claims his first win of the day. Dave Watts in third in the end, behind Gray, with Anthony Cleal in fourth. Fifth, Michael Bell. Sarita Schoen in sixth. Paul Alexander, Kevin O'Neill, David Waldron, and then it's Kieran Quirk, the novice, who claims 10th place. Time now then for the Senior Max third heat, and pretty remarkably, of course, some of these drivers won't have raced yet so far today, so they will be getting their race underway. And of course, as these heats go on, if it's some of these drivers, ultimately this will be their final heat of the day. If they were in heats 1 and 2, as a Kart ends up backwards, not quite making contact with the tyre wall, but nearly, the tyre warmth will definitely come into play in tyre wear if the drivers involved, of course, it's their first time using the tyres, whereas some of the drivers might be on their third race using them, so a little bit of pace will differ as a result of that. Interesting to see how that plays out, especially in this heat and the later ones. At the front at the moment is the number 29, Lewis Gilbert. Not a name I'm sure I've read out many times today. I don't know if this is perhaps first race of the day. Kart in a little bit of a precarious position there. Yellow flags waving for the horseshoe to let the drivers know. Bumper to bumper as they head around the horseshoe then in these early stages. Let's see as they go across the line what the order is. Lewis Gilbert ahead of Morgan Porter, Joshua Poulain and James Johnson in the number 7, and rounding out the top 4, Tom Adams, Kai Hunter, Archie Brown, Oakley Pryor, Spencer Shinner and Charlie Turner as your current top 10. Top 4 looking very racy at the moment. Not much separating any of them, but all fairly equally distanced as well. Looks like there may be a change on the cards potentially for second place fairly soon, but look at the amount of carts backwards from, well, really it's the number 72, isn't it, of Archie Brown. Pretty much every driver behind him, as Oakley Pryor goes up the inside of Archie Brown at the hairpin, manages to make that move, and Oakley Pryor in the number 2. He is up into 7th place now. Across the line go the top 3, top 4 actually, separated by very little. Lewis Gilbert still continuing to lead the way. It's Gilbert, Porter, Poulain and Johnson. Johnson having a look up the inside of the hairpin as well. Looks like he's made that move. Hairpin definitely seems to be the most favourable corner on this circuit as the day has gone on so far. So Poulain down to 4th. It's Kai Hunter and Tom Adams in 5th and 6th, and 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th all very close in tow. A little bit of a gap then to 13th place Jack Steadman. Difficult even for the very quick drivers though to make progress in a field that's this condensed and compact. Johnson ahead of Poulain on that previous lap, but no other changes within the top 4 since. Kai Hunter and Tom Adams still remain in 5th and 6th, just about out of touch of the top 4 at the moment, but comfortably adrift of 7th place Charlie Turner, who's got the better of Oakley Pryor. Now ahead of Pryor, sporting the number 2, would certainly be hoping to be kicking around in the top few positions. At the moment struggling to nail down a position right at the very top. It's number 82 who's retired right in front of my commentary box, really. Middle of the circuit. He's the only retirement so far. There's one novice out on the track as well. It's Bertie Wellesley, who is in 25th place. With over 50 drivers competing in the Senior Max today. Absolutely huge amount of numbers, and the B final will be much bigger than we're usually used to seeing as well. Usually used to seeing between maybe 5 and 8 carts in B final. I imagine it's going to be a fairly hefty chunk, and it's certainly going to make them a very watchable event as well. Led from pretty much the start though, Lewis Gilbert, and hasn't had too many issues as the clock ticks down into the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds. James Johnson has since got into 2nd place though, overtaking GP plated Morgan Porter. You can often tell the quality of the driver. Well, you can tell when they're very high quality drivers by the plates that they sport, whether it's a single digit or a GP plate, as Morgan Porter is showing at the moment. Each of the, well, two of the current top four with number plates that let you know they mean business. Onto the Sturmey straight once again go the current top five. Josh Poulain and Kai Hunter looking like they may be having a little bit of a debate for that position fairly soon. Kai Hunter has been reeling in Joshua Poulain for a few laps now. Maybe a change for fourth, which is approaching. Across the line, number 57 of Tom Adams ahead of Charlie Turner, Tom Edmonds, Oakley Pryor and Brandon Haig, who's just slotted himself up into the top 10 now. Archie Brown 11th, 12th Sam Stansbury, who's gained a couple of positions. Jack Steadman in 13th, 14th Spencer Shinner, and Ben Casely, who's unfortunately lost a few positions on that last lap. James Moorcroft all the way down in 16th tells you everything you need to know about how competitive this field really is. A driver of his pace and quality, pretty much the middle of the pack, really does indicate the competitiveness of it. Lewis Gilbert, fairly plain sailing still at the moment. James Johnson ever so slightly quicker than him, but with gaining only 0.02 of a second on the previous lap, I don't think the race leader has anything to immediately worry about. Battle as well ensuing between a couple of drivers who are battling it out for, is that 7th and 8th place, I believe. So Tom Adams and Tom Edmonds, two very similar names, and out on the track they're in a very similar position. Fastest lap belonging to second place James Johnson in the number 7. We've had our 7 minutes, which means next lap will be the last lap of the race. Lewis Gilbert hasn't got much longer now before he will be greeting the checker flag, surely, as the winner of this race. Unless he makes a mistake on this last lap here. James Johnson is breathing down his neck, but shouldn't be enough to make Lewis Gilbert bottle this lead. He wouldn't have thought. 0.34 of a second the gap, so it's not immediate overtaking territory, that's for sure. Looks like we're fairly certain to get the top 10 or so, as they currently are, and it is going to be Lewis Gilbert who wins the race ahead of James Johnson by 0.37 of a second. Morgan Porter in third. Fourth goes to Kai Hunter, with Joshua Poulain in fifth. Sixth, Charlie Turner. 7th, Tom Edmonds. 8th, Tom Adams. Oakley Pryor in 9th. And 10th place, Brandon Haig. James Johnson was the quickest driver. Lewis Gilbert able to keep him at bay, and in the end takes a fairly dominant victory, really, led from pretty much the start. And I think both of those top 2, maybe even top 3 drivers still have at least one still left to race. It's the Honda Cadet, and it's their second heat. Up next, 27 drivers on the grid, with Jack Price and Ethan Griffiths at the front of it, Jack Pullen and Emily Ackett's on row 2. Now then, as we get underway, we are underway, 5 seconds in. Billy's, the grid looks like it's dispersed pretty well, but then a lot of them slot back in and fill in the gaps that were missing. It looked a bit of an odd formation as they came out of the bulk of Billy's and the little straight that separates Billy's from the S's. And now looks a little bit more ordinary as the karts stream around. Not so much power, of course, as you would expect for a group of drivers who can start as young as 7. They can still get some absolute gems in the making from cadets, and if they are going to one day go on and become drivers at the very top of the tree, then cadets really is the best place to start. And why not do it? Such a historical and welcoming circuit as well as Pigeon Raceway. Currently race leader looks to be Jack Price. Price and Piggott have had a fair few tussles already today in such a massive grid, coming together often and finding themselves in battles with one another. Can't be a coincidence, they are two very good drivers at this level. Shown by their racing together, but it is Jonathan Piggott who's got the better of Price on this occasion. In the second heat of the day, he does now have the race lead, Jonathan Piggott, for the first time in this one. Price had led up to that point, but Charles Green, never dismiss him as well in the number 77 kart. It says 77 on my screen, not actually sure if those are the numbers he's got on that kart today. So wait and see as they get very wide on the exit of the top end. Actually the number 68 of Dalton Haywood, who's up into 3rd now. So Haywood pushing Green down the order, and Moulton benefits as a result of that as well, climbing up into 4th place. But look at this tussle, 4-way into the hairpin and heading into the horseshoe. Dalton Haywood once again making sure that he can climb up the order ahead of Hugh Moulton, who also was able to benefit from that and get ahead of Jack Price, but still leading the way at the moment, Jonathan Piggott. How much longer though? Dalton Haywood at the moment making sure that he is making an impression early on. Haywood with the inside line at Billy's, be able to tell you very shortly whether he has got the lead. He has indeed. Heading into the S's as well, Hugh Moulton also finding a way through, forcing his way past Jonathan Piggott and up into 2nd place. But Dalton Haywood, from relatively far down the order, up into the lead after just 4 laps. Phenomenal stuff from the number 68. Really brilliant racing, and he's shown just how much pace he has, and well, was able to get away pretty successfully in Heat 1. Can he repeat that feat in Heat number 2? Getting away from the rest of the field, so difficult of course in these lower powered karts. Hugh Moulton is right on his rear bumper, and Whitcomb and Piggott showing no sign of going away. Whitcomb also able to get through then, so Piggott actually dropping to 4th place. Jack Price and Charles Green are in 5th and 6th, a little bit further back from Jonathan Piggott. They're about half a second behind the 4th place number 17, and there is a big gap from 6th place Charles Green back to Ethan Griffiths of over 2 seconds. But Haywood now in the lead. Mentioned how difficult it is to pull away. That is being very much demonstrated here. Hugh Moulton having a look up the inside, this little left-hand curve in the pit straight, and he can't quite make the most of it. Haywood closes that door, and as a result, Moulton actually losing a position. He might lose 2 here as Piggott's determined to take back 3rd, which he does. He's back up into 3rd place with Harrison Whitcomb in 2nd, and this is turning into a very dramatic fight for the lead of the race. Pretty much 6-way. You don't really know how this one's going to go. Number 17 of Jonathan Piggott in charge of the group of 4, which is ever so slowly dropped off from the top 2, but you'd imagine will close in over the next half a lap or so. Just over 2 minutes to go of what's bound to be a really enthralling race. Certainly very watchable at this point. Whitcomb right behind the race leader as Hugh Moulton looks to reclaim third once again. Him and Piggott have swapped positions now 3 times. And Moulton finds himself back ahead of the number 17. Jonathan Piggott just doesn't have a response this time to the number 51 seeking his way through. Jack Price and Charles Green still on the back of this group and wondering if they too can benefit from another driver gaining a position, see if they can also follow their way through and climb further up the table. It's Haywood ahead of Whitcomb still. Whitcomb's yet to lead this race. Will he do so right in the closing stages? Dalton Haywood certainly looking less comfortably in the lead than he was in heat number 1, but still in the lead. That's what counts. Doesn't matter if you win by 10 seconds or by a tenth of a second. Maximum points still apply. Haywood, Whitcomb, Moulton and Piggott as your current top 4. Price and Green maybe just lack that tiny bit more pace that the top 4 seem to occupy. Harrison Whitcomb actually does have the quickest lap time then in second position, so really Dalton Haywood does have to watch out for him. Hugh Moulton in third with Jonathan Piggott in 4th place. There's nothing to separate those 4, is there? It's just over 0.2 of a second separating all 4 of them from 1st to 4th, so very little between them, and you really feel like a storm is brewing between these 4 as they tick down the seconds. They will still cram in another lap before the timer hits 0. It's going to be about 10 seconds left on the clock as they cross over the line this time. Here we go then, Hugh Moulton having a little look at the inside but backs out of it. I think that was the correct decision. Whitcomb was making sure that that door was firmly closed. Timer now hitting 0. Next lap and last chance saloon as far as Harrison Whitcomb will be concerned. This may be his best opportunity to win a race today. And Dalton Haywood as your opponent though is pretty much the trickiest that it can be. Still ahead and surely will go fairly defensive in the last lap, and well, absolutely should do if you're leading the race at this point. Down towards the timing line once again then for our final lap of Honda Cadets. Across the line we go. Dalton Haywood leading the way ahead of Harrison Whitcomb, Hugh Moulton and Jonathan Piggott. These are your top 4 as he does now dive up the inside. Harrison Whitcomb and Hugh Moulton also goes through. Dalton Haywood goes slightly across the grass, I think, or at least eats a large part of the curb, which sheds off a lot of his speed, and as a result Jack Price has also been able to get past Jonathan Piggott there, who was held up by Haywood. Whitcomb goes defensive. Hugh Moulton now sniffing a potential victory, but it is Harrison Whitcomb who's leading the way. I don't think he's going to give up this lead now. Down to the top end they come for the final time. Hugh Moulton and Dalton Haywood has already shown his pace by catching right up to the back of them, but it is going to be Harrison Whitcomb who wins the race. Wins in heat number 2 ahead of Hugh Moulton and Dalton Haywood, who was just 0.03 seconds behind Hugh Moulton. That really does show the advantage of pace that Dalton Haywood's got, because he lost so much going down the Sturmey Straight, and in the last half a lap was still nearly able to reclaim both of those positions. Really brilliant from Haywood to be able to get back to that place, but he does finish in 3rd. Harrison Whitcomb is your winner. Jack Price in 4th in the end. Jonathan Piggott 5th. Charles Green 6th. 7th Jack West, with Cameron Nelson 8th. 9th Freddie Baker. And 10th Noah Pikes. Very interesting race, that one. You just knew it was going to turn exciting in the closing stages, and it did. the Minimax second heat out then, and like the Hondas, they will be racing their second of 3. All 29 of them out on track. It was Crossley who won in heat number 1. Let's see where he starts this one. Much further back, Ben Crossley actually starting in 22nd position, so has a lot of work to do to replicate that feat, that's for sure. It was Douglas and Linden who made up the rest of the top 3. Andrew Douglas is starting 4th, so if the first heat was anything to go by, he may be a strong favourite here. And then Harry Linden is starting 11th, so 3 very differing positions for the 3 who finished as the top 3 in heat 1. See how that affects things as we approach the end of our second formation lap. Should be underway shortly. Harry Kidd and William Ree, with Mikey Porter, Andrew Douglas, Bryn Collins, and I didn't see who was in 6th place there, but we will get underway very shortly. Looks like the right hand side of the grid got away much better than the left. Didn't have the best start there, William Rhea on the left hand side. As a result, that right hand side really benefited the pole side, if you like. Harry Kidd, who started on pole in the number 80, got away pretty well, and from what I can see still looks to be in the lead. Well, and things just been muscled out of it actually, and now a few of the other drivers finding their way through and forcing their way through, really. Dropping a couple of positions there. Harry Kidd in the horseshoe, the middle section of the circuit. He comes a victim to several drivers just making their way through. Mikey Porter, Brian Collins, 2 of them, with Harrison Crowther and Andrew Douglas in 3rd and 4th. Yellow flags waving for an incident at Billy's, which is just out of my eye line actually. Round the hairpin they go, and it's so close, isn't it? Between several of the drivers, one of them bounces back across the track and collects another driver. The number 84, just nothing he could do there as one of the cars slammed into the side of him, forcing him to go out wide onto the grass. And may have an issue here. I think he is going to have to retire that Kart, unfortunately. End of the road as far as the number 84 of Ronnie Bellew is concerned. 1.5 minutes gone then. Very action-packed start to this second Minimax heat as Harrison Crowther currently leading the way. Brian Collins and Andrew Douglas are 2nd and 3rd. Into the top end go the front runners. Harry Linden has found his way up into 4th place. Brilliant stuff from Linden, who, if memory serves me correctly, started in 11th place. So row 6 on the grid, and already up into 4th place. A brilliant opening few laps from him. Mikey Porter in the number 54 is 5th, with 6th place to William Rhea. Finn Smith in 7th, 8th Bobby Rosier, with Leo Purchase 9th, and 10th Benjamin Bartlett. Now, I mentioned Crossley and how far down the order he started. Where is he now, Ben Crossley? Yeah, well, he's gained a couple of positions, but it's 24th still for the winner of Heat 1, so lots of work to be done from Ben Crossley's perspective. He'll certainly want to minimise the amount of points advantage that Harry Linden will get. The way it works here as well with the club format is that first place will get X amount of points. I think it's maybe 30, and then it is 29 for 2nd, 28 for 3rd, 27 for 4th, so on. So there's not a massive advantage in finishing 1st ahead of 2nd, but there certainly is a massive advantage in finishing maybe 4th ahead of 10th, for example. That's then 6 points lost. Big points is the finals, of course, and then how they are accumulated in the finals. That's when the real championship points get thrown around. At the front, Andrew Douglas and Harry Linden, though. Linden showing no sign of letting up here. Harrison Crowther having dropped out of the front running spot. He's now trying to defend that third place from Brian Collins and Finn Smith. Several drivers actually who are all the way down to 7th, I think. Probably Mikey Porter and Bobby Rosier have something to say as well about trying to get themselves into the top 4. Well, top 3 really. Harrison Crowther trying to defend that position at the moment in the 77. Was that a move though? Harry Linden on Andrew Douglas, I think it was. A change for the race lead. And it is indeed the GP plated Harry Linden in the lead of the race for the first time from 11th to 1st with 2 minutes and 50 seconds still left on the clock. Nearly half the race he'd done it by, but well, probably about 65% of the way through the race is when Harry Linden has successfully climbed 10 positions up the order. Great work from him. Finn Smith is now in 3rd, by the way. He's got the better of Harrison Crowther on that previous lap and has already opened up a decent margin back to him as well. Crowther in 4th with Brian Collins in 5th place now. So top 3 as they go across the line is Harry Linden, Andrew Douglas and Finn Smith, and then it's a bit of a gap over a second back to Harrison Crowther, Brian Collins and Bobby Rosier, and then another further second gap back to William Rea with Mikey Porter for company as well in 7th and 8th. Certainly this one for 4th looks like it's worth a watch. 4th, 5th and 6th, Harrison Crowther, Brian Collins and Bobby Rosier, as the 77 of Harrison Crowther I think has just conceded a position or 2 there. I think was overtaken by Brian Collins and Bobby Rosier. And having a look up the inside as well is Bobby Rosier on Collins. Yellow flag though of Billy's. I think they've come together there somewhere along the line. A couple of the carts have collected each other. They have, because Harrison Crowther's back out and in 4th place. So that move did not go well, and unfortunately it's just out of where I can see from my commentary box area here, but looks to me as though Bobby Rosier and Brian Collins couldn't quite, one of them wasn't giving up that position, and as a result they've both ended up wrapped up in an incident. And Harrison Crowther is able to benefit from that and finds himself in 4th. William Rea and Mikey Porter 5th and 6th. Leo Birch is 7th, 8th Cruz Speakman. Aaron Full is 9th, and well, Bobby Rosier finds himself in 10th position, so he got off a lot lighter than Brian Collins has, because I think Collins' cart is still at Billy's and no sign of it moving anytime soon. So unfortunately it looks like he becomes the 3rd retirement of this race. 20 seconds left to go as the leading trio cross the line. Harry Linden surely on course for his first victory today. Andrew Douglas and Finn Smith are 2nd and 3rd. Yellow flag still waving, so no overtaking from Billy's to the end of the infamous first corner. 4th, Harrison Crowther though. He was 4th and he dropped to 6th and back up to 4th as a result of Rosier and Collins coming together. And now they still have a bit of company from Mikey Porter, William Rea, who are both in there as well, and thinking out of nowhere they may be able to get themselves within the top 4. But this is the last lap of the race, and Harry Linden, despite getting into the lead, and you thought, well, surely he's going to pull away pretty successfully here, he's had a lot of pressure from Andrew Douglas and Finn Smith, who have been determined not to lose the cause, but it will be victory for Harry Linden. Out of the top end he comes, Andrew Douglas and Finn Smith 2nd and 3rd, and they will come across the line in those positions. No way for them to find a way past Linden in the end. Harrison Crowther will take 4th, only 0.23 of a second between himself and Porter in the end. William Rea in 6th, 7th Aaron Full, with Cruz Speakman 8th, 9th Leo Purchase, with Ben Crossley 10th, 11th Bobby Rosier. Ben Crossley, by the way, yeah, climbing to 10th place. He was 24th, I think 3 or 4 laps in, so very productive last 10 laps or so from him, gaining the fastest lap as well, 35.15. top few drivers who would have been on similar pace, admittedly may have been held up by several drivers along the way, but Crossley still showing, despite a 10th place finish, quickest driver out there, will be a force to be reckoned with in the final, but does lose 10 points on Harry Linden in this race. Time for the third heat of 5 for the junior Rotax. Race number 13 of the day. They will also be making appearances in 18 and 23 of just the heats, with a B final to boot as well before the all-important A final later on this afternoon. As the number 97 leads away, Ethan Lomax, your early race leader, with 15 seconds gone. Heading into the horseshoe for the first time racing then, and Jamie Burt and Caitlin May were the front runners on the grid. Let's see just what the order is as they come out of the top end and down towards the timing line. This time ducks his head to try and gain maximum aerodynamic advantage. Ethan Lomax. Caitlin May has remained at the top of the field, but the same can't be said unfortunately for Daniel Beards and Jamie Burt, who have both dropped 22 and 23 positions respectively, so right to the back of the field, and it definitely looked like there was some pushing and shoving in the first couple of corners, and evidently those two drivers have really fallen victim to that. But Lomax in the lead from the front. Caitlin May and Declan Russell in second and third, and once again this will be some of these drivers' first race of the day. So we're determined to get as good a start to the day as they possibly can, and as I mentioned as well with the senior Rotax. The case remains the same. Some of these drivers, it will be their final race, some their first, so for those who it is their first race, should technically have the upper hand because of the tyres that they will have available to them. Won't have that bit of wear, which could make all the difference. Nico Lomax, Caitlin May and Declan Russell as your current top three, but one of them is facing backwards here at Billy's Blind, gets spun around, is able to rejoin the traffic without too much of a problem. Luckily wasn't on the racing line, so could just rejoin, and that's all fine. But it is Caitlin May, unfortunately, the number 52, spun round and rejoins the race right to the back, minus maybe, well, 2 or 3 positions above last place. I think is actually in 25th of 27, so really unfortunate there for Caitlin May. Just the coming together, didn't see whose fault it was, but was having a brilliant race there, May. Well, contact warning is given out to Ethan Lomax, who's dropped to 4th, so the marshals deem Lomax guilty for May's further demise down the order, unfortunately. But Declan Russell, Jez Williams and Matthew Higgins is your new look top 3. Because of Ethan Lomax just dropping out of that and falling to now actually a bit further down the order, 6th place, as both Kamata and Rennie have found their way through as well. But the top 4 look very quick indeed. Higgins, Russell, Williams and Rennie. Fastest lap time 34.27 by Matthew Higgins. That is very quick indeed. Declan Russell, Jez Williams and Tristan Rennie all there as well, those top 4. And then it's a bit of a gap back to 5th place Rito Kamata. Ethan Lomax in 6th, 7th Jordan Morris with Kieran Kay, and then Harrison Collins and Ryan Wills as your current top 10. Who have been the winners then so far in the Junior Max? Looks like it was Collins who was victorious in heat number 1. Yellow flags waving for an instant there at Billy's, so didn't quite see what that was. But there have been a fair few bumps and nudges and scuffles as this race has gone on. About halfway through it, just over halfway through this 3rd heat, and across the line Matthew Higgins suddenly has a very tasty advantage. 1 second back to Tristan Rennie. Declan Russell and Jez Williams are in 3rd and 4th. And with Tristan Rennie in 2nd place, presumably that's the reason why Higgins has such a massive advantage, because Rennie in overtaking Russell and Williams would have automatically increased that gap for the race leader. Now Rennie's job will be to catch up to Matthew Higgins and see if he can claim his first victory of the day. It would be first win for either of the top 2. Jez Williams and Declan Russell in 3rd and 4th. Rito Kamata still remaining in 5th at the moment, but taking a huge chunk out of Declan Russell's advantage on that previous lap. So Kamata potentially on for still a top 4 finish. The teammates of Tristan Rennie and Jez Williams, though, in 2nd and 3rd. They don't want to interrupt each other's races, that's for sure. They'll come out to the top end and look fairly spaced out. Declan Russell briefly led this race for a bit. Ethan Lomax led the race for a bit as well, but neither of those two look likely to be getting back in at the front of the race anytime soon. Matthew Higgins firmly in control of things now. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and well, Higgins is at the moment quicker than Tristan Rennie, which points towards a fairly inevitable Higgins win. Tristan Rennie ahead of Jez Williams, who is closing the gap, 0.13 of a second quicker than Rennie on that previous lap. Declan Russell in 4th, cutting a bit of a lonely figure now. Rito Kamata, Kieran Kay and Harrison Collins 5th, 6th and 7th, all pretty close together. And then it is Jordan Morris, 0.85 seconds behind. That has Sam Gornall, Jack Meakin, Daniel Armstrong, Ethan Lomax and well, all the way down actually to about 16th place. There's very little to separate any of those drivers. That four-way battle though looked like there might have been an overtake on the cards, but not quite to be. Second and third head into the horseshoe. Fourth place Declan Russell, coming under increasing pressure from Kieran Kay, who has now got the better of Rito Kamata. Fastest lap belongs to our race leader Matthew Higgins as well. Fairly ominous sign for the rest of the field that. There have been 3 contact warnings over the course of this race. Given to Lomax, Lambert and Hadley. Collins in Kamata. They swap around in order there as Collins finds himself now in the top 6. I don't think there's going to be any changing within the top 3, but 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all still looks like a very tasty battle. Russell, Kay, Collins and Kamata. Across the line there you go, and it is Kay who's now up to 4th place ahead of Declan Russell, with Collins and Kamata still very close in tow. Yet to be resolved that one. This is the last lap of the race. So going to be a late overtake as Harrison Collins has a look up the inside and at the hairpin. He does just about get that move completed there and finds himself in 5th place then. Harrison Collins right towards the business end of the race, gets past Declan Russell, promotes himself up 1 position, and Rennie and Jez Williams having a very close finale. But it is just about Tristan Reddy who brings home 2nd place. Matthew Higgins in the end with a comfortable victory, 1.3 seconds. And who is going to be able to stop him with pace like that? Kieran Kay 4th, 5th Harrison Collins with Rito Kamata 6th, 7th Declan Russell, Sam Gornallay 9th, Jordan Morris and Daniel Armstrong 10th. .177 and 177 Masters are up next then. It's their 2nd heat of 3, 21 drivers on the grid. Well, hopefully this time we should be able to get going with each of them. 20 have started, but I'm not sure if actually one of those drivers that was put on my graphic on the grid actually was there physically. Looks like a couple of drivers have been wrapped up in an incident somewhere along the line though. Looking fairly slow towards the rear of the grid, and they've dropped off from the back, so they've definitely come in contact with each other somewhere in that opening lap. Across the line we go though. Who is it to watch in this one? Henry Ayers at the front with Chris Thomas and Cole Edwards. A ever presence in the 177s. It was Appleby who won Of course, in heat number 1, Oliver Appleby, who's gained 3 already from 8th to 5th after just 1 lap. It was then Edwards and Branfield who took 2nd and 3rd. Now, Edwards is currently in 3rd, and Ian Branfield actually 11th place, so fairly far down the order. It was Dan Milner and Alfie Williams. Paul Horton's already retired, by the way. And Milner and Williams, who were wrapped up in that early instant, which promoted everyone else up at least a couple of spots. So those two dropping out benefits pretty much the rest of the pack. At the front, though, Henry Ayers. Just keep an eye on Oliver Appleby, just with how quick he was in heat number 1. Hoping for a repeat here, but was overtaken by Liam Rabjohns on that previous lap. Henry Ayers leading the way. We knew that he'd be a competitor coming into today. Cole Edwards ahead of Chris Thomas now, with Joe Fiffner 4th, 5th Liam Rabjohns, and 6th Oliver Appleby, who's been unable to respond to Rabjohns overtaking him. Number 32 made it look fairly comfortable in heat number 1. And there's a bit of a gap back from Appleby to Ben Johnson, with Aaron Yeo, Ian Branfield, Philip Hayworth close in tow. Ayrton Anderson's then 0.6 seconds back, and a further second gap then back to Sam Winter, who himself is leading a group of 4 karts: Darren Rich, Colin Davis and Derek Hunt, who is making his debut in 177 Masters today. Previously, for many years, raced in senior TKM before making the move to Rotax, and now 177s for the first time. Masters, I should say, of the 177s. Across the line, Henry Ayers with the E-plated Cole Edwards, not too far behind. Chris Thomas in 3rd place, 4th, 5th and 6th, all very close together still. Definitely looks like it is a 6-way battle for the lead, and like that's not going to change imminently, although Phil Hayworth is perhaps closing that gap slightly. Definitely an overtake there though by Oliver Appleby as he gets his revenge on Liam Rabjohns and gets himself back into 5th place. Henry Ayers, though, he is seeking his first victory of the day, and at the moment he's in a brilliant position to do just that. And Cole Edwards as well will greatly benefit if things stay as they are, because it would definitely put him on the highest points total by 2 or 3 points, I would have thought. If he can remain in 2nd place, doesn't need to push too heavily for the win. Though of course, if an opportunity presents itself, there'll be room to turn it down. Across the line we go with the front runners then. Henry Ayers, Cole Edwards, Chris Thomas, Joe Fiffner, Oliver Appleby and Liam Rabjohns all there. There's a 0.6 of a second gap back to Phil Hayworth, who's quicker than Liam Rabjohns, but not yet immediately within a shout of being top of the battle within the top few drivers, especially the top 2 who have now begun to pull away slightly from Chris Thomas. That gap now stands at over half a second between Edwards and Thomas. Across the line we go again then to begin lap 9 of the race. The 8th lap of the race saw the fastest lap go to Philip Hayworth, 34.34, so is showing his pace and has the quickest lap time of the race so far as well, with the 34.3, so consistently within the 34.3s, which is very quick for the 177s, and looking to try and continue that sort of pace. Paul Horton, though, the only retirement thus far. Dan Milner wrapped up in an early instant with, I think it was Alfie Williams, and Milner's been able to slightly recover better than his counterpart. Just over 90 seconds left to race before the last lap board will make yet another appearance. Henry Ayers and Cole Edwards as the top 2 seem to just be getting closer and closer together. Chris Thomas is in 3rd place, the number 56, Joe Fiffler in 4th. 5th place, Oliver Appleby, with Phil Hayworth now up into 6th, having got past Liam Rabjohns. Aaron Yeo in 8th, 9th is Ian Branfield, with Ayrton Anderson in 10th. Ian Branfield, who was 3rd place in Heat 1, in 9th now, and hasn't been able to make significant progress through the field, has maybe gained 1 or 2 positions as the race has gone on, but it's found it really difficult to break into the top few drives in this particular race. In the number 46, in a decent squabble now though, as he tries to fight his way further up the order, but no way through there as Aaron Yeo gets the better of Liam Rabjohns that time. Having a look up the inside though, and Cole Edwards up the inside at the horseshoe of Henry Ayers to make the move up into the lead of the race for the first time, leading any race for the first time today. As we approach the final lap, this next lap will be the penultimate one as they go across the line with 3 seconds to spare. Edwards leading the way with Henry Ayers in 2nd place, 3rd Chris Thomas in the number 56, looking on with amusement at the drivers further up the road, but it looked like there Appleby overtaken by Phil Hayworth, was it? The number 11 of Hayworth is up into 4th place, so does get the better of Appleby. And Appleby once again would have considered himself a real contender to Cole Edwards, but will lose a good few points on him over the course of this heat if things stay as they are. Last lap of this race as Edwards ahead of Ayers. I don't think Henry Ayers has a response to the sheer pace that he's been able to sport Cole Edwards. Chris Thomas in 3rd and Hayworth defending from Appleby, trying to find a way back past, but he's going to be Cole Edwards to claim victory, his first win of the day in the 2nd heat for the 177s. And it is Henry Ayers who takes 2nd place, Chris Thomas in 3rd, 4th Philip Hayworth, with Oliver Appleby in 5th place. 6th goes to Aaron Yeo with Joe Fiffner in 7th, 8th Ian Branfield, 9th Ayrton Anderson, Colin Davis in 10th, 11th Eric Hunt, with Liam Rabjohns in 12th, 13th Ben Johnson. It was a real drop off there actually by Liam Rabjohns towards the end of the race. Don't know whether he had an issue with the kart because he was setting 37.6s, about nearly 3 seconds slower than the majority of the field, so tends to point to a mechanical failure of some sort. Ben Johnson 13th, 14th Sam Winter, 15th Darren Rich, with Dan Milner, William Abram, Ian Brown, Alfie Williams and Paul Horton as the rest of the grid. fifth heat now of the senior Rotax. Up next, I believe. Which I think is the fourth heat here. I'm getting the grid for the fifth heat. I'm not entirely sure if that's the right graphic I'm being shown at the moment, but hopefully I'll be able to be fed the right information as they head round once again. What we do know is this is senior Rotax up once more. We'll just stop for some reason, hopefully underway soon. So, fourth heat then for the Senior Max. Fourth of six. Still can't quite believe that we're having 6 heats. That many entries, that 6 heats are required for the Senior Max. But it's brilliant to see so much interest in the class. And we will be underway with this one shortly after some issues with the timing, which thankfully seem to have now been restored. We'll be underway shortly. Back of the grid looks a little bit off the rest of it. Don't know if they were aware of how quickly we often accelerate here, but heavy impact as the number 80 goes into the tyre wall just off the pit straight here, and another car who went bouncing across the grass, also able to rejoin the circuit. Well, is able to rejoin the circuit. The number 80 definitely hasn't, but Will looking like they actually might be able to there. The rest of the pack making their way around the circuit for now. A couple of karts off at the very start, but looks as though the rest of the pack has pretty much been okay. Across the line we go with Jack Stedman and Ben Page as the top two across the line. In fact, there's no changes at all in order within the top six. That's pretty remarkable to see. In fact, Jack Stedman has had a very good start to this race, the number 67, getting away well. There's an incident there with several karts involved. Number 82 is looks in dismay as he's facing the wrong way, involved with, I think it was 3 other karts actually. That's Louis Barker. Finds himself out of the running. But Jack Stedman, Tom Edmonds and Ben Page as your current top 3. Looking very good for Jack Stedman, who had opened up a decent margin, but with Tom Edmonds now in second position, how long will that lead last? Ben Page ahead of Sam Stansbury. A very unhealthy kart somewhere by the sounds of things. And the top 2 very much pulled away from third downwards. The third, Ben Page, if he had a quick look over his shoulder, he'd see there's a lot of karts who could punish him if he's not too careful here. Down the inside, having a little look, is Sam Stansbury on Ben Page. I think he's got that move done going into the S's, and they all just about squeeze their way through. That's going to hurt Ben Page, actually heading down Sturmey Straight. He's not going to have as much speed as the rest of the drivers, but I think he's just about able to hold on to his position there. And Tom Edmonds has got himself into the lead of the race then. He moves past Jack Stedman into first place. Stedman down to second, Page and Stansbury. It's no longer Page, is it? He's now dropped a few positions. See where he ends up actually. He is in 5th behind King and Page. So Nelson King in 4th place and Ben Page moves down to 5th. Already top 4 split into 2 pairs, looks like, Tom Edmonds and Jack Stedman. And then the number 46 of Nelson King ahead of Sam Stansbury. We have a different line taken by Jack Stedman, especially into the horseshoe there. I don't know whether he took that one a little bit too narrow perhaps, didn't quite leave enough space on the wide line to get in, follow the traditional racing line there. 4 minutes left on the clock, and Edmonds now leading for the senior max. So winners so far, Ellswood, Clinton and Gilbert. We've not had a single overlap of drivers in the top 3 in any of the 3 heats so far. We've had 9 different drivers in the top 3 for each of the 3 heats. See if we can continue that trend. Tom Edmonds leading the way with Jack Stedman still remaining in second for now. Nelson King and Sam Stansbury in 3rd and 4th. 5th placed is Daniel Yates. And then 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Storer, Gilbert, Burgess and Page. Some very familiar names in there. Ben Burgess and Ben Page are 2 of them. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Tom Edmonds is 0.6 of a second ahead of Jack Stedman, who's a further 0.7 of a second ahead of Nelson King. Fairly equal gaps between the top 3, and then 4th as well actually, Sam Stansbury, who's 0.6 behind King, but Daniel Yates is not far behind him, just 0.3 of a second. And indeed that looks like it has closed that gap. 0.15 of a second as Yates sets the quickest lap of the race, a 33.74 set by Daniel Yates, the number 70. Who, once again, I'm not sure has had a race so far today. If he has, and he hasn't been within the top few positions or so, so really unleashing that pace which he's evidently had stored in that car so far today. Just ready to show that now. Across the line we do go, and Thomas Storer has been overtaken by Ben Burgess and Lewis Gilbert. So Burgess 6th, 7th, is Gilbert now, with Storer down to 8th. Ben Page is in 9th place, over 0.4 of a second adrift, and Reese Hurd in 10th as well. So a little bit further adrift from him, but this four-way battle here with Benjamin Burgess in charge of it. Lewis Gilbert is right behind him. Don't know if that's going to be a change in position soon, but really you'd expect Ben Burgess and Lewis Gilbert, who's just in behind, tucked in behind, actually having a look at the inside, wondering if he can get his way past, but Burgess has been able to defend that position. You'd expect a pair of them to potentially go on and challenge Daniel Yates in 5th. Yates does seem to have a lot of pace at the moment, but certainly Burgess and Gilbert you can depend on being quick drivers, so I don't know whether you normally expect those two to be catching up to the drivers ahead of them. Certainly to see Burgess and Gilbert in 6th and 7th and not catching up would be a little bit of a surprise perhaps. Edmonds continuing to lead the way though, 0.9 of a second, with Jack Stedman and Nelson King in 2nd and 3rd, and Nelson King right on the back of Stedman now. You can't imagine it's long, and he does switch to the inside line at the hairpin, brakes later and moves himself up into 2nd place ahead of Stedman, and that is Nelson King into 2nd now. Sam Stansbury and Daniel Yates remain in 4th and 5th, and it's a big gap then back to 6th place Ben Burgess. The fastest lap does still belong to Yates. Remains behind Stansbury for now, seeming to find it difficult to close that gap, the number 70. Difficult to find a way through at this stage. King, Stedman and Stansbury 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with 5th place Daniel Yates there as well, but it does look a fairly comfortable lead for Tom Edmonds now. It's opened up to over a second as the last lap cord is out, so last lap of the race, are we going to see any late changes here? It looks fairly certain for the top 5 to finish as they are, but Burgess, Gilbert and Storer is still an unsolved conversation. Yet to see exactly what's going to happen, but I suspect they'll probably stay in the positions they are. Once again, really don't want to be too risky with such amazing prizes up for grabs in the final. Last thing they want is to have an incident here, lose out on a ton of points and end up much further down the grid than they need to be. But at the end of the race does see Tom Edmonds take the win, with Nelson King, Jack Stedman in 2nd and 3rd, Sam Stansbury in 4th, 5th Daniel Yates, Ben Burgess in 6th, 7th goes to Lewis Gilbert, with Thomas Storer, Ben Page and Riley Stevenson as your top 10. It is now time for the 3rd heat of the Senior Blues. Robin Stoddart Stones alongside Paul Alexander, with Ron Schoen and Sarita Schoen on row 2. Dave Watts is a part of this one, as is Anthony Cleal, and they start together in the middle of the grid as well. 8th and 9th they start, so different rows. Dave Watts on the outside and Anthony Cleal has the inside line. Perhaps that will give him the advantage. It's definitely been hammer and tongs between those two. Watts the victor, and it was O'Neill who won, of course. Cannot discount Russell O'Neill, who starts in 7th right there as well, who won in heat number 2. Let's see how the Formula Blues get away this time. They do all get away all right down into Billy's blind. Already there's a clear winner out of the first couple of corners, and it is Robin Stoddart-Stones who started at the front, so a good start from him, enabling him to escape from the pack, at least for the first couple of corners. Round the hairpin we go. A little bit of contact there between the number 17 of Paul Alexander, and I think it might have been Sarita Show, was it, who was pushed out slightly wide, but not quite onto the grass. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we do see a contact warning appear for one of those drivers over the next lap or two. But Paul Alexander in 2nd, 3rd Sarita Show, then Michael Bell and Ron Schoen in 5th and 6th, and then Russell O'Neill is up to 6th. 7th is Anthony Cleal, Dave Watts in 8th. So those 3 drivers, the 3 who you'd really expect to be maybe the top 3, they are all bunched together in the middle of the pack, 6th, 7th and 8th. Very interesting to see who does come out on top of this one, because it was Watts and then O'Neill. So Cleal yet to claim a victory. Dave Watts with a 1st and a 3rd. I'm not sure where O'Neill finished, actually, Russell O'Neill in the first heat, but Gray in there as well. Can't discount him, Stuart Gray, but did spend a lot of that second heat defending and really trying not to let those quick drivers through. Credit to him, because he was able to maintain the pace to keep them at bay long enough that often defensive driving wasn't the only option that he had, but very close together, bunched together midfield there. From 6th down to, well, 14th, isn't it? There's no let-up at all. Anywhere in there is so compact. Russell O'Neill, Stuart Gray, Paul Alexander, Chris Underhill, and Ron Schoen, Kevin O'Neill, David Waldron, David Good, and Kieran Quirk, all so closely bunched together. Biggest gap in there is 0.6 of a second, which is back to Paul Alexander from 7th back to 8th. Sarita Schoen is leading the way now with Anthony Cleal and Dave Watt. So what has happened here? Because suddenly Robin Stoddart-Stones dropping 3 positions, Bell and O'Neill also dropping down the order, Paul Alexander dropping 6. Something's happened somewhere along the line there for an incident of to knock out the top few drivers or so, but Sarita Schoen leading the way. He's delighted with that, I'm sure, but Anthony Cleal and Dave Watts are right there, 2 of the favourites going into this heat, and they are right on the back of Sarita Schoen's number 4 now. Cleal and Watts, Russell O'Neill and Stuart Gray as well. Stuart Gray's been a big winner as a result of whatever that incident was, all the way up to 5th now, and was about 13th, 14th I think a few laps prior. He's done really well there, the number 15, really picked up his confidence perhaps in heat number 2, really boosted that and enabled him to find a bit of extra pace. And Anthony Cleal ongoing on the attacking on Sarita Schoen, actually lost a little bit of pace. Dave Watts saw an opportunity to go through, couldn't quite do so, and Anthony Cleal remains in 2nd now. Dave Watts having dropped off a bit from the top 2. Is Anthony Cleal going to have a similar issue here as he had in heat number 2, where just is slightly quicker than the driver ahead, but just struggles to find a way through? That was the case with Stuart Gray in heat 2, and seems to be with Sarita Schoen here. Stuart Gray himself is trying to seek a way past the number 5 of Michael Bell, as Russell O'Neill in 6th place trying to catch up to Gray once again. Fed up with them seeing the number 15 ahead of him by now, you would have thought, but Anthony Cleal still desperate to find a way past Sarita Schoen, really wants to get that move done, but Dave Watts is right there once more now. Don't know quite how the opportunity wasn't capitalised on. Anthony Cleal just drifted to the wide line to try and get past Sarita Schoen, realised he couldn't do it. Dave Watts had the inside, but just ran out of room, I think. Had to back out of it. Lost a bit of time, but has regained all of that time now. Switches to the outside. We'll be looking for the best possible exit out of the hairpin as he head down towards the horseshoe once more. Not the widest line taken by any of the front three, all opting to approach the corner fairly narrowly. Certainly you can understand the case for Schoen and Cleal, as they don't want to allow Watts to fly past. All so bunched together now as he has a little look, but on the brakes can't get late enough. Anthony Cleal, and Sarita Schoen still holds the position for now. Just 1 minute and 35 seconds or so left on the clock. Russell O'Neill trying to pick his way through the order and isn't too far away now at all from Michael Bell in 5th place. So the numbers 5 and 6, 5th and 6th on the track. See if they may swap around soon, but Anthony Cleal right on the back of Sarita Schoen once again. Is this the opportunity now? Up the inside, finally does get the move done, and at Billy's blind will just be able to hit the racing line as he would have wanted past Sarita Schoen, and now Dave Watts has got it all to do. Anthony Cleal on for his first win of the race, of the day I should say, seeking his first win. He's picked up a 2nd and a 4th so far. Dave Watts on the back of Sarita Schoen now. 4th place Stuart Gray. Well, that injection of pace that he's been able to really display in this race, certainly helping him out here. Right on the back of this battle for 2nd now, as has a little look, but no way through there for Dave Watts on Sarita Schoen. Schoen still remains in 2nd place for now. Watts and Gray right there, but don't know if they're running out of time a bit here. Sarita Schoen has done really well to stay in 2nd place, and I imagine would probably be able to do so now for the remaining time. Only 5 seconds as they go across the line. Anthony Cleal in charge of this race now with 0.8 of a second advantage. Back to Sarita Schoen, Dave Watts and Stuart Gray. Onto the stubby straight they go once more. Dave Watts surely going to have a look at the hairpin here, but there isn't any way through. No defensive driving from Sarita Schoen, letting them race, but knows that she's got the better position out on the track. Round buttons and into the top end once more. Underhill, Alexander, Robin started Stones all gaining a position all the way down to 13. They gained a position because Russell O'Neill has dropped all the way to 14th. That's pretty significant in the race for pole, as Cleal and Watts, they won't know that yet, but Russell O'Neill dropped all the way to 14th place. Presumably it had to have been either a crash or a spin there somewhere, because dropping all the way down the order. And in fact, I think it is going to be a retirement for Russell O'Neill. Very disappointing for the number 6. Sarita Schoen determined not to give up on this position, and surely will take 2nd place. Anthony Cleal, it will be his first win of the day as they come out the top end. Who is it going to be for 2nd place? It is just about going to be Sarita Schoen, who finishes in ahead of Dave Watts, with Stuart Gray in 4th in the end. Fastest sector 1 of the race so far on that final lap. Michael Bell in 5th in the number 5. Chris Underhill 6th. 7th goes to Paul Alexander. Robin Stoddart Stones in 8th. 9th with David Waldron with Kevin O'Neill 10th. 11th Ron Schoen with David Good 12th. 13th is Kieran Quirk in the end in the novice, with Phil Shears in 14th place. And Russell O'Neill with a retirement towards the end. Only a couple of laps from the end, but unfortunately did have to retire there, Russell O'Neill. So that does definitely give a massive advantage to Watts and Cleal. And indeed Stuart Gray as well, who will probably be favourite for 3rd now on the grid, I would have thought. But Dave Watts still is on top, I think, with points. Let's see how it goes in heat number 4. Next up should be the Honda Cadets, I believe, for their 3rd and final heat. indeed the third and the final heat for the Honda Cadets. It's the first of the last round of heats that we've got here. Jack West alongside Hugh Moulton on the front row. Hugh Moulton will certainly be hoping to get as good a start as possible, having accumulated some brilliant results over the course of the day so far. Don't think we are underway yet. We are indeed going to go around for another formation lap. The Leicester Scene green flag with the yellow chevron indicating a restart is in order. Hugh Moulton on the outside of the grid then. You're looking to get that right hand side of the grid away as soon as he can. Dalton Hayward starts in 20th, by the way. One of the quickest, if not the quickest driver out on the track so far today. Starting right towards the back of the grid. About 27 drivers I think we've got out here. So starting right towards the back end of it. You're looking to try and make as much progress as he possibly can right from the off. But Hugh Moulton, you'd expect to be leading from the front, but isn't at the moment. It's Harrison Whitcomb, who started on row 2, who's got the better of him. Starting on the outside of the grid often can harm your chances somewhat, and it's definitely done that for Hugh Moulton there. Harrison Whitcomb, brilliant start from him in the lead of the race, and unsurprisingly it is him and Moulton who have made the getaway straight away. And well, Harrison Whitcomb would have been thinking if only Hugh Moulton started maybe 3 or 4 positions further back, because then he would have maybe a pretty decent chance of being able to escape further up the road. But now Moulton's got him right in front, and it is going to be difficult to open up that gap from Whitcomb's point of view. Moulton right there. Third is Jack West, and fourth Cameron Nelson. Fifth placed Charles Green has gained 3 places on that first lap, with Noah Pikes in 6th, 7th Freddie Baker, with 8th Freddie Worlock, so 2 Freddies in 7th and 8th place. Across the line we go, top 2 Whitcomb and Moulton. Can't imagine that's going to be changing anytime soon. Perhaps the position of the 2 of them, but not anyone else getting within the top 2. You wouldn't have thought. Jack West and Cameron Nelson, 2 capable drivers for sure, but unlikely to challenge the likes of the current top 2, especially if today's evidence is anything to go off. It's Hayward and Whitcomb are the 2 winners so far. So Hugh Moulton does have that added incentive. He'll want to pick up maximum points for the first time today. Whitcomb seeking his 2nd victory in a row. Dalton Hayward, where is he? All the way down in 25th actually. Must have been wrapped up in an incident somewhere early on. Has shown brilliant pace at many stages, and well, with a lap time that he had on that previous lap, I think it's evidence that he must have been involved in an incident somewhere, because back to doing fairly quick lap times after that. 41.21 is a very respectable lap time, which Hayward was able to set last time out, so battling very much towards the rear end of the field, and he'll be wanting to reverse that, especially in the upcoming this race. He'll definitely want to climb the order a little bit more. Hugh Moulton remaining on the back of Whitcomb, seeming to be content with staying behind him for now. Don't know whether he's going to make a last-ditch manoeuvre, or whether he is just waiting for the right opportunity, or indeed he's just happy with staying in 2nd for now. Definitely better than risking taking them both out and both losing a huge amount of points. Cameron Nelson remaining in 3rd, with Jack West, Pikes, Green, Howell, Piggott, Worlock and Griffiths as the rest of your current top 10. Freddie Baker's dropped all the way back as well, so I wonder if Baker and Hayward perhaps came together. They would have been, I think, maybe a similar position on the track, and now all the way towards the back of the grid. Freddie Baker in 26th place now, certainly isn't where he would have envisaged being at this stage in the race. Just over halfway through this one. Hugh Moulton still with Whitcomb firmly in his sights, but without any real openings to do so, seeming to, as I said, seems to be content being in second place for now. Third, fourth and fifth, Nelson, West and Pikes. That's certainly unconcluded. Number 77 of Charles Green there as well. You can only imagine he'll be closing in on that battle, turn it into a four-way struggle for third. Can't imagine there's going to be, as I said towards the start of this race, too much changing within the top two. And certainly third is up for grabs. Contact warning for Jack Price there, he picks that up from 11th position. It looks like there may be a potential overtake on the cards. Noah Pikes there, did he manage to find a way through at the top end? I think he may have. Let's go across the line and find out. It was Noah Pikes overtaking Cameron Nelson, so Pikes, the number 20, up into third place. Cameron Nelson, Jack Weston, Charles Green, all still there or thereabouts. Charles Green just struggling to make up that little gap that separates himself from Jack West. Has managed to suddenly catch up actually over the last couple of corners. Just had a really pacey couple of corners there. Now Pikes now in third place. May have some defending to do pretty shortly. Just over 90 seconds left on the clock, and Hugh Moulton still content with sitting behind Harrison Whitcomb. Pikes, Nelson, West and Green is your order. As has a look at the inside and does manage to slot in there a bit later on the brakes than the number 92. And Charles Green up into fifth after looking like he wasn't going to be too much of a threat really to Jack West pretty much a lap ago at this point. But suddenly up the inside at the S's. First corner, the quick right left. By the time the right corner had even arrived, he was up into fifth. Down to the top end comes that quartet. And across the line there you go, Nelson trying to find a way back past Pikes after Noah Pikes overtook him 3 laps ago. Pulled away a little bit over the course of that opening corner. Keep an eye on the top two, of course. Hugh Moulton still behind Harrison Whitcomb for now. These two are real contenders for pole position as well. Dalton Hayward's currently 14th, by the way. Update on him. Certainly you would expect one of those three to end up on pole, or at least making up the first couple of rows. Whitcomb and Moulton may be favourites for pole because of how low Dalton Hayward is likely to finish as a result of his very low grid start and then getting involved in an incident early doors. Moulton and Whitcomb still finding their way through, and having to defend pretty hard now is Cameron Nelson from Charles Green, who's on the charge. He really wants to get himself a 4th place by the end of this one. Noah Pikes determined to hold on to that third as well. Hugh Moulton has found his way past Harrison Whitcomb into the lead of the race for the first time. And Moulton, who, may I remind you, is seeking his first win of the day. They will go into the last lap with Hugh Moulton as your new race leader. Will Whitcomb find a way to respond across the line? There you go, the front runners, surely the two challengers for pole, into Billy's for the final time. And into the S's once more. Who will get the better exit onto the Sturmey straight? Whitcomb's right there. Surely Moulton's going to put it on the inside. He doesn't want to leave any opportunity at all for Whitcomb to come at him at the hairpin. Into the horseshoe now. Once again, he'll surely take a very narrow line, but it still leaves a bit of a gap, and there's a bit of contact between the pair. Whitcomb finds himself in the lead, and Moulton goes very wide. Couple of tyres on the grass, and surely that is going to be the victory for Whitcomb. Don't know whether there might be any inquiry into that as to whether that was legal driving or not, but Whitcomb, for now at least, takes the provisional win ahead of Hugh Moulton. Noah Pikes, will he come in third? He does, with Charles Green getting the better of Cameron Nelson at the end as well. Jack West also overtaking, so Cameron Nelson falls 4th to 6th on the last lap. Jonathan Piggott in 7th, 8th Lucas Howell, 9th goes to Jensen Hookey, and Jack Price rounding out your top 10. Shout out as well, Luke Ford, the novice, in 15th place. So he would have had to have gained at least 10 positions to get himself there. So a brilliant drive from the young novice there as well, number 96. Well done, Luke Ford. Harrison Whitcomb and Hugh Moulton coming together a dramatic finale between the pair in the closing lap of the heat. As the last we'll see of the Honda Cadets now before their final later on. Next up is the Junior Rotax, race number 18, in their penultimate heat of the day. Fourth heat of the day for the Junior Max. See who makes up the front row. It's Harry Rowett and Jack Meakin, with Harry Reynolds, Daniel Armstrong, Callum Davies and Brooke Plank as your top three rows, who will get the best run down to Billy's. They'll start accelerating very shortly, but there's a spinner there at the top. Don't know whether that will result in another formation lap. It will indeed, so not racing quite this time. Got to be careful not to get too overzealous at the start as to incur another formation lap. These young drivers just itching to get going. Junior Max, of course, the stepping stone from minis up to the Senior Max. A huge amount of interest in this class as well. Might be a less diverse age group, but so many entrants still. Out to the top bend now. Try to get the best exit the best on acceleration they possibly can as they get away. Left hand side of the grid, certainly with the top few drivers, look to be quite a lot quicker than that of the right hand side. Jack Meakin was in the lead as they went across the line, despite him starting second on the grid technically. Number 47 finds himself wrapped up in Intim, as with the 56 as well, so not the best start for either of those two drivers, but early doors is the number 91 of Jack Meakin who holds the lead. Daniel Armstrong and Harry Rowett were second and third going across the line, but I think it was Rowett that was actually a little bit of a slow getaway. See where he ends up this time as they cross the line to finish the first lap of the race. So no, Rowett is still third, so he has managed to hold that position. Started on pole, so disappointing to lose a couple of positions, but has a huge amount of karts behind him to try and defend against. Daniel Sawyer's gained a few positions actually somewhere along the way, because the number 12 further up the order than he was even as they crossed the line, so made very decent progress. Sawyer there into the top end now. Top two already making a bit of a gap between themselves and Harry Rowett in third, so Meakin and Armstrong keen to get away, and over 1.3 seconds back to Daniel Sawyer in third. As I mentioned there, as they went across the line, he was in 6th place, but by the time they got on the Sturmey straight, Sawyer was already up into third. So a brilliant Billy's blind, very productive from the number 12 there. Harry Reynolds in 4th, 5th George Walker, from Matty Hingley in 6th, 7th Ethan Leader, William Walker, Amelia Nelson and Matthew Higgins makes up your top 10 as we turn our attention towards the sort of middle stage of the race now. Early chaos has worn off a little bit and we're beginning to get a taste of what is to come. Still a lot of cars, very competitive in the middle of the park. There seems to be very little separating most of those drivers at the moment. Don't know whether a lot of the quicker drivers have started further back, and therefore they're all just trying to seek their way and find their way into the higher positions here. Harry Reynolds, Matty Hindley, both overtaking Daniel Sawyer and George Walker on our previous lap. There's a contact warning as well, as Matthew Higgins picks that up in the number 75. Occurs that warning there. Just under 4.5 minutes remain on the clock as a yellow flag is being waved at Billy's blind. There's another 2 or 3 karts, I think, involved in a relatively calm, if there is any such thing in karting, relatively calm incident there where they've all come together, lost a bit of pace, but nothing too dramatic. Meakin still leads from Armstrong, and there's still that second gap, or 1.2 seconds I should say, gap back to Harry Reynolds, but certainly Reynolds you'd expect to be able to push on and maybe challenge Meakin and Armstrong. Matty Hindley in 4th position as well, still making sure he's keeping Harry Reynolds close in tow. Doesn't want to see the number 23 disappearing up the road to challenge the top 2 and leave yourself with nothing to really fight for. In fact, switching to the inside, Hindley having a look for 3rd. I think he's managed to do it as well. Harry Reynolds, no response to that one. As the number 13, Matty Hindley, into 3rd place. Archie Walker and Harley Horton getting the better of Callum Green on that previous lap. There's changes for 11th, 12th and 13th, and Jamie Burt overtaking Callum Davies as well, 19th and 20th. Having a switch around. Jack Meakin and Daniel Armstrong 1st and 2nd. Matty Hindley, as I mentioned, up to 3rd. Harry Reynolds in 4th. 5th. Matthew Higgins with the fastest lap of the race as well, a 34.37. That's serious pace from Matthew Higgins, who was winner of the previous heat, I believe. Yeah, heat number 3, Higgins was victorious. I'm not sure whether he was competing in heats 1 or 2. If not, then this will be 2 wins from 2, and then he has a chance in heat 5 to make it 3 from 3. Not too far down the order, but it's certainly going to be a very difficult ask to get Higgins to win this one, with Jack Meakin so far up the road now. And Daniel Armstrong 0.6 of a second even behind him, and then another further second gap to make up. I don't think it will be possible for Matthew Higgins. Opportunity, sure, if he can really find an extraordinary amount of pace from somewhere, but I think time is going to beat him for this one. Matthew Higgins, though, quickest driver out on the circuit, definitely will be one to watch for the final. Certainly will have a very decent grid position as well in the A final, you'd imagine, with the pace that he's displaying as he finds his way up into 4th, I believe, the number 23 of Harry Reynolds. No, he's still ahead for now. Matthew Higgins can't quite find a way through. The hairpin, is that a change in the story? No, I think still ahead for now. Reynolds, number 23, no, he has now dropped behind, so Higgins up into 4th, showing a tremendous amount of pace. And if of course any of these drivers are competing in the British Car Champs next weekend here at Clay Pigeon Raceway, then this is a great experience to be doing that as well. Today will be very, very competitive. With so much up for grabs in the finals later on in the afternoon. Higgins and Reynolds swapping positions on our final lap. Archie Walker and Ethan Leader, another change within the top 10. Nothing much beyond that though. Jack Meakin has been able to well and truly ditch Daniel Armstrong now. The gap 0.88 of a second, and in truth it looks a bit larger than that. You certainly can't see any way back for Daniel Armstrong now. Jack Meakin comfortably in the lead. 10 seconds remain of this race. The 4th heat for the Junior Max of the 5, of course, which sounds ludicrous until you realise that even the seniors have 6 heats, which is incredible. really is brilliant to have that much interest in the classes, in the racing at Clay. Matthew Higgins now and Hingley having a bit of a discussion as to who should come third. I think it may be Higgins who comes out on top of that one, and he has indeed. He's up into third place now. Matthew Higgins really is on the warpath here. He wants to get as high as he possibly can, but I think that the last lap being out now is going to prevent his progression from becoming any further. So Jack Meakin and Daniel Armstrong definitely will be a top two. Third will surely go to Matthew Higgins as well, having now got past Matty Hingley with so much pace as well. Definitely one to watch, Matthew Higgins. But a brilliant victory for the number 91 of Jack Meakin. Dominant start to finish. Daniel Armstrong in second, third Matthew Higgins with fourth Matty Hingley, then Harry Reynolds in fifth, sixth George Walker, seventh Daniel Sawyer, eighth William Walker with Archie Walker in ninth. So 3 Walkers in the top 10. Ethan Leader in 10th, 11th Callum Voisin, who maybe you would expect to be a bit further up the order. He was second place in heat number 1, Callum Voisin, so a bit more of a disappointing result, that one. Amelia Nelson in 12th, 13th Archie Kitching with a Harley Horton 14th, 15th Callum Green, 16th Lincoln Bailey Arneson with Poppy Stevenson in 17th, 18th Lucas Hayden, Jamie Burt in 19th, and Declan Russell rounding out your top 20 of the Junior Max, the 4th heat of the day for the Junior Max. It's the third and final heat for the Minimax now. Once again, a whole host of drivers, 28 of them, take to the track, try to get themselves as high a position as they possibly can in the last opportunity to do so before the big final later on. This is a critical race for many reasons. Want to make sure they can get as high up the order as possible, get those points in, make sure that their grid start is optimal. Who can we expect to see really? It was Crossley and Linden that have taken the 2 victories so far. Linden's currently 6th, Crossley is 26th, so much further down the order. He's lost 16 places actually, Ben Crossley, so I don't know what's happened to him there, but must have been involved in an accident presumably with the 3 other drivers that have dropped significant positions since the start of this race. But over a minute gone, let's see who the race leader is. I think it is Bobby Rosier, whose race came to an unfortunate end, if I remember rightly, in heat number 2. Involved in an incident with another driver, and that puts Rosier, I think, out of the running, or at least with a very low position, so he'll be looking to avenge that. He certainly showed he had the pace to do just that, and at the moment controlling the race. Let's see how he gets on at the front, with Billy Edgecombe in 2nd place, Harry Linden in 3rd, 4th Ronnie Bellew, with Pearson Bullock Carter in 5th, 6th Cruz Speakman, with Alfie Gallagher 7th, 8th Jay Lawrence, Daniel Tribe 9th, and Harrison Crowther, well, he's up into 9th actually, having overtaken Daniel Tribe, who's actually dropped out of the top 10 altogether. Brian Collins has replaced him in 10th. Now the front, Rosier, with Harry Linden now in 2nd place, and how has he managed to get through the field, seemingly cutting through it so easily, already up into 2nd place, and will Bobby Rosier be able to have any response to Harry Linden in Minimax class? Surely looks like Harry Linden will complete the move, and he has. Linden up into the lead of the race for the first time, darting ahead of Bobby Rosier and getting himself into 1st place. And is there anyone who will be able to stop him? Realistically, it doesn't seem like that will be the case. He came 3rd in heat 1, pretty low grid position for him then, and he was still able to come 3rd, and then able to win the race in heat number 2. Douglas has had 2 2nd places in a row, by the way. Andrew Douglas currently in 11th place, so definitely has a lot of work to do if he wants to replicate that and get a hat-trick of 2nd places. But not giving up is Bobby Rosier. He knew he wouldn't. You know, he has a significant amount of pace to number 49, but not as much as Harry Linden, it seems. Having fallen behind, the gap still definitely there, but certainly you expect Linden to go on this one. Just under 3 minutes remain on the clock as Harry Linden still continuing to lead from Bobby Rosier, cutting through the field as he did, making it look so effortless, and catching up to Bobby Rosier and overtaking itself didn't seem too strenuous a task when you're Harry Linden, but Rosier certainly responded very well. He's right behind the GP plated driver, refusing to give up, and even if Linden is ever so slightly edging away, Rosier at least is staying competitive to Harry Linden, who seems a fairly unstoppable force at the moment. Pearson Bullock Carter in 3rd, with 4th place Cruz Speakman. That does actually belong to the race leader, so that is surely a sign that he deserves to absolutely be at the front. Alfie Gallagher is in 5th, ahead of Billy Edgecombe, who's 6th. 7th place Ronnie Bellew, with Andrew Douglas in 8th place, gaining a couple of positions on that last lap actually, gaining ahead of Harrison Crowther and I think it was Chloe Chong perhaps. I know, maybe it would have been Brian Collins actually, who's dropped 5 places. Jay Lawrence also gaining as a result of that. Just under 90 seconds left on the clock, and Linden's lead looking more and more certain all the time. Rosier in 2nd place, still refusing to give up, and there's a significant gap back to Pearson, Bullock, Carter. So even if Rosier does suddenly lose a bit of time on Harry Linden, he still doesn't have to worry about finishing any lower than second place. He wouldn't have thought. Finn Smith is coming into this race on the back of a positive result in Heat 2, but I don't think he's anywhere to be seen here. Ronnie Bellew and Andrew Douglas climbing 1 and 2 positions respectively, so that's for 5th and 6th. Andrew Douglas into 6th place now, gaining those couple of positions, and Alfie Gallagher losing 3, falling down to 8th place. So a shame for Alfie Gallagher late in the day, losing 3 positions on a single lap. You can see how the top 6 is separated into 3 distinct pairs. You've got Linden and Rosier, with Bullock, Carter and Speakman over 3 seconds behind, and then a further 1.7 seconds back to Andrew Douglas and Ronnie Bellew. Across the line, Bullock, Carter and Speakman, and Douglas and Bellew at the moment. At the moment, these battles seem to be a relative boil. They're not overheating as of yet. They're not too chaotic, but just simmering away enough that you sense something could be coming on this last lap, which indeed it looks like is trying to create that. Cruz Speakman, I think it will never quite come to the boil, because as the last lap board comes to a close, Harry Linden and Bobby Rosier take the top 2 positions. Pearson, Bullock, Carter in 3rd, 4th goes to Speakman, with Andrew Douglas in 5th ahead of Ronnie Bellew. So no changes within the top 6 on the final couple of laps there. Harrison Crowther in 7th, 8th Alfie Gallagher, 9th Aaron Full, and Ben Crossley in 10th position. Did manage to recover to 10th, and 35.17 as well means he had the fastest lap time of the race, and actually by a fairly significant margin as well. It might have looked as though Linden was going to almost cruise to victory in the final, but certainly Ben Crossley having that pace sets up a tantalising prospect of Linden versus Crossley, and so many quick drivers up there as well who could certainly challenge, Rosier being one of them who finished 2nd in this one. Next up, I believe, will be the Senior Rotax. It's their 5th and not even final heat. The 5th heat of Senior Max. Reese Hunter and Daniel Yates as your top 2. Oakley Pryor and Thomas Rotherham on row 2. Those are some very quick drivers making up the front couple of rows, and you'd expect a few further down the order to be making their way up through the order as well. Teddy Clinton being one of them, who's starting all the way down in 16th place. Let's see how they get on. Absolutely nothing to separate them as they go across the line. Pretty sure you could hear the bumpers clanking together as the fronts hit the rears there. Now onto the Sturmey straight we go for the first time. Who did get the best start then? Reese Hunter off pole. You'd expect to know what he's doing from the front, and indeed he is leading the way then ahead of Daniel Yates in the number 70, who on the previous race it might have been, or perhaps the one before for the Senior Max, whichever one he was competing in. I'm pretty sure he did set the fastest lap of the race that time, so has a lot to prove and a lot of pace behind him to prove just that, Daniel Yates. Reese Hunter will be the next opponent though, but the only opponent in the way of him claiming a race lead. Oakley Pryor up to third, Jensen Watts up to fourth, Thomas Rotherham dropping out of the top three, Owen Allison in sixth, seventh Kai Hunter, with Josh Poulain in eighth, ninth Bradley Barrett and Spencer Shinner in 10th. So the two Hunters, Reese Hunter and Kai Hunter, first and seventh as things stand. Reese Hunter leading this one in the zero plated kart, which, forgive my ignorance here if this is incorrect, but I believe is different to the O plate that they are fighting for in the final. This will be some of the drivers just their second race. Some of them it will be their last race for as far as heats are concerned anyway, so a lot riding on this for each of the drivers here, but the ones who have only competed in one heat up till now will be in the last heat of the day for the Senior Rotax, race number 24. It's only 4 races away actually. We've got 177s, Formula Blues, Junior Rotax, then we're back to the Senior Rotax once again before a quick lunch break, then the finals will be underway. Cadets to get us underway in the afternoon. That's bound to be a brilliant race too, isn't it? There's not a single final you could look at and say with assurance, oh, that's going to be a boring race. Top end, the front runners emerge and down towards the timing line once again. Reese Hunter across the line with Daniel Yates in second, Jensen Watts third, fourth Kai Hunter, making his way up through the order to join Reese Hunter at the front. Oakley Pryor in fifth and sixth, Owen Allison. Oakley Pryor in the past a very regular visitor to Clay Pigeon Raceway, less so now, presumably racing elsewhere at a higher level. Has always shown he has a lot of talent as young Oakley Pryor, but at the moment struggling a little bit in the middle of the top 10. 5th place sits Oakley Pryor at the moment on the back of this sort of 5-way battle that we're seeing for the lead. It's a little bit too spaced out to be considering it a proper battle just as of yet. Reese Hunter as well with a 0.7 advantage at the front. You certainly wouldn't say that he's got any immediate challenges. Daniel Yates in second place though. Jensen Watts, Kai Hunter, Oakley Pryor all come across the line. There's no changes at all in the top 10 actually. Owen Allison, Bradley Barrett, Teddy Clinton, Joshua Poulain, Ryan Taylor Truman make up the rest of the top 10. But nothing concluded as of yet. Diving on the inside there, the number 35, that's Kai Hunter gaining yet another position. He's up into third now, past Jensen Watts. 35 on the 36. Gets that move done. And Oakley Pryor also overtaking Jensen Watts then, so he's up to fourth now. Watts demoted a couple of positions in just a few corners, but still has a decent amount of time to respond, still over a couple of minutes left. Oakley Pryor now in fourth place, highest position he's been so far in this race. Daniel Yates in second place. Maybe would have expected a little more pace from Daniel Yates, considering that he did have the fastest lap in that previous one, but Reese Hunter has been formidable so far in this race. Doesn't look like there's anything that's going to halt the progress of the zero-plated driver. Teddy Clinton in the number 45 as well. Keep an eye on him. Up to 7th place. Fastest lap, a 33.62, the quickest of the race so far. Clinton's had some very positive results over the course of the day as well, winning in heat number 2, and as I mentioned last time, the trend has continued. I expect it to end at least before the end of the heats, but in each of the 4 heats we've had so far, there have been 12 different drivers as the top 3, so not a single driver has been able to follow up a podium position with another one. Truly remarkable, that. And I don't know whether that is set to continue, or whether that would be ending if things stay as they are. No, I'm pretty sure it would be continuing that trend, which is truly remarkable. So the A final is really mouth-watering. I cannot believe that we are going to be fortunate enough to watch so many quick drivers all on the track at the same time, really, when we approach the Senior Max A final later on. There's a late manoeuvre there. Up into 3rd place is Oakley Pryor. He was making brilliant progress, Kai Hunter, but then couldn't get beyond 3rd. Or did he? No, it's actually on Daniel Yates, my apologies. So Daniel Yates was overtaken by Kai Hunter and then also overtaken by Oakley Pryor in the past lap as well. So Daniel Yates is losing a bit of pace in this one. I don't know whether those fresh tyres that he had last time out would have really benefited him there, but went across the line with 10 seconds to go, so they've still got to go around one more time. But Daniel Yates seemingly struggling, definitely a little bit more for pace than he was before, as the yellow flags are out at the hairpin. Overtaking there. Are allowed to at the horseshoe though, but none of the top few drivers are able to do just that. But Reese and Kai Hunter as the top 2, with Oakley Pryor now in 3rd position. Jenson Watson, Daniel Yates now make up your top 5. Yates, of course, dropping down to 5th from 2nd, where he was just a couple of laps ago. Last lap of the race it is now. Can't see any imminent changes within the top few positions, or indeed really down to about 10th place, but there may be a late move on the cards here. Having a little look at the hairpin and into the horseshoe. Once again goes into the grass though, and bouncing across the grass. Luckily doesn't collect anyone, is the number 27 of Owen Allison there. That could have been really nasty. Luckily Owen Allison, good recovery driving from him as Reese Hunter wins. Kai Hunter in 2nd, 1.46 seconds behind Reese, but still a brilliant 1-2 as far as the Hunters are concerned. Oakley Pryor in 3rd, 4th Jenson Watts, Daniel Yates in 5th, 6th Teddy Clinton, Bradley Barrett in 7th, 8th James Johnson, then Ryan Taylor Truman, James Lothar as your top 10 in the 5th heat of the Senior Max. 177 and 177 Masters now. It's their third and final heat for the class. Just spawned off of the Minimax's creation. Also, the brilliant prize is up for grabs for the 177s as well, so a lot of them will be hoping to get as high position here to really contribute to a positive grid position in the final. Ayrton Anderson is currently in charge of the 177s, but out on the track it is actually a master who started on pole, Aaron Yeo, one of the over 35s. Philip Hayworth has taken the lead since, leading the way in the number 11 ahead of Aaron Yeo, and Ayrton Anderson is up there as well. I think he might actually be in 5th though, has dropped a couple of positions along the way I believe. So who have we seen from the 177s? Appleby taking the win in heat number 1. Now where is he? Started really low down the order this time, 18th position for Oliver Appleby, and as always Cole Edwards there or thereabouts. He started right at the back though, so has some serious work to do. But both Appleby and Edwards have made a bit of progress so far. Seems they both started pretty close together towards the back of the grid, and they've had an ongoing rivalry over the course of the day. Philip Hayworth in the lead with Aaron Yeo still in 2nd position. Colin Davis in 3rd. 2 of the so-called Masters making up the current top 3. Ian Brownfield in 4th, 5th Ayrton Anderson with Ben Johnson, Henry Ayers, Ian Brown, Curtis Thomas and Derek Hunt currently rounding out to your top 10. Oh, a little bit wide there from a couple of drivers as they're battling for 8th position. Number 56 of Chris Thomas, I think, just getting or pushing out Ian Brown out wide, making sure that he could improve on his current position there. As a result, it means that Hunt can climb their position and get himself into 9th. Henry Ayers as well in 6th, ahead of Ben Johnson. That's an overtake there. Top 4 looking like they're beginning to pull away ever so slightly though from Ayrton Anderson in 5th position. Yeo Davis and Branfield, 3 very experienced drivers around this circuit. They know their way round, but Hayworth is the driver who leads. Hasn't made so many appearances here at Clay, but every time he has, make sure that the quality is shown. Pretty sure he's been in Minimax in the past, but now opting to move over to the 177 series. Doesn't look like there's too much commotion happening within the top 4 positions though. Hayworth, Yeo, Davis and Branfield looks a fairly solid top 4 as things stand. 5th and 6th Ayrton Anderson and Henry Ayers, as Ayers has a look up the inside on Anderson and makes that look easy. This slight left-hand bend we have in the pit straight here at Clay Raceway. Well, took full advantage of it then, did Henry Ayers, to boost himself up ahead of Ayrton Anderson. Anderson now in 6th place, but probably with a decent enough gap back to 7th place Chris Thomas that he doesn't need to be too concerned about shedding any more positions in the immediate future at least. Cross the line with Hayworth and Yeo, who certainly sporting the same frame. Don't know whether they're sharing the same team tent today, but they at least similar paint jobs on those karts. Looks like we've had a retirement as William Abraham is out of the running. He's pulled into the pits at the end of lap 5. Don't know what's happened to both Derek Hunt and Ben Johnson, who both look to have dropped firmly out of the top 10. Yellow Flags waving. It looks like that is Johnson, is it, at the top of the hairpin bend? Putting his cart onto the tyre wall, and that looks as firm a retirement as you're going to see. Might be Joe Fiffner as well, who is recently out of the running as well. So fairly accident-packed race for the 177s in their third heat. Hunt and Johnson presumably coming together, and Fiffner out of the running as well in just the past couple of laps. 90 seconds left on the clock, and no changes within the top four, although perhaps Colin Davis ever so slightly closer to Aaron Yeo, and maybe Brandfield closer to Davis as well. We're getting a little bit more bunched together with the top four. Fifth and sixth still remain Henry Ayers and Ayrton Anderson. You can't see that changing anytime soon, with Chris Thomas as well in seventh place, and there really is a massive gap back to Paul Horton. It's nearly 3 seconds, well, it's over 3 seconds now actually. It's Liam Rabjohns as well who's overtaken Horton, as has Oliver Appleby. So Rabjohns and Appleby both find themselves in 8th and 9th now, climbing the order. Appleby, after a really positive start to the day, be hoping for a little bit more, as something just fell off one of those carts then. Actually see the debris on the little straight between the horseshoe and buttons, and I don't know whether that will incur a black and orange flag for that driver, but it might be Philip Hayworth actually, who seems to have a problem from the race lead, and Aaron Yeo is up into the lead of the race. It is indeed a mechanical flag. Phil Hayworth will be retiring early from this race, from the race lead as well. He just saw something come off of that cart on the side of the circuit, and Hayworth from the race lead out of the running. Aaron Yeo gifted the lead with just a lap and a half or so to go. Well, now it is less than a lap. Colin Davis and Ian Bramfield in second and third. It's never really materialised into that much of a battle, but Aaron Yeo will certainly be delighted with taking home a victory in the third and final heat here. Davis and Bramfield will have to settle for second and third, and Henry Ayers was never quite able to catch up, but that is going to be victory for Aaron Yeo, who wins ahead of Colin Davis. In the end, the gap was half a second. Ian Bramfield in third. Fourth, Henry Ayers with Ayrton Anderson fifth. Sixth, Chris Thomas. Seventh, Oliver Appleby with Liam Rabjohns in eighth. Ninth, Cole Edwards. And 10th, Paul Horton. And I really do wonder how that will affect the grids later on. I forgot to note down actually who were the top three drivers in the second heat, but Appleby's always been there or thereabouts, and so has Hayworth with Edwards as well, but with none of those three taking that higher position in this heat. Is going to be a fascinating grid later on, and that final I'm sure will be very watchable as well. Race number 30. Next up are the Formula Blues though, race number 22 for our final two Rotax heats. So it's the fourth heat for the Senior Blues. Another heat for these drivers to get their teeth stuck into. A little bit more racing for the Blues drivers than everyone else today, because each of the drivers competing in all four of the heats, so they've definitely got a lot of bang for their buck there, because they'll have the final later on as well. Race number 26, the grand final as I'm told it's called, as the number 8 definitely finds himself facing sideways a little bit there. Lost of speed lost from that particular driver. Who is it going to be in the lead though as we come towards our first lap completed? 39 seconds on the clock gone, and Sarita Schoen in the lead by a massive margin as well, 1.16. What a start from Sarita Schoen, with Michael Bell and Dave Watts in second and third. And Watts, you'd imagine, would go into this race thinking that he does have the advantage for pole position, but he's had 2/3 and a first. Can't get much better than that really. Cleal has always been there though, a 4th, a 2nd and a 1st, so pretty much cancelling it out. You would think those two on basically equal points. Could come down to whoever finishes ahead here, and in fact I think it will. Dave Watts is currently ahead of Anthony Cleal, and a better grid start, and he's really made those times when he was starting far down the order count as Dave Watts. Cleal in 4th at the moment, he's got to make quick work of Michael Bell, which he's trying to do at the hairpin, up the inside, up into 3rd, and now Anthony Cleal just one position away from probably pole position. Of course, each of the finishing places of any of the heats in any class is just a provisional result, so you can never know for certain exactly who is the winner, who is second, who is third. What I note down is just what I see out there on the track. Of course, it's all due to be reviewed. There might have been an illegal incident in there, nose cone penalty, as well as being underweight, which is a common one that can unearth the progress or results of even the most seasoned racers. Just burned a few more calories than they were expecting in a race, can cost them a first. Top 3 here, and it's Sarita Schoen with Dave Watts all over the back of the number 4, and Anthony Cleal right there as well. We need to get a bit of deja vu here for Dave Watts, I would have thought, with Sarita Schoen being behind and trying to get past with Anthony Cleal for company. I'm sure it was not maybe this exact scenario, but certainly a very similar one in Heat 2 or 3. I think it was Heat 3 actually. Dave Watts dives on the inside, a bit of clip of the front of the front bumper there of Sarita Schoen was definitely clipped by the rear right tyre of Dave Watts. Don't know whether that will cause either driver an issue. I don't think it will. It was a little bit of contact, but nothing too serious. I think probably if there was any issues, it would have happened by now. Anthony Cleal has also found his way through, so both getting past Sarita Schoen. A brilliant start by Schoen, but unable to deal with the superior pace that Watts and Cleal are showing that they clearly have at the moment. Kieran Quirk getting a contact warning. A little bit of inexperience perhaps shown by the number 27 novice Kart. He's trying to battle his way towards the top 10. Robin Stoddart Stones proving a worthy opponent at the moment in number 9. Dave Watts and Anthony Cleal though, again, only going off provisional results, but what it should mean from what I've noted down is whoever finishes ahead here gets pole position for the final, and that right hand side of the grid really could prove a massive advantage in the much longer final as well. 12 minutes it will be. Only the B finals will be a little shorter than the 12 minutes and a lap, which we'll come to expect for the rest of the races. 2.5 minutes remain. Dave Watts ahead of Anthony Cleal, but now Cleal does dive on the inside and he's in the lead of the race for the first time. Dave Watts could have no response to that at the S's, had been driving fairly defensively, but had no response there to Anthony Cleal at the S's, who just made the dive late, on the brakes late, and gets the move done on Dave Watts. Now, can Watts reply before the end of this race? Still got a good few laps left. 4 or 5 laps left, you would have thought. Maybe even more than that. But Cleel in the lead. He's not one to drive too defensively on the whole. Certainly come the final couple of laps, if he's leading a race and there's quicker drivers behind, then wouldn't opt against it. But often with drivers in behind, Cleel opts to just try and go as quick as he possibly can, and well, at the moment it seems that Dave Watts can't quite handle the pace of the number 1 anyway. Does seem a little slower than Cleel. Sarita shown in 3rd, Stuart Gray is in 4th and closing in as well. Russell O'Neill in 5th. Going off today, really the top 5 out on the track. Perhaps not the exact same order, but you would say that the top 5 have been the top 5 over the course of the day. I don't think there's too many surprises with who does make up the top 5 positions. Russell O'Neill behind Stuart Gray. That may be still a change in proceedings. And there was that race, wasn't there? I think it was heat number 2 where Stuart Gray was at the lead or in 2nd place for such a huge bulk of it, and seemed to be holding up the drivers quite significantly. But was proving a real pain to get past, and since then that gain of confidence has really gave him a bit of a kick, because in Heat 3 was a lot quicker. Now battling in 4th place and really looking like a 3rd place is more than likely, with Russell O'Neill right on his rear bumper though, thinking this is a different Stuart Gray from before. This is one with real race pace. 10 seconds though as they go across the line to complete the 11th lap of the race remaining, which means next lap, last lap, and the last lap of heats for the Formula Blues today. These NKRA finals, so highly rated by the Blues. Sarita Schoen has been well and truly caught up by Stuart Gray now. They have to deploy some defensive tactics in the final lap that remains, but out of the top end for the penultimate time, and Anthony Cleel has just got to defend for a lap from Dave Watts in order to secure this pole position. Into Billy's they go. Sarita Schoen as well, bit of defending to do perhaps from Stuart Gray, who's going to have a look at Billy's, has managed to find a way through, as seeking a way through as well is Russell O'Neill, who also finds that way through. So Gray up to 3rd, and Sarita Schoen can have no response there. Is Dave Watts going to make a late lunge? No, decides against it at the horseshoe, and into Buttons once again as they head towards the final corner. It is going to be Anthony Cleel who's surely going to claim pole and the win of this race. 2 wins on the trot for the number 1 as he wins in the last heat of the day for the Senior Blues. Stuart Gray and Russell O'Neill 3rd and 4th. Sarita Schoen will be disappointed to have conceded those 2 positions at the end there. Then it is going to be Michael Bell to claim a very comfortable 6th. 7th place will go to Kevin O'Neill and David Good in 8th. Don't know what's happened to David Waldron here. He's dropping down the order. It does actually finish in 11th in the end, but was in 8th at the start of the lap, so definitely got wrapped up in some trouble along the way. He was 9 seconds slower than everyone else, David Waldron, so maybe a spin, or at least a coming together with another kart, you'd imagine. Kieran Quirk in the novice came 9th in the end. Chris Underhill 10th. David Waldron, as I mentioned, 11th. 12th one shown with Paul Alexander. Robin Stoddart-Stones in 14th. And Phil Shears 15th place in the other novice. Anthony Cleel, though, with the victory, surely pole, and surely Watts will be alongside him on a very interesting front row for the Formula Blues. Next up is the Junior Rotax, race number 23. Well, it seems like the heats have absolutely flown by, and we are now on race number 23 of just the 24 heats that we've got. I say just, like the 6 classes we've got isn't a ridiculous amount of heats to have. And this is the 5th and final heat for the Junior Max. It's all to play for. I've absolutely no idea who is at the top at the moment, but I imagine Higgins has a very good chance of being very much up there, and he'll be wanting to replicate something like that as well in this heat. Matthew Higgins starting 8th this time, and he's had a 1st and a 3rd in his opening 2 heats, and there's a massive coming together with several karts involved on the Sturmey straight. Lots of karts, several backwards into the barrier, few onto the grass. Seems like there's at least a couple who won't be able to get going again, but that was just a cascade of karts knocking into one another, collecting then a few more. As long as everyone is okay and there haven't been any injuries, then that's what really matters. But Marshall's just seeing to one driver here who's off the edge of the Sturmies. We'll just keep an eye on what flag is being shown. Obviously there won't be any overtaking down Sturmies or indeed in the S's for now. Yellow flags are being shown around the circuit, so no overtaking anywhere. Hope that driver is okay. It did look pretty nasty, but there's a lot of safety with the way that the karts are built and with the helmets that they made being particularly durable, of course. There's a lot of safety in motorsport now. Hope that the young driver is okay. There were at least 8 karts involved in that. Just didn't really see how it started in the S's, presumably. Just a couple of karts come together, and then when the acceleration is building up and it becomes harder to see from further back, and suddenly crashing into the side of a kart that's out of control. It seems like it is okay. Out of the kart and sitting on the wall here. Striking a disappointed figure, but not an injured one, which is the most important thing. Yellow flag still waving all around the circuit, so no overtaking to be made. Gives me a good opportunity to read out the current order of things. Jordan Morris leading the way ahead of Archie Walker, with William Walker in 3rd. 4th, Matthew Higgins, with Matthew Lambert in 5th. 6th, Tristan Rennie. Cameron Crockett 7th. 8th, Daniel Sawyer, with Poppy Stevenson 9th and Lucas Hayden 10th. This will work just fine for Jordan Morris from his point of view. Yellow flags are out, but unlike at some kart circuits, certainly in the arrive and drive places, yellow flags don't mean reduced speed or reduced down to walking pace, etc. It's you can still race at full race pace, it's just no overtaking. Yellow flag still waving in a couple of sectors, but I think for the most part we are back up to full racing mode again now. Keep your eye on Matthew Higgins. He's surely going to be favourite for pole later on, and he's in 4th, just on the back of the leading trio as well. All 4 of them are a massive group as Higgins has a look up the inside, and surely on William Walker he's going to get that move done, which he does. Up past and into 3rd. Higgins now behind Archie Walker. The 2 Walkers, Archie and William, were together now. Higgins in between the 2 of them. But Jordan Morris leading the way could prove a very tough opponent for Matthew Higgins, who, as I mentioned, a 1st and a 3rd. Really fantastic stuff from Higgins in a class as competitive as this, but he'll certainly be within the first couple of rows. You would have thought as Higgins dives up the inside now and gets the better of Archie Walker as well, up into 2nd, and Matthew Higgins now only has 1 opponent ahead of him to claim 2 wins from 3 races, which would be a very remarkable result from his perspective. It's actually Archie Walker, who's in the lead of the race, and Jordan Morris, who's down in 3rd now. So both Archie Walker and Matthew Higgins getting past on that previous lap. Walker still ahead of Higgins for now. Let's see how long that will last. Well, Matthew Higgins, I say that, already up into the lead. So Higgins, new race leader. He's, as I say, seeking 2 wins from 3, which would surely guarantee a pole position. Even if he's had a disqualification or a time penalty along the way, you can't imagine he's going to be far away from the top couple of rows, that's for sure. But at the moment, can't see any reason why he wouldn't be on pole. In the lead of the race, has so much pace, and will surely be the favourite going into the final as well as we approach the final 90 seconds of this race. Higgins, Archie Walker, William Walker and Jordan Morris, your current top 4. I think we've seen a huge amount of William Walker over the course of the day. I don't remember seeing too much of him in the really top few positions. But good to see that he is now pushing on, evidently possesses that race pace, the number 45. And putting it on show in this 5th heat for the Junior Max. Higgins, admire how he is pulling away. That gap is now over half a second. Out of the top end comes Higgins. They are approaching a back marker of the number 97, Ethan Lomax, who will be the next driver to be lapped by Matthew Higgins. But seems to have decent pace, Lomax, certainly not proving difficult to get past, which is the absolute last thing you want to see, especially when you're in a bit of a tussle, as those drivers are, especially spanning from second downwards. Second place, Archie Walker and William Walker. Well, the last thing they'll want to do is take each other out, but William Walker certainly would love to claim a second place, I'm sure, and get the better of Archie. Tristan Rennie now ahead of Jordan Morris as well. Morris just slipping down the order a little bit more, lacking that really killer pace that the top couple of karts do seem to have, Matthew Higgins particularly. Although his 34.41 isn't the quickest lap time, that does belong to Tristan Rennie, the driver who has just overtaken Morris into 4th now and showing some really excellent pace. Across the line go Lomax and Higgins, who concludes this race. I didn't realise it was the last lap, to be honest, but Higgins does take the win ahead of Archie Walker, with William Walker 3rd, 4th Tristan Rennie, who was showing some really impressive pace towards the end there. Let's see whether, I don't think he's had a win so far, but Rennie took a 2nd place in heat number 3, and he'll definitely be one to watch for the final. But can anyone stop Matthew Higgins, who claims yet another win for the Junior Max? Jordan Morris in 5th, 6th Daniel Sawyer, Lucas Hayden in 7th, 8th Ryan Wills, Poppy Stevenson 9th, and Harry Reynolds 10th. Minimax and their 6th and final heat. 6 heats of senior Rotax. We've already had 5 thoroughly enjoyable races. Now time for the last one. It is Lewis Bevan at the front with Elliot Hall alongside Alex Bentley and Tiernan Rourke make up the top couple of rows, and what a huge amount of speed they have as they head over the timing line and get into Billy's. There's a few cars going slowly, definitely a few who have entangled themselves at the starts there. First corner, still looks like a couple of cars are looking to try and get away, but that's successfully dispersed the field. And you can see how the top, 7 or so, there's a massive gap already back from them to the rest of the pack, because they seemingly got out of their first corner incident unscathed. Go across the line is Elliot Hall, James Johnson, Tiernan Rourke, Lewis Halliday, Charlie Turner, Lewis Bevan and James Lothar. And it is indeed just the top 7, and you can't see that anyone else really stands a chance of claiming a win, even though we've only had the opening lap. Charlie Turner gained 10, William Ellswood gained 14 to end up in 8th place of that first lap. Bradley Barrett gained 13, Daniel Yates also climbing 14 positions on that first lap. That is a huge gain. I mean, anything double digits is impressive, but then another 50% on top of that, that is truly remarkable. Just over a minute gone, Elliot Hall leading the way, James Johnson and Tiernan Rourke, and well, that incident in the first corner definitely had a bit of a shake-up in the order of things, didn't it? There's 3 drivers who are completely out of it, Alex Bentley, Ben Casely and Nelson King. That's a shame for Nelson King particularly. The other 2 drivers, not sure how their days were getting on, but particularly Nelson King was having several positive results along the way. He's been able to follow that up with one here to potentially get himself within the top 10 on the grid, but I don't think that's likely to happen now. With an early retirement here, you'd think it would make it nigh on impossible. But Hall leading the way in this race, or is he now? I think James Johnson actually has overtaken him since I've said that. The number 7 as they head out of the top end once again towards the timing line. Here are the top 5 as they go across the line. James Johnson, Elliot Hall, Tiernan Rourke, James Lothar and Charlie Turner. And then there's quite a big gap back to Lewis Bevan actually. 1.8 seconds back to Louis Bevan, with William Ellswood and Lewis Gilbert 7th and 8th. 0.5 seconds back then to Bradley Barrett and Daniel Yates, also there in the top 10 and only 0.2 of a second behind, so all still up for grabs, but you can't really look past the top 5 for drivers likely to be engaging with the top few positions, certainly for the grid later on. James Johnson leading the way, Elliot Hall in 2nd position, and I mentioned it before, but each of the first 5 heats having completely different top 3s from one another, looking as though we are going to have that again. So that indicates that there's pretty much no way of telling who exactly is going to be on top and who's going to be the favourites heading into the final. Even drivers who we know are very quick, Teddy Clinton and Machi Hamera, are both in 16th and 15th respectively, so no way of really knowing who the top drivers are in this class, and it just means that pretty much the entirety of the A final is just going to be clogged with drivers who are consistently setting times below 34 seconds, which I tend to think is ridiculous anyway. But that is the benchmark now, getting below the 34 second mark, which a lot of these drivers are achieving to be at the very top, getting below the 34 seconds. A 33.75 set by our race leader, but Teddy Clinton, I mentioned how quick he was. He's in 15 with the quickest lap of the race, a 33.66. Unbelievable lap time from him. This is Johnson, Hall and Lothar as your current top 3. Well, if things happen to finish like this, then at long last there will be a repeat within the within the top three, because in Heat 1 Lothar was able to finish second. If things finish as they are, then he'll take a third as well, so he'll be the only driver to have finished in the top three on more than one occasion. Onto the Sturmey Straight. It goes second, third, fourth and fifth, but the race leader James Johnson is fairly comfortably far up the road, 1.43 seconds ahead of second placed Elliot Hall, who's got James Lothar and Charlie Turner for company. We'll be hoping to retain that second place, because it's unrealistic that he'll be able to get any further up the order than that. Tin and Raw in fifth place isn't so far behind, but 0.9 of a second. You tend to think, especially with the time that remains, that doesn't stand much of a chance at getting into the top four, really. Not too far adrift though. Rourke, as I mentioned, in fifth. Sixth, William Ellswood. Seventh, Lewis Gilbert, with Bradley Barrett eighth. Ninth, Daniel Yates, and 10th now is Jensen Watts, having climbed a couple of positions, pushing Louis Bevan out of the top 10. Riley Stevenson 11th, Bevan is 12th, 13th Teddy Clinton, with Owen Allison 14th, 15th is, well, actually Machi Amera has climbed to 13th now, ahead of Owen Allison. Thomas Storrard 16th, 17th Jack Maymond, Alexander Baker in 18th, and Reese Hurd in 19th place. He goes across the line now. He's over 7 seconds adrift of anyone else, so had a couple of incidents along the way, which has pretty much put an end to the hope of Reese Hurd heading towards the top 10. Just over half a minute remaining on the clock, so really not long left now. As having a look up the inside, that is Lothar, or is it Turner trying to reclaim his position on Lothar? I think that may well be the case. The yellow flag's waving at that hairpin there. I think that was Charlie Turner reclaiming his position on James Lothar, which he had lost for a lap or so. But across the line, Charlie Turner with a not instantaneous but fairly quick response to get himself back into second place. Elliot Hall remains in fourth. And just about ahead at the moment. That battle for second could go all the way to the wire. Charlie Turner ahead of James Lothar. Lothar would take a second and a third from two of his races. Not sure where he came in the other one, but that would certainly indicate a very positive grid position later on. Definitely one to watch, but James Johnson at the moment, he has had a comfortable race in this one. Can't see anyone stopping him there, but it's all completely different in the final, especially with the stakes so high. Who will it be for second place, James Lothar or Charlie Turner? At the moment it is Lothar who's just about ahead of Turner, having reclaimed that position again on the previous lap. Keep chopping and changing these two. Elliot Hall remaining in fourth, but it is going to be James Johnson in the number 7 to take the win, and second place will just about go to James Lothar with Charlie Turner. And with that, James Lothar does, for the first time in the Senior Max today, become the first driver to get in the top 3 more than one time. Elliot Hall in 4th, 5th Lewis Gilbert, Bradley Barrett in 6th, 7th Daniel Yates, 8th Tin and Rourke, 9th Teddy Clinton, and 10th Jensen Watts in the final heat of the day. 6 heats of Senior Max. They all seem to fly by though. Brilliant from a neutral spectator standpoint. Next up will be the finals. 12-minute races soon to come up, and it will be the cadets to get us underway with that. We'll be back after the lunch break to get underway with the finals. are then with a couple of minutes gone of the Honda Cadet final. Each of these 27 drivers may well have raced against each other in each of the heats, but that doesn't take the emphasis off of this final and just how important it is, especially for the championship. It might not be under the Rotax umbrella and therefore don't qualify for getting the incredibly generous prizes that we have donated for each of the Rotax classes today. But in terms of the championship, we've got Charles Green and Harrison Whitcomb and Hugh Moulton are all very much there for the championship, as well as Freddie Baker as well. Freddie Baker's currently in 10th. We've got Whitcomb, Moulton and Green all within the top 4. Dalton Hayward's a bit of an anomaly in there, but has still been one of the quickest drivers today. So all still to play for the championship. Obviously, when it comes to the club championship, certainly next month is the one to watch, last of the season, and I'll be making sure to stay on top of all of it then. But for now, this could be crucial in the race for the championship, because 4 of the now 6 drop rounds since rounds 1, 3, 4 and 5 were all obsolete. At the moment it's Hugh Moulton leading the way in this one, Dalton Hayward in 2nd position, Harrison Whitcomb in 3rd place. As things stand, those top 3 all very tightly compact, with Charles Green, Jonathan Piggott and Cameron Nelson a bit further down the order, but similar situation there with the 3 of them battling it out. 40 of Cameron Nelson just trying to find a way through, but remaining in 6th for now. Will Hugh Moulton be able to keep Dalton Hayward at bay? Championship leader Harrison Whitcomb in 3rd now, as Hayward finds a way past and does indeed get himself into 1st place, past Hugh Moulton and into the lead of this one. Onto the Sturmey straight they go once again, with Hayward now the new race leader. But as we've seen before, with Dalton Hayward overtaking Hugh Moulton, Moulton very good at retaining his place in 2nd and not letting Hayward disappear up the road, making sure that he stays within touching distance, especially into the latter stages where he'll have a real chance of potentially having a late go up the inside of the hairpin or so, and then incredibly difficult for Hayward to respond with the limited time remaining. Nearly halfway into our first final of the day. It's the only cadet final. By default, the A final. With these 27 drivers, we'll have our first B final a couple of races time. It's the NKRA finals next, as the Formula Blues take to the track after this one. Huge meeting, this one. When it comes to club meetings, not many are bigger than the O Plate and the NKRA. All chucked into one meeting. Over 200 entries to this meeting. Huge numbers, which is brilliant to see. Harrison Whitcomb getting left behind ever so slightly by Hayward and Moulton, who are both trying to make sure that they are far enough away from Whitcomb, but still within touching distance of a potential race win, and both can definitely say they're in with a shout. Dalton Hayward particularly in control of this one at the moment, in the lead, but with Moulton so close behind. Jonathan Piggott, Cameron Nelson and Charles Green is still a group that's refusing to be split up as well. Piggott is at the forefront of that group at the moment, but Nelson having a go at the inside, and on the Sturmey straight he is newly into 4th place ahead of Piggott, and Charles Green remains in 6th, cannot respond to that and follow himself, getting a position himself along the way. Piggott remains in 5th. Couldn't get more painful for him, as it could have if Green had been a little bit closer and taken advantage of that, but certainly towards the rear of the pack as well. There's still a good amount of very watchable racing further down the order. Lots of positions chopping and changing down there from, well, about 13th downwards. 12th actually. Ethan Griffiths at the forefront of that particular group, all the way down to 23rd. There's very little separating those drivers. 4 minutes remain of this 12-minute final. A few grey, unpleasant-looking clouds beginning to form overhead, which isn't ideal, but we should be able to get away in this October meeting unscathed. God knows what November has in store for us. Dramatic weather always contributing to a championship finale. Well, seem to recall that having happened over the years. Jonathan Piggott overtaking Cameron Nelson. Change for 4th, so getting his revenge and re-overtaking Cameron Nelson. Not the first time in this race, and Nelson finds himself in 5th for not the first time in this race either. Harrison Whitcomb getting very much left behind by Hayward and Moulton though. Will Moulton make his move, or is he content to stick in 2nd place? Depends whether he's thinking about the glory of the trophies here in the meeting, or whether he's thinking about those championship points. And if he doesn't make too risky a manoeuvre, then he really does hand the advantage to Harrison Whitcomb. Then, if he can get the win here, that will go a long way towards closing the gap and probably overtaking in the championship, actually getting himself into the lead of the championship. It's going to be a really exciting finale, actually, of which the trophy presentation will probably be in December. I don't know how it's going to work with COVID regulations, but hopefully we can still have a presentation there somewhere. Hayward still battling with Moulton. Over the course of the day, it's pretty unanimous, I think, that Hayward has been on paper the quicker driver, but Moulton just able to stay in that tow all the time, just stick behind that kart, making sure that Hayward's kart is pushing the air out of the way and he can be right in that slipstream. As a result, so difficult for Hayward to disappear up the track, as may have been the case if the pace differentials were there in a different class. Harrison Whitcomb now is over 3 seconds adrift, actually, over half a second lost on Moulton on that previous lap. Piggott, Nelson and Green all closing in on that previous lap. I don't think there will be enough time for them to make a significant dent in the chances of Whitcomb getting on that last step on the podium. As has a little look, does Green on Nelson, and he does find his way past at the hairpin then. Charles Green up to 5th place, but Nelson's going to immediately respond, but he does drift out slightly wide of the horseshoe. As a result, Green does settle it now, gets himself into 5th place, and Nelson will have to settle for 6th for the time being at least. Has been up to 4th, and now back dropping down to 6th once again, Cameron Nelson. Well, there's number 87 in a slightly precarious position here. That kart facing the wrong way, trying to rejoin the circuit here. He's got to do so when he's got a bit of clear track. But facing the wrong way at the S's. Who is this? Jacob Davis, this is, who, well, being pulled out of the way now by the marshal. Could definitely do with facing the right direction, is being told to go. And go he does, so thankfully he can resume with his race. A couple of drivers who are a lap behind. Davis joined by another novice of Ethan Francis. Always good, of course, to see novices rejoining in the class, and they will be drivers for years to come, I'm sure. Got 6 of them here in this class. Luke Ford, Conrad Barton, Max Lovell, Harry Cottrell, Jacob Davis and Ethan Francis, all making up the novice division. Green has now, having gotten ahead of Cameron Nelson, has got ahead of Piggott as well. We're going to see Hayward and Moulton on the last lap of the race as well. This one's going to go all the way to the wire. Is Moulton going to be able to make a last opportunity for himself, or is he going to stick with what he's got, take those championship points home? I'm sure he'll be hungry for that first place, but Dalton Hayward has the advantage in this last half a lap or so that they've got. Hugh Moulton having a look on the inside though of the final horseshoe, Who's it going to be? They're going to be side by side going into buttons. Hayward is going to regain that position for now as they come into the top end for the final time. Dalton Hayward versus Hugh Moulton. Hayward with a really decent exit actually. He's going to keep him behind, and it will be Hayward to take the win. Takes a checkered flag and just about beating Hugh Moulton to the line there. My goodness, great finale from those two as across the line we go, and in the end it is Jonathan Piggott who can settle in 4th place, Charles Green in 5th, sit Cameron Nelson. That one began to disperse a little towards the last couple of laps as Freddie Baker takes it home in 7th. 8th place Jack Price, 9th Jack West, and Noah Pikes 10th. 11th Zach Harrison, 12th Archie Dyson with Ethan Griffiths 13th, 14th Freddie Worlock, Emily Ackett's 15th, 16th Jensen Hookie, and the highest place novice Luke Ford, very well deserved 17th place. Conrad Barton in 18th, 19th Sam Green Gomez with Max Lovell in 20th, 21st Travis Rose with Harry Cottrell in 22nd, Lucas Howell, Oliver Gussman, Jack Pullen 23rd, 24th and 25th. Ethan Francis and Jacob Davis in the end finish a few laps behind, but Dalton Hayward a well-deserved victory. Hugh Moulton will take strides towards a potential championship win with this 2nd place. Harrison Whittingham in 3rd as your first final of the day is concluded. The Honda Cadet final draws to a close. Hayward in the end with the fastest lap as well, 40.54. Very quick lap time indeed. The only two anywhere near that really were Moulton and Whittingham, who came in close behind. But next up, Formula Blue, it's the big one. It's the NKRA Finals. Senior Blues are next up then, having followed the Cadets out onto the track. 15 drivers out, ready to get their NKRA series, draw it to a close really, but this is what it's all about when it comes to the Blues. Anthony Cleal is starting at the front with Dave Watts alongside. No surprise there, those two have been the quickest over the course of the day. I'd expect Sarita Schoen and Stuart Gray to be on row 2, and indeed they are. 3rd and 4th, Gray will follow Anthony Cleal on that inside line. Let's see how much of an advantage that gives him as Anthony Cleal versus Dave Watts gets underway. It's round 5 today, and Cleal gets a much better start. Actually, there's a bit of an incident as Stuart Gray spun around. Saw that, don't know how that's resolved. As I say, my cone of vision is slightly disturbed down to Billy's, unfortunately. Can't quite see it from my commentary box area, but looks like Stuart Gray has got going once again. Such a shame to start off the race like that, though, for the number 15, especially having coming into his own, really. The pace that he's had over the past couple of heats has been really brilliant, and he would have been hoping to continue that here. It might all be for nothing, as he's now got to pick his way up through the order once again. Will be dead last, 15th position for Stuart Gray. Just looked like a bit of contact. I think it was from Sarita Schoen. They just ran out of track, didn't they? I think it was a racing incident, probably. Don't think there was anyone too heavily to blame there, but Stuart Gray suddenly found himself facing the wrong way. And at the back of the pack now. At the front though, Anthony Cleal simply got the better getaway, and he's now still in the lead of this race. Dave Watts in second place was always going to prove the biggest obstacle for him, and thus that is being proved. Sarita Schoen and Russell O'Neill are third and fourth, and definitely not out of the question yet. But 0.7 of a second already away from Dave Watts suggests that really Cleal and Watts are the leading duo, and the pair that maybe we would expect to see as the top two come the end of this race. Russell O'Neill putting some pressure on Sarita Schoen though, as they did briefly look to have caught up a bit to the leading two. Michael Bell is in fifth, which seems to have fairly consistently been where he's been finishing over the course of these heats, either fifth or sixth, that middle ground, sort of connecting the rest of the field from the evident top five. At the moment really only fifth because of Stuart Gray going off on the first corner. Gray's already found his way up into 11th place, so he's showing some impressive pace at this point. Fastest lap belonging to Dave Watts, though. Very interesting that the second place driver has been going quicker than our current race leader. Tends to indicate that that gap is going to close pretty shortly. Sarita Schoen and Russell O'Neill certainly aren't giving up here. They want a piece of the action when it comes to the top two, and they really want to get themselves in a decent position here. Important in some ways to work together, because Russell O'Neill, even though he's going to go for the overtake here, is going to go on the inside, drifts out slightly wide though. That's exactly what they want to avoid, really, that kind of overtake where it's not conclusive and it just costs them both a little bit more time. If they work together and just stay behind one another, then they could both potentially catch up to the top two, and then it's every man for himself after that point. Dave Watts all over the back of Anthony Cleal now though. Cleal going into this race had a better fourth heat. The form was with him. One or two more points I think going into the grids for this race. At the moment it is Dave Watts who is quicker on that previous lap. Cleal set his personal best of the race, but it was still 1600ths slower than that of Dave Watts, as he's all over the back of the number one now. Has a little look at Billy's, but I think he just settles in behind him again there. Does indeed as they go into the S's. Sarita Schoen and Russell O'Neill will be very aware of this situation, hoping that the two of them can cost each other a bit more time. Russell O'Neill goes through the same area. He's going to drift out wide again though. It's a carbon copy of the manoeuvre he attempted a couple of laps prior, where Sarita Schoen was just able to dive back up the inside and reclaim the position which she very briefly lost. Out of the top end come these top four then, and fifth is nailed on fifth for Michael Bell pretty much. Sixth place David Waldron, seventh Paul Alexander, Kieran Quirk, Stuart Gray and David Good rounding out the rest of your top 10. You can still expect Stuart Gray to be making some progress from that point. Is it going to be the same story again though? Sarita Schoen deciding to opt for a slightly more defensive line this time. Doesn't want Russell O'Neill to come at her third time in a row. out of the top end once more. Then the final corner of this circuit as Anthony Cleal races past my commentary box position with Dave Watts so close in tow. On that last lap, Anthony Cleal did go quickest, 37.1, quicker than the best effort of Dave Watts. But now Watts is having a look on the inside at the hairpin, and Dave Watts does what Russell O'Neill couldn't, and doesn't drift out so wide as to enable Cleal to come back at him. He does look to go ever so slightly wide of the horseshoe though, but he had it covered. Sarita Schoen still remains in third, with Russell O'Neill remaining in fourth. But Watts now, our new race leader. How will Anthony Cleal respond to that as we approach the halfway stage, or we're past, sorry, the halfway stage now of this race? Unless my eyes aren't working properly, which actually I think they're not. We're coming up to the halfway stage, so still got a decent amount of time left. This will probably be about a 20 lap race or so, and this is lap 10. Cleal behind Dave Watts. Will he be looking to respond sooner or later? I don't know whether he will be opting for the later option, just keep that gap as it is for now, or whether he'll want to get into the lead, back into the lead as soon as he possibly can. Anthony Cleal goes quickest now, 36.93. 36.97 was set by Dave Watts on that previous lap. Very quick for the Blues to get below that 37-second mark, and well, I don't think any other drivers got anywhere near really. Stuart Gray with a 37.9, David Waldron a 37.66, Russell O'Neill 37.5, Sarita Schoen a 37.5. So top two significantly quicker than anyone else, and it probably helps them that Sarita Schoen and Russell O'Neill are still having a tussle for that third place. It's perhaps not. Oh, there's a driver out of his Kart at the S's here. Really needs to move that, and quickly. Dave Watts and Anthony Cleal cleverly and responsibly navigated that particular one, but the Kart completely died in the middle of the circuit. Nothing really the driver could do, and does manage to get out of the way unscathed, thankfully. Well done, Dave Watts there, slowing down and responsibly making sure that the adrenaline doesn't get to him. But we have resumed with racing here as the number 82 of Chris Underhill pulls off to one side. 4.5 minutes remain. Anthony Cleal still within touching distance, but not close enough to Dave Watts as things stand. Watts leading the way, with Sarita Schoen ahead of Russell O'Neill, again taking a fairly defensive line, very aware of the threat that O'Neill poses. Into buttons once more. Out of the top end then, and looks as though Watts is going to be in charge for at least another lap. Can't see that gap closing too dramatically. Cleal may fancy it at the hairpin though. Depends all about the exit on the S's here. They both had a pretty decent exit there. Dave Watts keeping that for now. Sarita Schoen once again keeping the inside line at the hairpin. Doesn't want to concede any more chances to Russell O'Neill. Eventually he is going to absolutely get it spot on the brakes, which you've got to really at the hairpin so as to not drift out wide. Same story at Billy's, really similar corners in that respect, both technical right-handers, both favourable overtaking opportunities. Cleal all over the back of Dave Watts as a ray of sunshine pierces through these grey clouds, and arguably might be a bit blinding for the drivers as they head down the pit straight. Back marker making sure that not interrupting the flow, especially with the top four drivers. Good to see. Dave Watts and Anthony Cleal is approaching the final stages now though, with 2.5 minutes remaining. Fastest lap belongs still with Anthony Cleal at 36.93, and indeed the 36.97 set by Dave Watts on the same lap has remained his personal best. So Cleal might still have the better personal best of the two, but that doesn't mean that he'll get more championship points. Watts at the moment is in charge in that department. Across the line we go to begin lap number 17. That's a 36.9 by Anthony Cleal, though, in which he goes quickest again, and another personal best by Dave Watts. It's not quite as good, a 36.94. They really are matching each other blow for blow at the moment. And now it looks as though Russell O'Neill finally does have the line he needs on Sarita Shone to get past the number 4 and into third. Russell O'Neill into third place after a long time of troubling and trying to get past Sarita Shone. Eventually is successful now. Across the line we go with the top 2 once again, and now it will be confirmed. Russell O'Neill ahead of Sarita Shone by 0.2 of a second across the line. Shone has been defending that position for a number of laps now. Imagine it'll be relatively difficult to come back at Russell O'Neill and be able to respond, but Anthony Cleal has got past Dave Watts. Presumably that move was made at the hairpin, didn't actually see it take place, but Anthony Cleal now, our race leader once again, led for the first quarter of the race or so, and then the middle, probably 2 quarters, middle half of the race was pretty much dominated by Dave Watts, but now Cleal, where it matters in the closing stages, is back into the lead of the race. What response will Dave Watts have? Just making sure he takes a defensive but not overly defensive line into the hairpin. As we sweep around the horseshoe once more, it's still Cleal who holds the advantage. Watts in second position. And the top end exit so crucial to carry as much speed as possible as they cross the line. Dave Watts, I'm not sure he has a response to this. They go across the line, 11 seconds left on the clock, so we will have to go around a couple more times yet. A couple more opportunities for Watts. How will Cleal be able to respond? He seemed to know that Watts wasn't quite close enough to be able to make a late lunge there, because he didn't drive the defensive line, just really took the racing line there. A bit more defensive again into the horseshoe, wants to keep Dave Watts at bay now. Doesn't matter how close he is behind, as long as he stays behind. Next lap will be the final one as they come out on the top end once again. It seems that Russell O'Neill has nailed his third position now. Can't see that changing too much. The last lap of the race, and it is Anthony Cleal ahead of Dave Watts in these closing stages onto the semi-straight for the final time. Who's it going to be, the 1 or the 0? Is the number 1 of Anthony Cleal, who's driving sensibly, keeping those angles tight, making sure that it is always going to be challenging for Watts to find a way through, and I think he's done enough. I think that gap is too big now. Really opened up, showed the pace, and Anthony Cleal out of the top end will be taking the victory here. Takes a checkered flag, a little sign of celebration from the coveted senior blue driver as he beats Dave Watts to the line in the end by 0.44 of a second. The gap doesn't really do it justice. It seemed closer than that for the majority of it. Russell O'Neill in third in the end, having had that long spar with Sarita Shone. Stuart Gray does manage to fight his way back up into 5th place, so Michael Bell falling to 7th in the end, David Waldron in 6th, so Stuart Gray, fair play for a impressive comeback there. Paul Alexander 8th, 9th, Kieran Quirk, the novice, another impressive drive from Quirk, who's really showing his worth despite being a novice. Kevin O'Neill 10th, 11th, David Good with Ron Shone 12th, 13th, Phil Shears, and Chris Underhill and Robin Stoddart-Stones both retired in the middle of the race. But a very watchable affair. The tension was palpable between Cleal and Watts, but eventually it is Anthony Cleal who comes out on top and takes the win in the Senior Blue final. Junior Max B final then, and we've even got 20 karts just in this B final, which is a brilliant sight. Pretty much a full grid just for the B final. You know there's going to be a lot of quick drivers involved in this, as well as there's a spinner straight away. Looks like several karts were wrapped up in that incident, but a couple of them, well, several actually, 5 or so, unless there's one that I can't see yet, wrapped up in that incident straight away, pretty much ending their chances of qualifying for the A final. As is the case even when there's 6 karts, it's the top 4 who go through, so they will latch themselves on the back of the A final grid later on if they can finish in the top 4. The best chance for that was given to Jamie Perrelly and Harry Rowett, who were right at the front on the grid. Poppy Stevenson and Declan Russell also occupying those spaces at the moment, really tight towards the back of the field as well. No giving up here, but thinking of B final to have 20 drivers, that is truly remarkable. Have that much interest in the class, and well, the B final for the seniors is going to be even bigger, isn't it? Probably about 24 I suppose we can expect in the upcoming race after this one. Now these races slightly shorter, of course. It's 8 minutes for the B finals, but all about those top 4 positions. Jamie Perrelly and Harry Rowett look very safe at the moment, those top 2, with a 0.79 gap from the leader back to Rowett, and a further 0.7 gap from Rowett back to Stevenson. They look pretty nailed on to progress to the A final, but Stevenson and Russell, you'd say, are a bit more at risk with, well, actually, Stevenson's just been pushed out of the top 4, with Kieran Kay finding himself into 3rd place, but Kay, Russell, Stevenson, Wells, Davies, Crook are all there as well. There's a bit of a gap then back to Cameron Crockett, who's just picked up a contact warning incidentally. But those drivers all posing a threat to the to 3rd and 4th. Certainly the race lead looks good for Jamie Perrelly at the moment, though. They want to strike the commentator's curse on him, but is looking pretty decent for the number 40 as things stand. Contact warnings, 2 actually have been picked up by Cameron Crockett over the course of this race, and just 2 laps picked up 2 warnings. Nicole Sutherland is the other receiver of the black and white flag, as the number 76 finds himself facing the wrong way, spinning at the S's, who is 76 Jake Shurey, that is, who was in 13th place, but now I would imagine would be 17th, because Ethan Lomax and Brooke Plank are out of the running here, and that's a real shame to see B final not go to plan. Each of these drivers would have had aspirations of getting into the top 4, but unfortunately not going to be the case for any of Chapman, Shurey, Lomax or Plank now, who are all very much out of the running for those positions. Shurey still racing, but the other 3 out. Jamie Perrelly leading the way, has from square one in this race. And the number 73 of Kieran Kay has made good progress, well getting up into 2nd place. I thought that Harry Rowett's 2nd looked fairly nailed on, as though there was almost no chance that he wasn't going to be finishing in the top 4, but suddenly Rowett right in the danger zone in 4th place. And given a bit more pressure from Stevenson and Wells in behind, could be under some serious pressure to not qualify for the A final. Number 11 of Poppy Stevenson defending a bit from Toby Wells. Again, those 2 really have to try and work together in a way to try and catch up. At the moment they're both going out. If they can just work together to catch up a little bit, maybe they could both unearth Rowett and Russell seats and get both of them into the top 4. Stevenson still remains ahead of Wells for now. Bit of a gap from 4th back to Poppy Stevenson in 5th. Harry Rowett in 4th place at the moment, was fairly comfortably in 2nd, but Kieran Kay and Declan Russell have proved their pace in this race so far. And, that is it is a black flag out for Cameron Crockett then. Been involved in too many incidents, and that will be disqualification for the number 88. Disappointing ends of the day for Crockett. Not the only driver who's out of this one though. 15 drivers remain of the 20 who started. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on these reduced in time B finals. Of course as well, got to be very physically fit, the drivers who do go through, to have already, let's say, 25 minutes or so, half an hour of racing under their belt even before the finals, to then have even more hour of racing in a day is very strenuous indeed. Those finals are relentless, and to have to do 2 of them, have to be very physically fit indeed, is demanding. Kieran Kay is closing in on Jamie Perrelly fairly quickly actually. It won't make an overall huge difference to proceedings. It's a battle for first and second. They're both very much certain on going through unless they take each other out to the A finals later on. But it would certainly help being on the right side of the grid if Kieran Kay can find a way past Perrelly, who's led from the off and hadn't looked under too much pressure. But Kieran Kay started outside the top 4. He's having a really decent race here, showing very impressive pace. There's a massive group of karts actually. I think that's Stevenson, Wells, Crook and Poulain all involved in a very close race. It has a little look up the inside there. I think that is a manoeuvre completed. Is that Harrison Crook on Poppy Stevenson? I think it is a number 72 finding a way through. So Harrison Crook up now into 5th place. Ultimately will be the front driver. They'll be eliminated. That will be the that will have had their last race of the day. On to Sturmey's once again, and it is Perrelly who still leads Kay by a quarter of a second. Not very much. And Kay is thinking about victory here in the B final, which is an achievement within itself, that's for sure. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock now though, as Harrison Crook does pick up a contact warning. I don't think that would have been for the overtake. Maybe it was for something that happened at Billy's, because it did look a bit messy at Billy's. About 6 came in and only 4 or 5 emerged in a similar racing position. Top 4, we know who it's going to be to qualify for the A final. Last lap board is out. Kieran Kay has taken the lead. He's overtaken Jamie Perrelly in these closing stages, and Kieran Kay on course for a victory here in the B final. Declan Russell and Harry Rowett also going through as things stand. Yellow flags for a kart that's off there, but the kart bouncing across the grass. The number 54 of Evie Poulain, that could have been very nasty. Luckily was able to join the circuit and control the kart well, ensure that it doesn't drift out onto the racing line once you rejoin the circuit. And across the line we go with a checkered flag, and Kieran Kay winning the race. Jamie Perrelly in second, Declan Russell and Harry Rowett will be the other drivers to also qualify onto the back of the A final. Harrison Crook then in 5th place, just misses out, with Toby Wells 6th, 7th Jack Goring, Evie Poulain in 8th, 9th Poppy Stevenson, 10th Nicole Sutherland, Jamie Burt, Louis Ball, Daniel Beards and Jake Shurey, who are the rest of your finishers. 6 drivers out of the running in that one. I think one of them didn't make it to the start line, and it was Callum Davis, Cameron Crockett, Travis Chapman, Ethan Lomax and Brooke Plank who became victims of the race as it went on. But Kieran Kay, Jamie Perrelly, Declan Russell and Harry Rowett will join the rest of the Junior Max drivers in their A final with the penultimate race of the day, race number 31, which will be in about 40 minutes time or so, I imagine. Next up, it's the Senior Rotax B Final. Senior Max B Final then, second B Final in a row, which is a privilege to have that, to be honest, to have so many entries, to have two B Finals. 27 make the grid for this one, and once again the top four will go through to join the rest of the Senior Rotax in their final race of the day. And away we go then, another 8-minute B Final to enjoy. Let's see if the first corner proves as much of a concern as it did in the previous. I think it's at least caught a few people out who seem to have emerged from the billies a little slower than they otherwise would have hoped. At the front then, looks like we've got, is that the number 65, Ryan Taylor-Truman, I think may have been leading the way there. Owen Allison, Taylor-Truman, Klein, Nagel, Vorton, Rotherham would have been the front four going into this race. Top four on the grid. Let's see how things are. It's Brandon Klein Nagelvort who is leading the way, with Ryan Taylor-Truman in second place, Alexander Baker third, and fourth placed Owen Allison, who has who actually started on pole, so dropped a few positions there on that first lap. Ben Page in fifth, Thomas Rotherham sixth, seventh James Tomsit, with Jack Maidment, Oliver Meadows and Joseph Taylor all rounding out the top 10 at the moment, but really all up for grabs still. Even those as far down as 11th or 12th will still be thinking, well, just need to pick off a few drivers, get a little bit of pace from somewhere, and then I'm in with a real shout at the top 4. Top 3 will look very compact though, and indeed, if there's any sort of collisions between them, then that will greatly help out the drivers in behind. A very small percentage of these drivers will make it through to the A final, only 4 of 27. And out to the top end we go then with these 4, 5, 6 and 7 are also not far away. Page, Rotherham and Thompson also making their presence known on the current top 4 as Alexander Baker goes for a manoeuvre on Klein Nagelvort, who might also be under increasing pressure here onto the Sturmey Straight. Will lose a bit of time. That is Klein Nagelvort, who has been ditched down the outside by Baker and Allison, who have found themselves in 2nd and 3rd now. Ryan Taylor-Truman leading the way, who surely would have been one of the favourites going into this race to definitely qualify, but maybe even win in the V final. Across the line we go, top 7 still pretty much inseparable at this point, and then it's a second gap back to Oliver Meadows. Jack Maidment is then a further 0.7 seconds behind, so I think we can probably say there's going to be 4 from the top 7. I can't imagine anyone further back really stands a chance, unfortunately, and their day will be over at the end of this one. This still gives the drivers a chance. Such brilliant prizes up for grabs, kindly donated by Rotax for the meeting today, that it still gives them a chance if they can just make the top 4. Maybe, just maybe, those prizes will still be accessible. Yellow flags waving for Kart, who was off at the hairpin there. Didn't get to see who it was. Top 4 already looking like a fairly established group though. There's a little bit of a gap between 4th and 5th, so there's Klein Nagelvort and Page. That gap is beginning to form. Rotherham and Tomsit are behind Ben Page, and they know that they are also out of the running if they can't get past Page, and then at least one other driver. Have a look up the inside though, but I don't think he's going to be able to make that manoeuvre. That was James Tomsit on Thomas Rotherham. Didn't quite have enough pace to pull that one off. Ryan Taylor-Truman leading them round. Alexander Baker is 2nd, Owen Allison 3rd, and Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Those are your top 4, and those are the drivers that currently will tag onto the back of what will be a probably 30+ grid for the senior Rotax A final. It'll be the last race of the day. It's the Minimax final that'll be next up, by the way. That will be our 3rd full-length final, a 12-minute, nearly an endurance race at that point for the Minimax drivers. Obviously, you know it doesn't qualify as technically an endurance race, but it is in several ways. Top 4, can't imagine it changing now. They began to really open up the gap between Klein Nagelvort and Thomas Rotherham, who has got the better of Ben Page, and therefore sits in 5th, but 5th unfortunately doesn't still qualify you. And Brandon Klein Nagelvort on the back of Owen Allison as well. He fancies a 3rd place here. Of course, depending on the numbers in the final, I'd imagine that 1st place here will be on the same row as the pole sitter, and therefore the favourable side of the grid. Taylor-Truman definitely won't want to concede this lead now, as Owen Allison has a look at the hairpin, tries to seek a way through. 2nd, 3rd and 4th all getting very close, heading into the horseshoe here. Just about slot into their positions. Owen Allison still just about ahead of Klein Nagelvort, and Baker ahead of them both. I don't think there's been any changes. It was all very, very close there though, as I think it was Baker who got it ever so slightly wrong coming out of the S's, and that in turn killed the speed going down Sturmey straight towards the hairpin. Meant that at the hairpin, Allison and Nagelvort had the advantage. Couldn't quite capitalise on it this time though, but once again, very similar situation. They all very much bunched together, but this time I think there has been a change. I think Allison has overtaken Baker there in the last couple of minutes of racing now. It's looking very good for Ryan Taylor-Truman at the front. Can't imagine too much disrupting the rhythm of the number 65 there. Indeed, Allison has got past Baker, so a change for second. Fourth, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort still sitting in the position which would put him dead last, but still qualifying for the A final. Ryan Luscombe has found his way into the top few positions as well, up into 6th now. He's gained a couple of positions over the past few laps, getting past Rotherham and Tomsit. Oliver Meadows there as well, so Tomsit and Rotherham dropping off a little towards the end of this race. Fastest lap belongs to Ben Casely, actually, a 33.93, so often you see in the B final some drivers just have really unlucky days and their pace can be superior to those further up the road, but ultimately a bad day's luck, nothing can account for that. Truman continuing to lead the way. Green flags now being displayed at the hairpins, so able to overtake and race there once more. Alison Baker and Klein-Nagelvort has been a fairly stapled 2nd, 3rd and 4th, regardless of the order they've been in. They've had a fair tussle there as well. Definitely want to make the most of racing in this scenario. Has a little look at the inside Baker. Is he going to get back past him? But there's the disaster as goes off. Is that Owen Allison, I think, who's gone off there? They came together. The last thing that you want to happen when you're in a position to qualify for the A final. The two came together. I'm pretty sure it was Baker and Allison came together there. And spins around the number 54. That's Ben Casely, who was on really decent pace, but I think was taken out by another driver there. Cross the line we go with Ryan Taylor-Truman. Who is it then? Ryan Taylor-Truman is indeed, with Owen Allison out of the top 4. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort does take 2nd then. Ryan Luscombe in the end 3rd, and Alexander Baker just about holding on to 4th place. Ben Page then 5th, Oliver Meadows 6th, 7th Spencer Shinner, and Owen Allison has to settle for 8th, so doesn't make it to the finish line. It's just about the last thing that Baker and Allison would have wanted, coming together at Billy's on the final lap, and as a result it costs Allison a space in the final. James Tomsit 9th, 10th Thomas Rotherham, Alex Bentley 11th, 12th Zachary Arthur, with Josh Pullen, Joseph Taylor, Ben Casely, Elliot Pickard, Jack Maidman, Chris Abram and Louis Bevan as the rest of the pack. Minimax final next up then. 30 drivers, I believe it should be, who line up, although only 27 maybe have crossed the start line here, so we might have had a few casualties along the way. But this Minimax final, it is the first where up for grabs are those magnificent prizes, as I've mentioned several times, the Rotax short engine being the prize for the winner, and second place is a fairly tasty prize as well, £500, and I think it goes down to 6th place and then £100 less each time. So yeah, brilliant prizes up for grabs. The front runners will be absolutely aware of that, and at the moment, looking at the grid, we should be able to get underway hopefully at the end of this lap. Harry Linden and Andrew Douglas at the moment on the front row. They stand the best chance of picking up those brilliant prizes. Let's see who gets the best run as they head down toward Billy's for first time. This once again will be a longer race, a 12-minute final for the A finals, and we do get underway with it now. 12 minutes on the clock, away we go. Harry Linden looking to get the best possible start to defend pole position and therefore the lead, but he has lost out to the number 16 Andrew Douglas, who takes an early lead here. Linden in second position with Ben Crossley and Cruz Speakman, who started on row 2 together. There was Bobby Rosier, Chloe Chong, Harrison Crowther, Braden Hill, Finn Smith, Aaron Full, who made your top 10 on the grid. Let's see what the order is as they come out of the top end and across the timing line for the first time. Linden all over the back of Andrew Douglas. He really wants the top prize here at Clay, and why wouldn't you? Worth a very decent amount of money, and once again, thank you so much to Rotax for donating these prizes, which has made this event so reputable and desirable as a result. But Harry Linden back into the lead of the race, Andrew Douglas in second now, and well, I don't think that Douglas has actually won a race, has he, so far in the Minimax? I think he's had 2 second places in races 1 and 2. He was able to come second in both of those, but I don't actually think was able to pick up a win so far today. It would be brilliant to do so in the final. I could be wrong with that. I did stop making notes after a little while. I forget sometimes after the heats. But Douglas seeking that victory. Falling behind Harry Linden though is not ideal, and got the best possible start really, but Linden able to reply quickly and get himself into the lead and already pull away ever so slightly from Douglas. Already out of range for an immediate overtake. Douglas will need to work on closing that. There's actually Bruce Speakman now who's got ahead as well. He's up into second, so Douglas pushed to third. Speakman in the number 69, the next opponent ahead of him, Harry Linden. Again, Speakman just picking up regularly very good points. Not necessarily within the top 1 or 2 all the time, but just enough to keep himself within touching distance of the top few positions on the grid, and that's paying off dividends now. Ben Crossley in 4th position on that previous lap, but yeah, he's still there now. Bobby Rosier in 5th, 6th Chloe Chong, and Finn Smith 7th, 8th Aaron Full. And to my knowledge, Ben Crossley didn't have the best second or third heat, but he had a brilliant first heat, of course, winning the race, but I don't recall him having a huge amount of luck after that point, proving what pace he does have now in 4th position and really seeking those top few places. Whoever wins this race will be delighted, and at the moment Harry Linden is in great stead to do just that, but don't rule out the drivers in behind, especially Douglas, Speakman and Crossley, all right there, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but actually 5th, 6th and 7th as well, not far away. Rosier, Chong and Smith cannot disregard those drivers as they head down Sturmey Straight, having a little look up the inside. I think he's managed to do that. Finn Smith, that is, on Chloe Chong, overtake for 6th. Andrew Douglas has re-overtaken Cruz Speakman as well. Was 2nd place for a little while, Andrew Douglas, before dropping behind the number 69, who's now under a lot of pressure actually from Ben Crossley, who's shown several times today the pace, even if he hasn't had the luck to accompany him with positions out there on the track, but Harry Linden does look like he's going to have a little bit of pressure for Andrew Douglas coming quite soon. Was nearly 2/10 quicker on that previous lap. Andrew Douglas with Cruz Speakman now in third place, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh, still very close in behind Crossley, Rosier, Smith, Chong, and then it's quite a big gap back to Aaron Full. It's 1.36 seconds actually, but Full was 0.3 seconds quicker than Chong on that previous lap, so maybe that could suggest that we could have an even larger battle for the lead before too long. We have had just about 4.5 minutes of this race, so an awful long way still left to go for these Minimax drivers to get as high up the order as they possibly can. And who was that who just gained a couple of positions there? I think Bobby Rosier has just dropped down to 7th, so I'm guessing that Chong and Smith have gained a position or two along the way. Let's see what the order is, but Douglas is all over the back of Linden as Ben Crossley up into third. Finn Smith and Chloe Chong have indeed profited from Rosier dropping to 7th place. But it is Harry Linden then who leads from Andrew Douglas, Ben Crossley, Cruz Speakman, Finn Smith, Chloe Chong and Bobby Rosier as your current top 7. But third downwards really do seem to be dropping off from the top 2. Harry Linden and Andrew Douglas beginning to get away a bit as the top 2. I really thought that Cruz Speakman was going to be the one to potentially challenge Harry Linden, but he's being overtaken by Andrew Douglas, has struggled to maintain the pace with the rest of the pack. Overtaken there by Ben Crossley, got the position back, but then just conceding it once again. Ben Crossley back into third place now. Those two having a brilliant squabble actually. Crossley really determined not to concede that place and to try and catch up to the leading 2 now, but interesting how Linden was being caught by Douglas. Andrew Douglas clearly putting in the better pace, was a couple of tenths quicker per lap, and now on the last couple of laps just that gap's opening up and getting a bit more. Linden's found a little bit of pace from somewhere, really reluctant to let Douglas catch up and input any pressure onto the GP plated kart. 0.07 of a second slower than Linden on the previous lap, and yellow flags out at Billy's. Fastest lap actually belongs to Finn Smith, the number 19, so if he can find a way through with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, then he might not be out of the question, certainly for potentially a podium. In 5th place now. Across the line go the top 2. Who is this just picked up? Oh, it's a black flag for Brian Collins, so that's going to be a retirement for him as he is now taken to the pits. Was in 10th place, so that benefits a lot of drivers, his retirement. Right, Linden now under a lot of pressure from Andrew Douglas as that sun. That is going to become a real pain for the drivers. Might be nearly blind going down from the top end there, heading straight towards that gleaming sun. Quick duck down. Harry Linden wants to make sure that he can get the maximum speed going down the pit straight. Andrew Douglas so close in behind now. Third is Ben Crossley, who's pulled away pretty successfully from the rest of the pack. That is Finn Smith, Chloe Chong, Cruz Speakman, Bobby Rosier and Aaron Full all there, but I think they've dropped a bit too far back now to be considered in a race for the top 3 particularly. Ben Crossley's really made that gap between himself and Finn Smith fairly abundantly clear there, as the top 2 still so close together. Andrew Douglas just doesn't know when to give up. Had the better start. Linden got past, tried to pull away. Cruz Speakman overtook. Thought surely no chance, but he's dug deep and managed to find himself back within potential touching distance of Harry Linden here. Who's that? There's a flag being shown there. That's another black flag for Brian Collins, who's yet to go into the pit lane. But Crossley, look how quick Ben Crossley is catching up to the top 2 here. I think we could see a brilliant finale between these 3 drivers. Ben Crossley closing in on the top 2. Unsurprisingly with the fastest lap of the race as well, a 35.31, quite a bit quicker actually than the 2 ahead of him, nearly 3 tenths quicker than that of Andrew Douglas, and Similar with Harry Linden. Right there, Ben Crossley. At the moment he's winning himself about 400 quid or so, but how about a brand new Rotax short engine? That would certainly go a long way. But Douglas all over the back of Harry Linden, doesn't want to do anything silly. Make sure he can take it to the end, and there's still 3 minutes left. That's still a decent amount of laps left to go. 5 laps or so. A few more than that actually, won't it be? Then but Crossley is right there now. Three-way battle for the lead of this race, and Finn Smith trying to turn that into a four-way battle, and he's just not quite quick enough to catch up to Ben Crossley at this moment in time. But still a comfortable fourth for Finn Smith as things stand. Linden, Douglas and Crossley still as your top three. Crossley, you imagine, will want to get past Douglas sooner rather than later so he can have a stab at Harry Linden's lead, which he's had pretty much unchallenged for the entirety of this one. Douglas got the better of him at the start, but since about halfway through the first lap, or maybe the second lap, I can't remember now, but Harry Linden has led. No one offering too much of a challenge to him. Douglas has always been there or thereabouts, but has yet to make a convincing overtaking manoeuvre attempt. As we come towards our final 90 seconds now, having a look up the inside, but that is Linden just reclaiming that position. Did briefly lose out to Douglas then at Billy's, but just reclaimed it at the end of the corner. So close together now, those three, and Finn Smith is now beginning to catch up. They're very defensive line there by Harry Linden, with Douglas, Crossley and now Smith beginning to enter the fray as well. Out of the top end we go. These leading three karts, they'll have about a minute and 15 seconds left on the clock as they go across the line. Has a little look there, Andrew Douglas, is he going to cut back at the inside? No room for him there, very tiny, but at the S's nearly goes for a manoeuvre. There wasn't enough room and slams the door in his face. Harry Linden, no way through there as Douglas seeks a way through, but Douglas not giving up here. Having another little look as Finn Smith goes up the inside of Ben Crossley. Crossley thinking, I've made all this progress, I don't want to now fall to fourth place. Trying to get himself a win, not dropping down the order even more, but now Finn Smith in with a real shout of getting one of the top three positions as well. 40 seconds left on the clock as they go across the line. Harry Linden takes a very defensive line going into Billy's. Will that cost him? Will he drift out wide? No, he's experienced enough to know what not to do as Ben Crossley now gets past Andrew Douglas up into second place on the Sturmey straight. It's the highest position that Crossley's been so far in this final, as he looks to challenge Harry Linden in the lead of this race. Linden, once again with a very narrow line, doesn't want to give anything to the drivers in behind, which probably not to his knowledge, but it's now a different racer than before. Douglas no longer his closest competitor. He's got Ben Crossley to worry about now. 5 seconds left on the clock. This lap will not be the final one. Next lap will be. They go across the line. Linden once again so defensive into Billy's, doesn't want to give Ben Crossley anything as they head into the S's once more. On to the Sturmey straight now for what will be the penultimate time. Ben Crossley doing all he can to try and upset the rhythm of the race leader, Harry Linden, who doesn't want to give anything to those three drivers in behind. There's a couple more who also fancy a piece of the action. They will already have a nailed on top 6 place. They want to find themselves further up the order now as they approach the final lap as the GP plated. Harry Linden leading the way with Ben Crossley in second place, Andrew Douglas in third. Who's it going to be come the end of this lap? I think Linden is going to put out all the defensive manoeuvres here, and who can blame him as they head down the Sturmey straight here. Having a little look up the inside, but no way through. Andrew Douglas just trying to defend as hard as he can from Finn Smith. Doesn't want to concede that position there. Ben Crossley, no way through with Harry Linden. He's worked so hard to defend this position, and I think he's going to be able to right until the end here as they approach the pit straight for the final time. It is going to be victory for Harry Linden and second place, and he seems very happy with that as well, which you love to see. Ben Crossley, the two raced brilliantly and had very different races as well, leading from the off and defending at the end. Harry Linden, Ben Crossley had to fight his way through a few positions, getting past very tough opponents, Finn Smith and Andrew Douglas on the way, who proved that they were right there on pace right till the end as well. But your Minimax final winner is Harry Linden in the end. Ben Crossley may have had the fastest lap, might have been the quicker driver, but will have to settle for second place. Seemed to have enjoyed himself along the way though, which is what we love to see. Andrew Douglas in third, fourth Finn Smith, fifth Pearson Bullock Carter with Aaron Full in sixth, seventh Cruz Speakman, eighth Ronnie Bellew with Braden Hill 9th, 10th Oliver Kerr, Alfie Gallagher 11th, Chloe Chong 12th, 13th Mikey Porter, Bobby Rosier in 14th, 15th Billy Edgecombe, Jay Lawrence 16th, 17th Benjamin Bartlett, Donovan Dyer 18th, 19th Daniel Tribe, 20th William Rea with Harry Kidd, Arthur Thacker, Holly Woolley, Sasha Bagley, Brian Collins, Harrison Crowther and Daniel Amor as the rest of your finishing drivers in the Minimax final. Next up is the 177 and 177 Masters. Once again, a similar weight on this race, the same prizes up for grabs, and they'll be determined to achieve just that. Slightly smaller grid, I'm sure it'll still be a wholly entertaining race coming up next. .177 and 177 Masters are up next for their final. 19 drivers take to the track, and their 12-minute final is now underway. Cole Edwards starting at the front, making sure he's been picking up the points over the course of the day. Ready to be awarded that O plate at the end of it if he can come out on top. Number 32 of Oliver Appleby in second position at the moment. Ian Brownfield started alongside Edwards, but Appleby has since got himself into second spot. As we go round, has there been any casualties? No, all 20 still going. I think I may have said 19 initially, but we have 20 races here. Still a very respectable grid. There's no doubt about that. Not quite the mad volume that we've had of entries of the seniors and the juniors, but still a very respectable grid size for the 177 and the 177 Masters, of which we're split fairly evenly between those who are and aren't Masters. Edwards leading the way though. As I say, I think it's the top 6 who claim prizes. Certainly the top 2 positions, incredibly desirable prizes there, and Cole Edwards in charge of it at the moment. I wonder what he'll go with should he win this one, whether he'll sport the O or the E, which he's earned elsewhere. Number 32 of Oliver Appleby in second place. He'll be keen to earn that O plate. Whether he'll stick with the number 32 if that is their lucky number. Having a look up the inside of Cole Edwards there though. I think he has made the move, and Edwards though able to reclaim that position once again ever so slightly too wide, which enables the previous position holder to just sneak back up the inside, take that position back. Something we see relatively frequently, especially at Billy. Such a long corner really enables the drivers to do just that, to cut back at the inside as they once again head across the timing line here down the main straight. And well, what is there to separate the top six? Very, very little. 7th, 8th and 9th are a bit further back. Liam Rabjohns, Aaron Yeo and Colin Davis are about half a second or so adrift of Philip Hayworth in 6th place. But still looking fairly racy in that little group as well. But certainly the top 6, very little to separate them, and could see a lot of excitement yet from these top 6 drivers, of which Edwards and Appleby at the forefront of it at the moment. Chris Thomas in 3rd place, 4th Ian Branfield, 5th Henry Ayers, with then Philip Hayworth in 6th, who I think has actually just got past Ayers, so boosts himself up into 5th now. Might have been Branfield actually who's dropped behind. Get confirmation of that as we come by this next time for the 177s. In their final, it was indeed Henry Ayers, so Phil Hayworth up into 5th, Henry Ayers down to 6th, Liam Rabjohns, Colin Davis, Aaron Yeo and Sam Winter as the rest of your current top 10. Darren Rich really got punished on that last lap, as well as Hunt, Fiftner and Brown all getting past Darren Rich. Is number 44, pushes him down to 16th place. And look at the top 6, still so little to separate them. Usually you see the real pace setters begin to pull away at this point, but none of it at the moment. Maybe it's turning into a bit more of a 5-way battle, as Ayers just losing touch ever so slightly with Phil Hayworth, who is in 5th at the moment and struggling maybe to keep up with him as so much, but then the gap has closed once more, so difficult to say really. Edwards continuing to lead the way is a more of a constant. He has been leading for the entirety of this race, apart from the second or two in which he was behind Oliver Appleby recently in a couple of laps ago. Only for a part of Billy's blind was he in 2nd place rather than the lead. Cole Edwards. Now Phil Hayworth up the inside. I think that's a change for 4th. Is that Hayworth overtaking Ian Branfield? I think it is. Branfield finds himself 5th place and behind the number 11 for the first time. Now to the top end we come then. Once again, you sense that this race, it's very enticing, but you sense there's still a lot to come from these drivers. It could well go pretty mental by a few minutes time, you suspect. These drivers need to keep the lid on it as well, make sure that they're not involved in any heavy incidents that cost them their positions or a lot of time, which is equally as important. Top 4, we're looking at Edwards, Appleby, Thomas and Hayworth. Branfield and Ayers are 5th and 6th. They're not a million miles behind, but 0.4 of a second is a noticeable margin as you look at them from Billy's, but Hayworth clearly quicker than those drivers behind, as he has a move into 3rd place. Does manage to get past Chris Thomas then, up into 3rd, and wherever Hayworth has ended up, he's overtaken and made it look relatively comfortable in the end. Has managed to catch up any driver in his sight, but you suspect that the hardest is yet to come. Appleby and Edwards and Hayworth. You'd say maybe they are the 3 quickest drivers here. Chris Thomas as well. But certainly these top 3. It's going to be hard to take your eyes off this one. Fastest lap actually belongs to Henry Ayers, 34.48 set. Not in the past couple of laps, but set by the 6th place driver, so clearly has the pace, just needs to utilise it more consistently, and then he'd be in with a real shout of doing what Hayworth has done, cutting through the field, getting towards a podium spot, of which Hayworth now occupies. Onto the Surrey straight they go once again, just under 5 minutes still left to go, a lot of time. And still that top 6 remains. It's refused to have gone away really at any point, as Oliver Appleby has a little look and a little love tap on Cole Edwards there. Nothing in it, but a little bit of a nudge on the race leader. And going into Billy's now might be a good opportunity for Appleby this. They go into Billy's and there is contact. One driver spun around, one goes flying across the grass. I think it is Edwards that's going across the grass there. Who was spun around? Interesting to see is the number 56 of Chris Thomas, who has been a victim of that incident as well. You sense it was going to boil over at some point, and it is Appleby who now leads the way. There was just too many karts in not too much track, and as a result, a couple of drivers have fallen victim to it. Across the line we go then. It's Appleby, Hayworth, Branfield, Ayers, Davis, Gio, Edwards as your order now. So Edwards dropping down to 7th as a result of that at Billy's, and he won't be at all pleased about that. Don't think that was in any way Edwards' fault, unfortunately for him. Dan Milner and Chris Thomas in 8th and 9th, with Sam Winter in 10th. Chris Thomas also a major victim of that tussle at Billy's blind, which has cost him dearly. And across the line we go. Oliver Appleby leading Phil Hayworth. Currently both in with a combined total of probably £2,500. So you combine the two of their prizes together if they finish as the top 2. 3rd place Ian Bramfield, with Henry Ayers in 4th, 5th and 6th. Colin Davison out on Yeo, but understandably now it has tamed a little bit. Now we have had several drivers pull into the pits recently actually. There's a few are out of the running now. Derek Hunt, Liam Rabjohns, Paul Horton and Darren Rich all out of the running. Their races come to an early end as we are into the dying embers of the race now. Cole Edwards in the E-plate, just looking to catch up to the top 6. Appleby and Hayworth at it at the front now. Hayworth clearly quicker than Appleby. Henry Ayers with a 34.48. Still, that is the quickest lap time of the race so far. Several laps ago, actually. But now, all over the back of Hayworth, all of a sudden, is the number 48 of Ian Brownfield, who seems to have found a bit of momentum from somewhere, putting Hayworth under some real pressure. Let's see who it's going to be as they go across the line. Hayworth having a little look at something there, I think, on his kart as he switches to the inside. Is there going to be anything with Appleby? Looks like there was contact, and as a result, who is it in the lead of the race? I can't see who's going slowly and pulling off to the side here, but we'll see as they next come by. There must have been contact along there somewhere for whoever it was to have retired, but Branfield now is in the lead of the race all of a sudden, out of nowhere. The 3rd place driver. Let's see what the order is as they come across the line. We've dropped now to a top 5. My goodness, what a race we're seeing here. As Branfield leads, Ayers in 2nd, Davis in 3rd, 4th is Yeo, with Hayworth in 5th, and it was Oliver Appleby. Oh, I have to be gutted for the driver there. Appleby, number 32, out of the running through what didn't look to be any fault of his own. Out of the running at the S's there. Just looked to be a bit of contact between the drivers behind him. And Appleby out of the running now. Suddenly this will give Cole Edwards a bit of confidence. Maybe he could catch up as well. And then across the line we go, and Cole Edwards has overtaken Phil Hayworth as well, who might have a problem. I don't know if he's gone off somewhere because I haven't seen him cross the line either. So we've seen about 3 or 4 front runners just be either taken out, accidentally or not, or just failures with the car throughout the race, which has meant that they are completely out of the running now. Hayworth, Appleby, Edwards and Thomas have all been results of various accidents across the circuits. Truly phenomenal as Henry Ayers now leads the race in the final lap of it. It's Branfield, Davis and Yeo as the rest of the top 4. Henry Ayers leading the way in the number 28. Down the Sturmey straight we go for the final time then, with Ian Branfield in second place. Is it going to be Henry Ayers, who out of nowhere looks to have stolen the victory here? Defensive into the final horseshoe, with Davis and Yeo close in tow, 3rd and 4th. Who's it going to be as they come out of the top end for the final time? Ian Branfield, he's got to get a good exit here, but it's going to be Henry Ayers to take the victory. And he does cross the line, takes the checkered flag and the victory in the 177. Now, 177 Masters final. Fastest lap as well, you can't say he doesn't deserve it. Branfield 2nd, 3rd Colin Davis and Aaron Yeo 4th, 5th Cole Edwards, 6th place Chris Thomas in the end. So both of those two able to recover somewhat. Dan Milner and Sam Winter 7th and 8th, 9th Ayrton Anderson, Joe Fifner and 10th, 11th Ian Branfield, Ben Johnson 12th, 13th William Abraham and Alfie Williams in 14th. Then Phil Hayworth and Oliver Appleby. That coming together cost them both so dearly. At Billy's, then they suddenly just came out of the corner, and so many of them had lost a lot of momentum, meant that both of them had to retire from the race. But Henry Ayers with the victory there in the number 28. A brilliant race from him, and he'll be very pleased with the prize as well, you'd imagine. Next up is the Junior Rotax, the A final. It's the big one for the Junior Rotax, race number 31 coming up next. How are your nerves then for the Junior Max A final? We've got 30 karts on the grid, the last 4 of which are made up from those who qualified from the B final. Let's see who it is going to be as Harrison Collins starts at the front alongside Archie Walker, with Jez Williams, Daniel Armstrong, William Walker, Ethan Leader, Callum Voisin all up there, Archie Kitching, Harry Reynolds, Jordan Morris rounding out the top 10 on the grid. Let's see who it's going to be, and there's a big impact as there's a kart off. Luckily, doesn't connect with the barrier, and a lot of the speed seemed to have been shed off before he went backwards across the grass, so that really could have been a lot nastier. Luckily able to rejoin the circuit, so messy Sturmey straight, but no one who's a casualty of it in results of them retiring at least. Across the line we go with Harrison Collins, who's had about as good a start as he could have hoped. Archie Walker in second with third. Well, let's see who it is when my screen updates. Hopefully any time now. It was Jez Williams at the start of the race who was in that position. Indeed it is still. So William Walker in fourth and Ethan Leader in fifth. And so many of these drivers I'm reading as a commentator of the circuit here, regularly commentating at the circuit. So regularly I'm reading these names within the top few positions, and now I'm reading them much further down the order than I normally used to. For example, well, even Matthew Higgins in 8th position, number 75, been reading him constantly towards the front of the affairs here, and suddenly he's in only 8th position, and I'm not entirely sure why. He must have been penalised somewhere along the way, because he should have had a much higher grid start than that, and maybe incurred the nose cone penalty somewhere along the way, because 2 wins from 3 I made that for Higgins, but now he's got to struggle in the middle of the top 10 somewhere. For Collins leading the way with Jez Williams second now, ahead of Archie Walker, so a significant overtake at the front of things. Archie Walker in third, fourth William Walker, Callum Boyson in 5th place, who has won so many races here at Clay. This would probably be the biggest yet if he can just pick himself up 4 more positions. Archie Kitching in 6th, 7th Matthew Higgins, Ethan Leader 8th, 9th Tristan Rennie, Harry Reynolds 10th. But definitely several drivers there to keep your eye on. No one in the top 10, you'd imagine, will show any sign of slowing up anytime soon. There's a black flag for Matthew Higgins there. So, well, that race looks to have come to an end, does it? That was at, yeah, that was 1 minute ago. So, black flag, very significantly so, for Matthew Higgins, who will have to retire the kart. That presumably is being shown. I don't think I'm being misfed that information. Has gained a position there as well on my last lap, showing some really prominent pace, but unfortunately looks like he may have to retire from it. Harrison Collins still leading the way with Jez Williams in second place. Is he going to be the one driver who can unearth the dominance of Harrison Collins so far in this race? In third is Archie Walker, who's fairly comfortably in third, really. No one too close to him either side. Callum Boyson in fourth, fifth Matthew Higgins. I don't know how that does stand up with the current situation. William Walker in sixth, seventh Archie Kitching with Tristan Rennie 8th, ninth Ethan Leader, and Harry Reynolds 10th place. Now let's stick with the top 2 for a moment then, as Harrison Collins tries to open up more and more of a gap. Williams quicker on that previous lap by just over half a tenth than the current race leader. That will always help to keep that gap at a minimum and to try and establish himself potentially in a place where he could attempt to make an overtake. As they dash onto the Sturmey straight once more, is there going to be a shot at the hairpin? Not this time. He just keeps putting in those quick lap times, and surely chances will come for Jez Williams on the GP plated driver. But there's a spinner there. That's a nasty place to spin around on the Sturmey straight, facing the traffic as they come down at best part of 60 miles an hour or so. And that is a car that I don't think is going to make it to the pit lane. The number 15 looks to be out of the running there. 16 actually is Declan Russell, who unfortunately will have to retire. Looks very disappointed by that. Collins still leading the way then. Jez Williams in second position. No changes there, and it seems it's fairly evenly spaced out, most of the top 6 or so. There's not too many massive margins, nor too many where you think, well, there's definitely a move about to imminently happen there. So may yet come to the boil, this race, as we approach the halfway stage. Closest to, really, as though they are the top 2 on the circuit, although I say that as the number 13 finds a way past. I think it's Matty Hingley overtaking Ethan Leader in a change for 9th. Nothing to separate the top few, though, as Jez Williams now does find his way through the number 69 on Collins, does he? Yeah, he has indeed. So, oh, there we go. There is a black flag being shown to Kieran Kay now, the number 17, who went up as a result of the B final, if I can remember correctly, and he picks up a black flag. I don't know why that I've been shown that there was a black flag for Matthew Higgins, because he definitely would have had to pull in by now, and that hasn't been the case, so I'm just going to pretend that message doesn't exist. So Kieran Kay definitely has picked up a black flag and will have to retire from this race, unfortunately for him. Matthew Higgins, though, up into 3rd, past Archie Walker. And 3rd position, can he get himself into the top 2? Jez Williams now ahead of Harrison Collins. He's been battling for so long to try and get past him, now has been able to do so. Is Higgins going to come along and spoil all of that? Higgins versus Collins is the next battle, really, for 2nd place. Across the line, there you go. Walker, Voisin, and then William Walker with Tristan Rennie as well, all so close together. Very little to separate them. And it's going to be Higgins on Collins now at the hairpin. He manages to get that move done, and Matthew Higgins up to 2nd place then. Harrison Collins moved down to 3rd. And he started on pole, never nice to go backwards over the course of the race. Harrison Collins at the moment just can't find a response to the superior pace of both Williams and Higgins. Across the line we go. This will be one of the laps now towards the closing stages of the race. Will Jez Williams be the only driver to stop the ongoing onslaught of Matthew Higgins as he continues to overtake driver after driver after driver, finding no problems at all in even overtaking the most sturdy of opponents in Harrison Collins. Out to the top end once more. All of the top 7 still very much close together. Tristan Rennie overtaking William Walker on that previous lap. Very much a Rennie sandwich with Archie Walker and William Walker either side of him. Jez Williams ahead of Higgins and Collins. Very little between those top 3 as 4th place still. Callum Boysen has been fairly settled in 4th for a good few laps now. Archie Walker in 5th place. 6th Tristan Rennie. 7th William Walker still, but there's an overtake on the cards there. Who was that? Was that Collins back on Higgins? Couldn't quite see who it was, but should be able to now as they go across and over the Sturmey Straight. I think it was Collins trying to reply to Higgins there, but now under some real pressure is the GP plated Harrison Collins. He didn't make the move stick and now has some real pressure from Callum Boysen to deal with. Might have even pulled into the pits there, has he? No. It was one of the other drivers who pulled into pits. Might have been Amelia Nelson actually from 26th place, so shame to also see her race end early. 2.5 minutes remain of this 12-minute final, second from last race today. As having a look on the inside, very significant manoeuvre at the hairpin as Matthew Higgins overtakes Jez Williams for the lead of the race. In 3rd still remains Harrison Collins now. Callum Boysen couldn't put under enough pressure to immediately buckle that position, having lost a lot of pace over the course of a few corners, but Higgins overtaking Williams at the horseshoe made it look simple, as all great racers do. And Jez Williams just couldn't find a response to the superior pace there Fastest lap, unsurprisingly, does belong with our current race leader, Higgins. He's built up from, I think it was about 10th place he qualified. Now, has just a few more laps remaining before he'll be claiming victory, and as I've mentioned, the O plate he will be entitled to then at number 75, soon to be replaced by the O, a hard-earned plate that. Only maybe if Jez Williams cannot muster a reply. Will he be able to do that, the number 69? No imminent signs of it. That gap just creeping bigger and bigger. Maybe just about enough to keep Williams at bay with 60 seconds left on the clock. Across the line we go once again to begin lap number 20 of this enticing Junior Max A final. A few drivers are out of it. I think we've only got 25 remaining. Across the line goes 21st place Daniel Sawyer, Lucas Hayden, Lincoln Bailey Arneson and Harry Rowett as well. So Ethan Leader, he goes across the line but clearly has had some troubles along the way. Matthew Higgins continuing to lead from Jez Williams though. They go across the line with 24 seconds left. So next lap, last lap of the race, Higgins versus Williams. Who's your money on at this stage? It's kind of hard to look past Matthew Higgins, having picked up so many positions over the course of this race. The superior pace, the way he was able to glide past his ferocious competitors, Williams and Collins, who have proved on many occasions just how quick they are. But it all comes down to this final lap now. Harrison Collins across the line is just one lap away from earning the O plate. Jez Williams in second place. Is he going to come up with a last minute response here? Harrison Collins still remaining in third, and I don't think Voisin or Rennie are going to be able to have a particular effect on that. They head into the hairpin for the final time. Higgins versus Williams then heading into the closing stages now, and I think Williams is going to have to settle for second place. Still a brilliant prize up for grabs, of course. But it is going to be Matthew Higgins out of the top end, surely, who claims the victory in the number 75. Absolutely delighted about it and absolutely entitled to be. The checkered flag goes, takes the win, and a well-earned win. Fighting up through the order, the number 75, soon to be O plate, wins it by 0.19 of a second. So little. Jez Williams did take a decent chunk of time out on that final lap, although a bit of it might well have been just Higgins celebrating and taking his hand off the wheel for a short period of time then. Always great to see the drivers showing their emotions. Harrison Collins in third, fourth Callum Voisin, Tristan Rennie fifth, sixth Archie Walker, seventh William Walker, Matty Hingley in eighth, ninth Harley Horton, 10th Harry Reynolds, 11th Ryan Willis, Sam Gornall, Jordan Morris, Caitlin May, George Walker, Callum Green, Noah Hadley, Daniel Armstrong, Rito Kamata, Jamie Pirelli. Down is your order down to 20th place. Daniel Sawyer, Lucas Hayden, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Harry Rowett and Ethan Leader as the rest of your drivers who finished the Junior Max final then. As we turn our attention to the final race of the day, Senior Max final up next. final race of the day, the Senior Max A final. It's as big as they come. 30 drivers will start this one. Remains to be seen how many will finish. And at the start is Lewis Gilbert is on pole. I didn't actually see who's alongside in there. Well, I've got a totally different order on my screen, so I think I'll just ignore that one. James Johnson alongside in the number 7 on the grid. Let's see how these drivers get on. 30 have made it to the A final. The top 6 in for a whole host of brilliant prizes, and the O plate for the winner. Let's get the final race of the day underway. 12 minutes to enjoy as the Senior Max take to the track for the final time, all swerving their way around the S's for the first time. We get through the opening half of the lap unscathed. Out of the hairpin and into the horseshoe we go. Who is the race leader then? It's the number 29 of Lewis Gilbert who leads the way from James Johnson. Those are the two drivers we'd expect to be at the front. They started on the front row together. On the outside line often can be difficult to do that, but James Johnson's retained that position well. Kai Hunter in second place. Bradley Barrett is up to third now, so the number 4 gaining a few positions as there's a Kart facing backwards there at Billy's. That is a race over for one of the drivers. Number 72 slow as well, so Archie Brown has been involved in an incident along the way somewhere. I think Alexander Baker hasn't actually made it across the line yet. This is going to be him now, the number 25, so incident-packed first lap and a half or so. One of the cards sounding less than healthy as well as they will just about make it round, but yellow flags are Billy's, no overtaking there. Each of the drivers, I'm hoping, is aware of that very fact. I don't know if a few of the black flags that have been dished out today, I've seen 2 or 3 in the finals here, whether they have been for overtaking under yellows or whether they've been for multiple contact warnings, but the top 3 making a name for themselves, pulling away from 4th placed Morgan Porter. But look at the amount on the, if you are following on the live stream and out for timing, you can see the amount of drivers who have gained positions as a result of Brandon Klein-Nagelball to James Johnson dropping all the way to the back. So James Johnson in the number 7 dropping so many places all the way to the back, and his race over when he would have had so high hopes at the start of it. Lewis Gilbert, Kai Hunter and Bradley Barrett now your top 3 leading trio, and 3 who will be absolutely desperate to earn that O plate for the win of it. Fastest lap actually belongs to 4th place to Morgan Porter, 34.16. And when you just look down the order and you see so many quick drivers, Benjamin Burgess in 18th as a driver you could easily see winning so regularly. James Moorcroft as well in 24th place. I remember the days where he was untouchable in several of the series here at Clay, but having a go up the inside there and over the back of the cart. Messy manoeuvre from the number 35 of Kai Hunter, couldn't quite get enough of the brakes and goes over the top of Lewis Gilbert. I actually don't think it damaged Gilbert's kart at all. It's just cost a lot of time from a Kai Hunter perspective. Seeing to go across the line, Hunter has dropped to 4th, so only losing 2 positions for an incident that looked as dramatic as that. Really could have been a lot worse, but Hunter gets away with it somewhat, and Gilbert even more. Bradley Barrett now promoted to 2nd and Morgan Porter in 3rd. Let's see how that shakes up the dynamics. Will that have unnerved Kai Hunter at all, or will he just be even more eager to catch up and overtake, get back into the top couple of positions? Gilbert continuing to lead the way, though that has been a concern. I don't think he's actually lost the lead for the entirety of this race so far. With Daniel Yates in 5th, 6th Reese Hunter, 7th Jensen Watts with Oakley Pryor up into 8th now, 9th Sam Stansbury and Riley Stevenson in 10th. Gaining a couple of positions, Jack Stedman with Machi Amera in 12th, 13th Tom Adams, Brandon Haig 14th, 15th Tom Edmonds. It's a really competitive class, the amount of quick names. These are some of the quickest drivers, or most of the quickest Max drivers in the country racing around the circuit at the moment as the number 32 and 58 come together. That is Joshua Poulain, who's facing the wrong way. And who else was it? Might have been... not entirely sure actually. Who it was? I think Tiernan Rourke perhaps, who's dropped down the order so far as well. Yeah, has dropped down the order. Joshua Poulin's gone into the pits as well, so a couple more victims of this race as we continue into the middle section of the race now. 7.5 minutes remain on the clock. Still a lot of racing still to go, not even at the 50% of the way through this race. Morgan Porter up into second now, Kai Hunter in third as well. He's followed through evidently as Bradley Barrett has dropped to fourth, Reese Hunter up to fifth, and Daniel Yates in sixth place. And I mentioned how there was only one driver, it was Lothar, who was able to replicate any top three position in more than one heat. So every single other heat had three different drivers as the top three, just to show how competitive this class was. Looks like we might have an entirely different top three once again. Gilbert was the victor in heat 3, nowhere near the podium in his other two races. Absolutely fascinating, and a lot of the drivers here, of course, won't be concerned from the championship point of view. They're all about the prizes and getting that experience for the British Kart Champs, which will be here next weekend, of course, as the number 35, Kai Hunter, gets past Morgan Porter, the GP-plated driver, moving down into third. Hunter up into second place. That is Kai Hunter. We've got Reese Hunter also in the top three positions in fifth place at the moment, with Lewis Gilbert still continuing to lead the way. This mayhem behind him hasn't followed the number 29 at the front. He hasn't been able to make a massive gap, but now be under some real pressure. Dives late to try and defend that position, but can't quite do it as Kai Hunter takes to the lead of the race for the first time into the horseshoe, and we have got our new race leader. It's Kai Hunter ahead of Lewis Gilbert now, with Gilbert under some increasing pressure from Morgan Porter now. I'm sure will be determined to get himself into the top two as they come across the line with just under, for the first time they've got less than 6 minutes left on the clock, so over 50% of the way through this race. And now this really does test the steel of Lewis Gilbert for the first time conceding the lead here. He's shown he has brilliant pace throughout in order to stay in the lead with so many quick drivers behind. But the 33.81 set by Reese Hunter is the quickest lap of the race, and that does not belong to race leader Kai Hunter. So they've got a fastest lap and a race lead between them for the two Hunters. I'm sure Reese Hunter will be looking to improve on his current position of fourth. First, second, third and fourth still so close together. It's a bit of a gap back to Oakley Pryor in truth. 1.2 seconds separating Reese Hunter from Oakley Pryor and Bradley Barrett, who are fifth and sixth together. But race leader Kai Hunter not looking back and has managed to pull away from Lewis Gilbert as well, since Gilbert has dropped down into second place, hasn't been able to respond to Kai Hunter's pace, with Morgan Porter in third as well, coming under increasing pressure from Reese Hunter. What a brilliant finale to the day this is turning into, this particular race. They head down Sturmey Straight, beautiful setting as the sun begins to set over the Sturmey Straight, and into the horseshoe once more. Next lap will be lap number 15 I should say. Kai Hunter continuing to lead the way, and I have to say, even with the amount of time left, it is difficult to see anyone stopping him now. Having got into the lead, he looks pretty decent for the race win, you have to say. Playing a relatively defensive line, Lewis Gilbert in second place. There's a bit of contact between them there as Morgan Porter connects ever so slightly with the back of Lewis Gilbert's kart, and it costs him a position, Morgan Porter. And he drops to fourth, Reese Hunter up into third. And now Lewis Gilbert finds himself sandwiched between Kai and Reese Hunter. How will Reese Hunter approach this situation? Straight for the jugular straight away. Into second place can he go? That is what he'll be looking to do, to then try and challenge Kai Hunter in the lead. But for now, it's still Gilbert in second, as he now does go up the inside at Billy's. Clean manoeuvre, just had an excess of pace, went up the inside, able to complete that move. Into second he goes, Kai Hunter and Reese Hunter as your current 1-2. In third now is Lewis Gilbert, with Morgan Porter in fourth place. Fifth is Oakley Pryor, a little bit further back, and then sixth and seventh Bradley Barrett and Jack Stedman. Eighth place Jensen Watts as well, not too far away from the action, but Kai and Reese Hunter at the very front. But it is looking more and more likely that Kai Hunter is going to be able to take the victory here in the last race of the day. Lewis Gilbert and Morgan Porter, third and fourth. Oakley Pryor is slowly reeling them in though. I think Morgan Porter might come under a bit of pressure from Pryor by the end of this race. Hasn't got a huge amount more pace, but a little bit quicker, which is enabling him to catch up slightly. Certainly could be very valuable come the end of this race. Took 0.37 of a second out of Porter's lap time on that previous one. Raz's lap actually belongs, just to show you, to 11th place Nelson King. So none of these front runners. It's Nelson King who's wrapped up in traffic, who has the fastest lap of the race so far, as a late lunge up the inside sees a promotion for the number 46. That is Nelson King, in fact, as he moves up into the top 10 for the first time, getting past Riley Stevenson there. But less than 2 minutes to go. Kai and Reese Hunter as your top two, and I have to say, pretty hard to see that those two won't be the top two by the end of it. Lewis Gilbert, Morgan Porter and Oakley Pryor are third, fourth and fifth. And Pryor now right at the back of Morgan Porter as well. He's unable to find a way past Lewis Gilbert as things stand. Hasn't been able to get past the number 29 and has been a similar gap behind him for a number of laps now. Oakley Pryor only just behind. And seeking a way through as well. Clearly is the quicker driver at the moment, as has a late look again. Lewis Gilbert with an interesting defensive tactic there at the hairpin, moving late across to make sure that he stays ahead of Morgan Porter, who does actually pick up a contact warning for something that's happened over the course of the last lap or two. So we'll pick that up. The GP plate and the contact warning as well has been given out 3 minutes ago to zero-plated Reese Hunter. So two of the top five with contact warnings under their belt. Got to be a bit more cautious, although I can't see Reese Hunter having too much more contact now from now until the end of this race. The next lap will be the penultimate one, because Kai Hunter's going to come across the line with approximately 5 seconds to spare or so. Let's go across the line, 7 left on the clock. So approaching our last lap of racing today. Lewis Gilbert, Morgan Porter and Oakley Pryor across the line, third, fourth and fifth. No changes there, but is that third place going to come under some real scrutiny before the end of this race? Has a late lunge on the inside. Brilliant move for Oakley Pryor. Made it late, but is he left it a bit too late? Been pushed onto the grass. And he rejoins the circuit behind Morgan Porter, but definitely a bit cheeky there, I think, by Morgan Porter. Ran him out of road slightly. Pryor rejoins in fifth place. Really didn't want to give up that position. Did Porter, but this surely enables Lewis Gilbert to take third. Kai and Reese Hunter as the top two in the last lap of this race. Surely we've pretty much got our finishing positions now, particularly with the top 5, 6th and 7th looks pretty confirmed as well. 8th, 9th and 10th still yet to be resolved. Nelson King in 8th. He's made some brilliant strides over the course of this race. But it is going to be Kai Hunter who's going to take the victory here. A very well-deserved one. Wins the race. Takes the checkered flag ahead of Reese Hunter. In the end, the gap 1.65 seconds. They were on such similar pace. That gap maintained pretty well, with Lewis Gilbert in third, fourth Morgan Porter, with Oakley Pryor in fourth and fifth. I don't know whether they will be having words after this one as a result of that a lap or so from the end. Jack Stedman in sixth, seventh Nelson King, Sam Stansbury in eighth, ninth Riley Stevenson, 10th Tom Edmonds, with Brandon Haig 11th, 12th Daniel Yates, Reese Hurd in 13th, Maciej O'Mara in 14th place, 15th Bradley Barrett, Ryan Taylor-Truman in 16th, 17th Brandon Glein Nagelvort, with Ryan Luscombe 18th and 19th, James Moorcroft, Thomas Storer in 20th, 21st Archie Brown, 22nd Tin and Rourke, and unfortunately the rest of the drivers were forced to retire, so from 23rd down to 30th well, they were either in the pits or on the side of the circuit, not where they want to be ending the day. But the Senior Max final ends with Kai Hunter taking the victory ahead of Reese Hunter. Pretty successful day for those two, you would think, after a fantastic finale to this Senior Max final, and indeed a fantastic finale to each of the finals today. We have had some real excitement, and I for one cannot wait for next month, the conclusion of the championship. Don't miss that one, round 10, as the Clay Pigeon Kart Club 2020 calendar draws to a close, second Sunday of next month. That will bound to be a brilliant event as well. But thank you for attending what is pretty much the biggest meeting here over the course of the year. The O-Plate and NKRA finals joined us today with some fantastic prizes, very generously donated by Rotax themselves as well, for the minis, juniors, seniors and 177s. So thank you very much to them, and thank you as always to each and every one of the racers who has turned up today, their teams and mechanics that have accompanied them to the track, made their racing possible. Each of the racers for putting on such a brilliant display of racing. We have seen some fantastically quick lap times over the course of the day. As always, thanks to all the marshals and officials and the ambulance crew for making these events possible. That just about concludes October's meeting of the 2020 Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championship. There will be a lot of very happy people going home after some brilliantly entertaining and competitive racing, concluded with that Senior Max final. I've been your commentator for today, Sam Hunt. As always, I've enjoyed taking you through today's action. If you do want to re-listen to any of these races along with the alpha timing, you can check out the YouTube channel at Clay Pigeon Kart Club. As always, give us a like on Facebook and check out the website as well as the Twitter, all under the Clay Pigeon Kart Club name. But until next month, I've been Sam Hunt, and take care, safe journeys home.